Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-shouted human introduction the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter manipulated magic itself and became the silent guardian? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After uncovering a forbidden truth about magic, Harry learns to bend its laws with sheer will. Hidden from the world, he rises as an unseen protector, shaping destiny, rewriting fate, and silently defending the wizarding world from threats no one else can even sense. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. King's Cross had the humid patience of late summer. The air tasted of steam and metal. Owls complained in muffled cages while trunks thumped and scraped and parents tried to finish their goodbyes. Harry stood a pace off from the brick barrier to platform 9 3/4 and waited for the right moment to dart through. Ro touched his elbow, already wearing the narrow silver ring he'd given her at the start of August. It looked ordinary now, since Harry had deactivated it for the trip. Soon though he would wake it up, and the warding would catch the light if you looked at it just right, and make the lines around it look just a little straighter. You're doing the stare, she said softly. Just thinking, Harry said. About the next year. About hiding in plain sight. Doing less, she said, half smile, echoing Dumbledore. Then, gentler. How's that going? He exhaled. Void is nothing I can hold. It's like trying to grip light. I can feel the shape where the world is supposed to step aside, but when I close my hand, there's only air. He shook his head. No progress that matters. She studied his face as the platform took them, as the wall accepted them without asking a question. The Arlet engine breathed smoke and heat. Students spilled and collided and tried to get on board. I owe you something, Rose said, voice steadier than her hands. Honestly, I owe you a lot. But let me start with, I'm sorry. He didn't interrupt. I was angry, she said. At the wrong things. At everything. I didn't know what to do with Jack being gone, so I threw the pieces at whatever was nearest. That was you. It wasn't fair. Her mouth twisted. Hermione said I've been trying to fight grief with logic, which is like trying to knit a dam for a river. Molly said I've been mothering the house because I can't mother the fact that I can't fix anything. And the boys just, a ghost of a smile, kept bringing me tea. They've gotten good at tea, Harry said. Ro nodded. I don't know how long this part takes. The not knowing what to do with it. But I know, I don't want to make you stand alone. She lifted her chin. You told me what Dumbledore said. The prophecy. Void magic. I've been practicing occlumency properly. Hermione drilled me. Tonks too. If they try to get into my head, they'll meet a floor with nothing underneath it. He let himself smile at that. And I'm in, she added, as if that were the most important sentence. Long term. Your team. Even if team sometimes means watching you not let the world touch you while you learn how to let it. I'm with you. The steam curled around them. The whistle changed key. Harry breathed out once, slow. I'm glad we're back to normal. We've never been normal, she said, and the tiny, crooked smile that came with it was the best thing he'd seen all summer. Come on. If we have to go back to Grimmauld, the house won't be very happy. They climbed into the train. Outside, Molly's last embrace wrapped Ginny and Ron from what looked like 20 feet away, the way only Molly could. Sirius stood leaned against a pillar, trying not to look like a man who wanted to throw a punch at fate. His eyes met Harry's for a heartbeat and he winked. Mad Eye and Kingsley scanned the crowd, ever vigilant for threats, but today thankfully there were none. The train pulled away. London softened into a smear. For a while they all were just students, and the world let them be. Cards slapped a tabletop. The trolley which sold toffee and chocolate frogs. Hermione lectured Ron about not testing skiving snack boxes. Cedric coaxed Hermione through a wand control drill in whispers that would have sounded like flirting if they didn't end in equations. Harry sat back and let the rhythm of wheels and rails become a kind of occlumency. Void, he told himself. Not a spell, not a technique, a subtraction. If it refused to be gripped, then stopped gripping. He closed his eyes and reached not outward, but aside. The air didn't change, but it felt like something did. It felt like progress. He opened his eyes to Ro watching him like she was checking the alignment on a complicated machine. He nodded once. She nodded back. The rest of the ride passed without incident. Hogwarts greeted them with its usual theater. Lanterns like patient stars, boats gliding for the first years as if the lake remembered to be kind at least once a year. The castle opened its arms and let them in. Harry felt a question when he walked into the wards and activated the ring, but a moment later the feeling was gone. Whatever else it would be this year, it was still home. After the sorting and the usual start of term announcements, a very ugly woman in pink took the podium and Harry could finally put a face to his new adversary. Dolores Umbridge wore a cardigan the color of cotton candy and a smile that made your skin crawl. Her speech was a veritable litany of veiled threats. Progress for progress's sake must be discouraged. We value traditions, she said. Harry thought that if the Hall's traditions could talk, they would be considering litigation. A balanced, ministry-approved approach to instruction, there it was. Meddling. He didn't rise to it. He counted her tells instead. The head tilt before a false kindness, the tiny pause after discipline, the way she glanced at Dumbledore as if daring him to be a headmaster in a world where she signed the checks. Dumbledore thanked her as if he hadn't heard anything worth remembering and her lip twitched. Another tell. Afterward, the school moved toward beds like a tide, each house finding its channel. Harry let the gravity of the 6th and 7th years pull him a dozen steps and then eased out of the current. That was when Blaise and Tracy appeared. Blaise, Harry said carefully. He smiled at Tracy. How was your summer? But Tracy only bowed. Welcome back, she said. Harry frowned. Since when do we bow to each other? They looked different. Not older, exactly, but finished in the way that comes of having adult responsibilities without adult faculties. Blaise's eyes had a sheen like lake water at dusk. You felt like there was something underneath. Tracy's gaze was averted, but it was different too. Occlumency. Both of them. Their thoughts felt like a neat, empty room. A freshly swept step. Sorry we didn't manage any visits, Blaise added lightly. Our parents decided we were to be very boring this summer. They're trying to avoid formal commitments, Tracy said, as if reciting a menu. You understand. Meanwhile, Blaise said, distance is a performance. We had to do it in public. He tilted his head. At school, though, well, there's time to study. If you still do that. A small smile. Privately. Harry let the quiet hang for a heartbeat. We'll see, he said. Blaise's mouth tipped. Watch Malfoy, he said, lowering his voice. He's made some new friends. Tracy's eyes betrayed her fear only for a moment, then it was gone. I assumed so, Harry replied honestly. Have you? Harry saw another flash of fear in Tracy's eyes, quickly hidden again. Blaise looked uncomfortable. Good night, Potter, was all he said. Sleep well, Tracy added, and the politeness of it was almost tender. They peeled away with parallel steps. Harry watched them go and felt a pang of disappointment. This was not going to be a fun year. The corridor to his private room bent left in a way it hadn't last year. It was off the main path to any of the common rooms, making it unlikely he would accidentally run into anyone nearby. He liked that. It meant if he saw someone, they were there for him. That is, if anyone even knew where he was yet. A message lay on the floor just inside when he opened the door. No seal. No flourish. Sharp, tidy handwriting. You're an idiot if you're considering trusting Zabini or Davis. Find me after breakfast if you want me to explain. D. Greengrass. So much for nobody knowing. Harry read it twice, smiled once without humor, and put it in his pocket. He locked the door, set 3 small wards that would whistle at him if anyone got close, and let himself rest. Morning had the clean slate smell of toast and parchment when Harry arrived for breakfast. He didn't look for Daphne. She didn't make him. She arrived at his shoulder already looking annoyed. Walk, she said, before I'm seen being useful. They chose a corridor that was good for secrets. Narrow windows, tapestries that showed hunting hounds with very human expressions of regret. Harry looked at her expectantly. You got my note, she said. I did, he replied. You're welcome, she said, and then spared him the performance. Let me save you time. Malfoy will come with a message from the Dark Lord. Something stupid and theatrical about mercy if you obey and inevitability if you don't. He'll feel important doing it and your instinct will be to show him he's not. Don't. She paused but Harry said nothing. Good. After that, Daphne continued, as if planning a picnic, Blaise will ask you about it next. He'll do the I am your friend at school routine. Tracy will ask you about it by asking you about your feelings and try to tug on your heartstrings by asking about your brother, or something like that. They'll try to triangulate what you intend to do. They'll give that to their parents. Their parents will make offerings with your intentions. Offerings, Harry repeated. The word left a bad taste in his mouth. To Voldemort. Information is the only currency that increases in value when you spend it, Daphne said intently. Especially when the ministry is on fire and everyone is insisting it's just a little hot inside. Harry snorted. You seem sure about the collapse, he said. Because it's already happening, she said, bland. You'll see the signs. Decrees that only make sense to the people writing them. Investigations of the wrong things. That hideous woman in pink smiling like she's actually doing something by making life harder for you. A glance toward the Great Hall. She's boring. But the fall won't be. He filed the analysis against his own. Too neat. Too confident. But that wasn't the same as being wrong. How do you know all this? He asked. I listen, she said, shrugging. Also, my mother likes to speak to mirrors. It's a habit among people who prefer their reflections. You'd be amazed how much a girl can learn from a mirror that thinks it's having a private conversation. Your mother, Harry said. As a Death Eater. Daphne's mouth didn't move. That sounds like something I didn't say, she replied. But if I had said it, it would be the least interesting part of this chat. Because all the Death Eater families use their children as ears, she said, bored with the obvious. And sometimes as mouths. Blaise knows that his father, whichever one we're on this year, earned favor with the fact that you're a Legilimens. Harry's eye twitched. Only for the briefest of moments, but Daphne caught it and filed it away. Didn't know that yet, huh? Interesting. If you check, I'm sure you'll find that both of your little friends have made amazing strides into occlumency in such a short time. She looked down as she spun a small emerald ring around her finger. Blaise thinks he's special now. He's got his first taste of being a player. It really is adorable. Harry kept his face still with effort. This conversation was not going well. So, Daphne continued, since it's open season on your privacy, let me give you the only useful piece of advice you'll get this week. Don't give the same truth to everyone. Feed Malfoy one thing. Feed Blaise a second. Feed Tracy a third. Make them mutually exclusive. Then wait. And you'll tell me what gets back to your mother, Harry said. She smiled. And others. You learn more from where lies return than from where you send them. What do you want for that? He asked. What makes you think I want anything? She countered. Because you're you and I'm me, he said. She laughed. Not kindly and not unkindly. You're fun when you're honest. She leaned a shoulder into the stone and studied him as if he were an interesting map. Fine. What I want is simple. I want the world to stop pretending it isn't built out of appetites. I want people to say what they are and then live with it. I want to watch all the tidy lies curdle. If I can help push, I push. You want to watch it burn, Harry said. Sometimes forests need to burn down the old to make way the new, she said lightly, eyes gleaming. And sometimes I just like the color. She tilted her head. Does that make me a bad person? I don't know. Does it make me useful? Yes. You expect me to trust you, Harry said. No, Daphne said. I expect you to use me. And I expect you to know I'm using you. We can be excellent at that together. She let that hang in the air for a moment. Malfoy first, she said. He'll come by lunch. He won't be able to help himself. When he does, listen. Take the message like you're taking a memo. Give him a sentence that can be repeated without getting you killed. Then smile, sit back, and wait. And Blaise. Tracy. Blaise gets idealism, Daphne said. He actually admires you and thinks he can broker a win. He's wrong, of course, but give him a better lie than Malfoy. Tell Tracy a different version of the same, but something that can be explained away by a misunderstanding. Her eyes flicked over his shoulder. Your friends will think you're becoming manipulative. They'll be right. They'll also stay alive. He regarded her in silence for a moment. She let herself be watched and he wondered how much of this was her and how much was performance. Or if maybe the performance became the person if you wore it long enough. Why tell me any of this? He asked, because the question didn't want to leave the room without being asked. Because you're going to win, Daphne said simply. Or because you're going to lose interestingly. Either way, I'd like a good seat. That should have sounded monstrous. Instead, it sounded almost honest. Also, she added, the corner of her mouth tipping, because I prefer my gods mortal and my monsters mindless. You're neither. That's new. You said the ministry would fall, Harry said. How? Paper cuts, she said. And then one very large push. You'll recognize both when you see them. She pushed off the wall. Go to class, Harry Potter. Learn something boring. Boring keeps people from noticing you're interesting. She left him with the soft click of sensible shoes and a line of perfume that smelled both enticing and dangerous. Harry stood very still and let the castle settle around him. A plan unfolded itself with sparse, clean steps. He may not be able to grasp the void, but he could get his head around this, it had edges. He could work with edges. The first day of classes arrived, and with it the first real taste of Dolores Umbridge. Defense against the dark arts began at 9 o'clock sharp. Umbridge stood at the front of the class, her smile lacquered into permanence. A plate of decorative kittens mewed behind her in unnerving rhythm. Good morning, children, she trilled. The word children landed like an insult. Harry sat 2 rows from the front, in a seat chosen for neutrality. Blaise lounged to his left, Tracy to his right. Across the aisle, Draco gleamed faintly in pink reflection, already smiling as if he'd rehearsed for this exact audience. Today, Umbridge began, we will learn the theory of defensive magic. Practical application, as you all know, can be dangerous and is entirely unnecessary for your examinations. A silence followed, a heavy, puzzled kind of silence. Hermione, 2 rows back, raised her hand. Umbridge ignored it. Neville raised his instead, voice small but steady. Professor, aren't the OWLs practical? How are we supposed to pass them if we don't actually do the spells? The smile on Umbridge's face grew tight enough to creak. Oh, Mr. Longbottom, she said sweetly. The ministry will ensure that your examinations reflect appropriate priorities. We mustn't allow enthusiasm to run ahead of caution. A small, practiced laugh. A few of Draco's friends joined in. Harry didn't. He watched her watching him, waiting for him to rise, to argue, to make himself useful to her story. He didn't. When the bell finally released them, half the students were whispering. The other half were too angry to whisper. He overheard Ron Weasley muttering something unprintable about toads and cardigans not going well together. Blaise caught Harry's sleeve on the way out. You didn't bite, he said. Impressive. She wanted a headline, Harry said. I'm not giving her one. Later that day, Draco waited by the stairwell outside the corridor, alone and looking much too deliberate about it. Potter, he said, stepping into Harry's path. A word. Harry stopped. Make it a small one. Draco smiled, civil and poisonous. My father asked me to deliver a message. From the Dark Lord. The words hung in the air for a moment. Harry said nothing. He wants you to know that your brother's death was an accident, Draco went on smoothly. You were used. Dumbledore lied to you, like he lies to everyone. You've been fighting someone else's war. Don't fight for him. Wait. He'll prove it. Harry looked at him without expression. That's the message. Draco nodded, smugly proud of his own poise. Then tell him this, Harry said, quiet and deliberate. I'll listen. If he has something worth saying, I'll listen. But it better be good, and I want my brother's body back. Draco blinked, uncertain for half a second, then recovered. He'll respect that. Harry brushed past him. We'll see. Blaise found him later that evening and the two walked down to their old practice room. You look like a man who had an interesting conversation, Blaise said. Or one he's pretending wasn't. Harry raised a brow. You mean Malfoy. Of course I mean Malfoy, Blaise said easily. He's been walking around like he's the post owl of destiny. Harry shrugged. He brought a message. Said Voldemort wanted me to wait, to see reason. That Jack's death was an accident. Blaze's smirk didn't reach his eyes. And you believed that? Not for a second, Harry said. I told him I'd listen. That's what he expects, but I'm just buying time. He paused. I think he's stupid enough to believe me though. Blaze regarded him for a long moment. You're learning. I'm surviving, Harry said. That's different. Not always, Blaze murmured. You know, Potter, you're almost worthy of being a Slytherin now. Harry's smile was thin. Maybe I already was. Blaze tilted his head. Maybe. Tracy found him the next afternoon after potions. She leaned against the wall, arms folded, expression carefully neutral. Draco's been busy, she said. I assume he delivered his sermon. Something like that, Harry said. And what did you tell him? I told him I'd listen, Harry said simply. He thinks that means something. Tracy nodded. And what does it mean? Harry's mouth curved slightly. Between you and me, I'm just buying time. Dumbledore keeps me informed already. Nothing Draco says will ever register. Tracy studied him for a second, then nodded. Just be careful with Blaze. She paused before adding, please. He met her gaze evenly. Of course. Later that week the room of requirement opened to Harry and Cedric as if it was happy to see them again. Tonks was already there. Hair violet this time, grin crooked, robes rolled to her elbows. Evening, lads, she said with a grin. If anyone asks, we're studying the history of restraint. Cedric chuckled. That's what we're calling it now. Absolutely, Tonks said. Now dodge. Spells cracked the air for an hour. Controlled, tough, disciplined. Tonks moved like a ghost. It was a wonder this was the same woman who couldn't walk more than a few feet without kicking something. Cedric moved like a metronome. Perfect rhythm, textbook movement, but predictable. Harry adjusted between them, his own rhythm shifting every few beats, practicing doing more with less effort. Afterward, Tonks slumped against a pillar, cheeks flushed. Can't keep doing this, she said. Umbridge has eyes on everyone in the order. If she catches me here again, they'll call it sedition. Cedric frowned. So this is it. For now, Tonks said. Officially. Unofficially. She winked. If anyone happened to practice something dangerously educational on a Hogsmeade weekend, I might happen to be there. Harry smiled faintly. We'll bring biscuits. Make them good ones, she said, ruffling his hair as she passed. And don't do anything stupid without me. When she was gone, the silence felt heavier, like a spell that hadn't ended. Cedric was still breathing heavily. You ever think about how much we've learned in a year? Harry nodded. Every night. Doesn't scare you? Cedric asked. No, Harry said. What scares me is how much further there is to go. They practiced another hour before Ro arrived, the door opening as if it had expected her all along. Cedric knew this was his cue. Don't stay too late, he said. You'll start teaching the room new tricks. Maybe it needs some, Harry called back. When they were alone, Ro dropped her satchel by the wall and exhaled. Occlumency. Always, Harry said. They sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, the way Harry had taught himself. The mind is a room, the self is its keeper. Ro's defenses had improved. Her thoughts were calmer, quieter, shaped with purpose. When Harry tested the surface, her shield shimmered, then flexed, allowing just enough of herself to show that she was there. He nodded. Good. Again. She opened one eye. Don't you have more important things to be working on? He sighed. Void magic. She smiled faintly. Still nothing, huh? No, he admitted. That one's like trying to hold light in a closed fist. There's nothing to grab. Ro studied him. You still think it's the answer? He hesitated. I think he believes it is, or at least that it could be. He's much more honest now that he's not sure, which ironically makes him much more believable. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. You're different. How? Colder, she said, but in a controlled way. Like you're holding the heat under glass. He thought about that. Good. Maybe I'll need it. They fell back into silence, practicing until the castle itself seemed to hum with their concentration. When they left, the air behind them stayed still, as if waiting for them to come back. The days that followed unfolded in quiet tension. Umbridge's decrees multiplied, as did her attempts to make Harry upset. Harry played the good student, hands folded, eyes bright, giving her nothing. He wasn't sure what his different stories to Draco, Blaise, and Tracy had done yet. Draco's practiced air of superiority had seemed more forced of late, but that could have been his imagination. It mattered little to him anyway. He trained, studied, watched, and waited. Eventually Daphne returned. She waited for him one evening under the long windows of the East Corridor, moonlight running down the stone like silver ink. "Congratulations," she said. "You're officially interesting." "Only now?" he asked. "Officially," she said again, amused. Draco's story was reported, as promised. Blaise's story took longer, but when it hit, she made an exploding gesture with her hands. Bad news for Clan Malfoy. Unforgivables were in the air. She shuddered, then her head snapped up as if remembering something important. "There was no third story, so either you didn't take my advice, or Tracy is in love with you." Her eyes glinted playfully, asking which it was. Harry just looked at her expectantly. "And," she laughed. "Fine. Ready for your results then." He folded his arms. "Start with Malfoy." "Ah, Malfoy," she said, dragging the word like smoke. He ran straight to his father, of course. Lucius passed it along the chain, dressing it up as proof of your reconsideration. The Dark Lord, predictably, was intrigued. "He's told them to watch you, to see if you move. He thinks he's patient." She leaned in like she was telling him a secret and said in a too loud whisper, "He isn't." Harry nodded once. "And Blaise? That one's more interesting," she said. "He sent a letter, but I don't know who to. Old family code. Harmless enough that even if intercepted, it reads like gossip. It said you were buying time only, confused and unsure. Much more believable, and it called out Malfoy by name." She smirked. "Zabini's touch, I'm sure." Still, she pursed her lips. "He's set himself up for a fall now. You'll have to give him something real next or CRRRK, she made a noose sign with her hands. He ignored it. "So they think I'm undecided." "Exactly," Daphne said. "Which is the safest thing you could be right now, the boy both sides want to claim." "Congratulations, Potter," she said wryly. "You've discovered politics." He exhaled slowly. "And Tracy?" Daphne shrugged. "Like I said, nothing. Loverboy," she said the last with a cackle. "Protecting me," he said softly. "Why? She's practical," Daphne said. "She knows your value. The families are hedging their bets. If the Dark Lord wins, they'll say they kept you under observation. If he doesn't, they'll say they tried to keep you safe. That's how Slytherin loyalty works, Potter. It bends before it breaks." He studied her in the moonlight. "And you? Which kind are you?" She gave him a slow, lazy smile. "The kind that doesn't break." He waited. Daphne let the silence stretch, enjoying it like a cat playing with a string. "Fine," he said. "You've told me what they said. Tell me what it means." "It means," she said, straightening, "that you've entered the game. You've made yourself a piece and a player both. The moment you told different stories, you became someone people have to calculate. That's more dangerous than power. It's interest. You're a story now." He almost smiled. "And you approve?" "Oh, absolutely," she said. "Stories are the only thing that last. The trick is choosing what kind of one you'll be." Harry leaned back against the opposite wall. "You said before that you already knew all this would happen. How?" Her grin sharpened. "I listen. People talk when they think you're decoration." "That's not what I meant," he said. "You knew specifics. That Malfoy would bring a message, that Blaise and Tracy would follow. You didn't guess." Daphne's expression didn't change, but Harry could feel her disappointment. "Such an inelegant question," she said, shaking her head slowly. "We trade information, Potter, not sources. Slytherins don't waste assets." Harry frowned. "So you're here to feed them information too?" "Naturally. And what's that?" Daphne paused, and for a second he thought she wouldn't answer. "That you're unpredictable," she said finally. "Which is true. And that you're worth watching, which is also true." He studied her. "I didn't think you'd answer that, why did you?" Her smile vanished. Because you're the first person who seems to understand what that means. Everyone else plays the game pretending it's for survival. You play like you know it's war. Harry was silent. The corridor's torches hissed softly. Let me guess, he said finally. You want something. I want a lot of things, she quipped, stepping closer to him. What I want is to have some fun. You're going to lie to people anyway. Let me help you decide how. He raised an eyebrow. You offering to be my spy? She grinned. Think of me as quality control. He almost laughed. Almost. And what do you get out of that? Entertainment, she said simply. The world's coming apart, Potter. It's going to burn. Soon. I'd like to stay insulated. Harry was silent and let her continue. And besides, she continued flippantly. You're officially interesting, and that's rare. You've moved the board. Wasn't trying to, he said. Liar, she said fondly. You just don't want to admit you're good at it. She stepped closer again, so near he could see her pupils reflect the torchlight. You're not ready for what comes next, Potter. But you're learning faster than anyone else. That's terrifying. Daphne's smile returned, faint and feline. You really are becoming one of us. It sounded like both a compliment and an insult. She was gone before he could answer. Her last words barely reaching him from the end of the corridor. Try not to disappoint the hat. What the hell just happened, he thought to himself. Ironic, she'd be disappointed, I asked. It took a monumental effort, but after several minutes of breathing exercises in his chambers, Harry was finally able to push his conversation with Daphne to the back of his mind. He had more important things to work on tonight. The void. It remained as elusive as ever, but something in the hat's story had resonated with him. He tried to recount what he'd seen. Of Salazar speaking softly about breaking through the walls of magic, convinced he'd found the path beyond mortality. Dumbledore said the past was a mirror. But Harry was beginning to suspect that it was more like a reflection on water. Beautiful, distorted, easy to mistake for truth if you looked too long. And maybe that was the danger, to believe that you could learn from the stories without becoming one. He glanced down at his hands. They didn't look powerful. They looked ordinary, steady, human. But beneath them there was something. Something he could grasp, a wall he ran into whenever he reached out too far. The castle breathed around him, ancient and awake. Harry exhaled once, softly. The space between notes, the parchment had said. Not as emptiness, but as form. Maybe that was what this was, the shape absence took before it filled with meaning. Or maybe he was exhausted and gibberish was starting to sound like wisdom. He couldn't tell which. Outside, the first light of dawn brushed the towers. Harry sighed and tried to a few hours rest. 2 quiet weeks passed, and quiet in Hogwarts had never felt so loud. The prophet came every morning like a threat wrapped in paper. Dumbledore losing grip. Hogwarts in chaos. Is the headmaster fit to lead? Photographs of Fudge shaking hands with smiling Aurors, staged interviews with the Board of Governors, op-eds that sounded suspiciously uniform. Harry didn't need to ask who was behind it. Every article was a chorus of the same voice, and it wasn't Fudge's. Daphne found him in the library, late afternoon light sliding through dust. She looked pleased, the particular kind of pleased that probably meant trouble for Harry. You were right, she said by way of greeting. Or rather, I was. Harry didn't look up from his book. About what? She dropped a rolled parchment onto the page. Blaze's latest letter home. Word for word, what you told him. The phrasing, the order, everything. He raised an eyebrow. So, she said, I've been chosen as the new envoy to you. Direct channel. Quieter. More trustworthy. Her grin flashed sharp. Congratulations, Potter. You're a diplomatic incident. He closed the book. That's convenient, isn't it? She sat across from him. Though I think it was the plan all along. Harry studied her. The faint smugness, satisfaction barely hidden under professional poise. You planned this. I prefer anticipated it. Planning implies control. Same difference. Not at all, she said. Control gets you killed. Anticipation keeps you alive. She tapped the prophet headline with one manicured nail. Voldemort doesn't have to lift a wand to win a war like this. He only has to make Fudge panic. When Fudge panics, he turns on Dumbledore. And when Dumbledore is fighting the Ministry, he's not fighting him. Harry nodded. He'd gathered as much. One big distraction. It's strategy, Daphne said simply. A government that fears its people is easy to rule. But a government that fears itself. She smiled. That's ripe for the taking. She leaned closer, eyes glittering. If you were Voldemort, what would your first priority be? Rebuilding, Harry said. Taking over the Ministry. She shook her head. Wrong. The Ministry is theater. It governs the laws that don't matter. The living follow power. His fight isn't with Fudge, it's with Dumbledore. Keep Dumbledore buried under red tape, and he can move in shadow, consolidating power where no one looks. Keep gaining pieces and taking pieces until he has so many his victory is inevitable. Harry let out a low breath. You make it sound like a chess match. It is, Daphne said. And you're a piece both players think they need to win. That night, the dream began too vividly to be a dream at all. He was slithering, smooth, effortless, through a corridor of stone and shadow. Dust and parchment scented the air. Movement ahead. A man, red hair, wand drawn, fear bright and tangible. Hunger, a voice hissed in his head. Strike. Harry lunged. It wasn't thought. It was instinct. Teeth sinking, blood like heat in his mouth. The scream cut short by pressure and panic and the world flipped. Pain. He was back in his own body now, but a presence slammed into him, cold and violent, another mind, ancient and furious. Flashes. Coals for eyes, a face too pale to be believable. He understood. Voldemort was inside the dream too. Now he's inside my head. The thought was an alarm bell. Harry lashed out and felt the other presence scream in pain of its own. The space between them burned like static, thoughts crossing, twisting, trying to consume. Harry saw circles of robed figures, heard he doubts you already, and then the pull reversed. He pushed back. Hard. Not spells. Will, turning fear to wall, defiance to edge. Voldemort faltered, shocked. Then something like laughter, low and almost amused. Just before the link broke, a thought brushed his mind. So that's why. Harry woke gasping, sweat cold on his skin. The Phoenix Ward Dumbledore had given him flared the moment Harry touched it. Minutes later, a portrait shimmered into the frame by his bed, Phineas Nigellus, sharp and drawling. Arthur Weasley, it said briskly. Department of Mysteries. Bidden, but alive. The headmaster has seen to it. Harry dressed and went to Dumbledore's office. The door opened before he knocked. Dumbledore looked older than he had 2 weeks ago. The prophet lay folded on the desk, untouched. Behind him, a black stone and a crystal tiara hummed faintly under wardlight. You saw it, Harry said. I did, said Dumbledore. Through you. Voldemort was there. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. He struck at Mr. Weasley through his snake, Nagini. You saw it through your scar connection, but it wasn't possession. It felt like a duel, Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes flickered, ancient and assessing. You met him in the mind. Harry nodded. He was inside my head, but then he backed off. Like he hadn't meant to. That would trouble him, Dumbledore murmured. To be surprised. He gestured to a chair. Sit, Harry. There are things we must clarify. Harry sat. The prophecy, he said. Dumbledore inclined his head. Yes. If he's moving against the Department of Mysteries, that's what he's after. Why would he need it? He already knows what it says. Because he cannot endure not knowing whether he knows it all, Dumbledore said softly. He overheard only part. The rest, he suspects I have twisted. And if there is even one line he has not mastered, one word he does not control, he will chase it until the world burns. He set the folded prophet aside. He tells his followers the prophecy was false, my invention. Lies of denial are the truest kind of fear. He must silence the story even as he hunts it. So this is about control, Harry said. Indeed. Dumbledore said approvingly. Prophecies are never commands, Harry. They are reflections, mirrors of the choices we are already making. But mirrors can be traps when one looks too long. The words felt heavier than they should. Harry's gaze slid to the black stone and diadem again. What are those? Dumbledore smiled faintly, too quickly. Old relics. Hogwarts keeps its history close. He said a subtle word. The air shimmered. Harry, he said, you must focus now on your mind. The connection grows stronger. It can be used by either of you. You think he'll try again. I think he already is. And if he looks into your thoughts, I want him to see only what you choose to show. Fleur arrived at Hogwarts the next day like she belonged there. The entrance hall seemed to catch its breath when she stepped through. The torches stirred as if the castle itself wanted to look. Travel robes of pale silver. No pretense. The kind of confidence that made formality look redundant. Harry had received the owl before breakfast. Lunch, courtyard by the lake. Cedric was already there when she came. Polite, trying not to look impressed, failing. Dumbledore asked to meet with me, she said, setting her satchel down. Something about getting me more involved, the order. Her eyes flicked to Harry. But I think, meet, is a polite way to say, keep under supervision. Cedric smiled. You're not exactly subtle company, Fleur. She arched a brow. And you are, Cedric Diggory. Golden child of Hogwarts. He laughed. Harry let himself enjoy it. They ate under the willow. Autumn tinged the air, sharp and clean. Cedric talked about the informal dueling practices students were begging him to lead. Fleur rolled her eyes but smiled. It is always the same, she said. You boys, you must make everything a contest. That's rich from a Triwizard champion, Cedric said. Half a champion, she replied, light as air. I drowned. You made it through the maze. Fleur's expression softened, almost imperceptibly. Let us not speak of that. Her eyes darted to Harry. Harry glanced between them. You've both nearly died for people you care about, he said. That's better than most. Fleur looked at him then, long enough that Cedric politely pretended to notice something fascinating on the far side of the lake. You sound older, she said at last. More sharp. Not sharp enough though, Harry replied evenly. In fairness, Harry, you've always been pretty sharp, Cedric broke in wryly. I don't know many 13-year-olds that can fight off a horde of Dementors, capture a criminal, and clear their godfather's name all in the same day. Yeah, that was a long day. Harry's face didn't change. I have seemed to have a lot of long days. Fleur sniffed. You Englishmen, so small-minded. Always looking at things the wrong way. Go on then, what's the right way? Cedric asked challengingly. Life is either dark clouds or bright skies, it is always both, she said as if speaking to a child. You, Harry Potter, have long days, as you call them because you can do things that others cannot, right wrongs that others did not. She looked Harry in the eye. You see it as all curse, your headmaster sees it as all blessing. But it is always both. Cedric laughed, tossed a twig into the water. Ah yes, French realism, he said playfully. With just a touch of condescension. Alas, it is a curse to always know the most, Fleur said with fake haughtiness, smiling. But I am French, we cannot help it. They moved to practicalities. Umbridge, the governors leaning on Dumbledore, the prophet orchestrations, the likely shape of the next months. Eventually they got up and started back toward the castle. The Weasley children, they say you are always locked in your room at headquarters, experimenting, Fleur said as they walked. But they do not know on what. Her eyes narrowed playfully. Perhaps on yourself. Oh ha ha, Harry said. Cedric laughed. Now who's being small-minded? Fleur just shrugged gracefully. What then? I just need to get better, Harry answered. At what? Harry exhaled. Everything, he said, throwing his hands up slightly. You were there, in the graveyard. You felt it, the pressure. Fleur's face darkened but she nodded. That's what coming. Not just for me, but for everyone. He paused at the entrance to the castle and looked back out over the grounds, then down at the wand in his hand. Somebody has to stop him. They sat in silence for a moment. Yes, many more of your long days, Fleur said finally, continuing the walk inside. But not today. And not tomorrow. Remember, you will still have both. With that she turned with practiced and grace and started toward the headmaster's office. Bill's a lucky guy, Cedric said, watching her go. You can say that again, Harry muttered. The two looked at each other and laughed. It made them both feel lighter. Flitwick's office smelled of chalk and cinnamon and the faint static of spells that hummed as though pleased with themselves. He kept Harry after class, motioning to a chair. You've come a long way, Mr. Potter, Flitwick said, adjusting his spectacles. Your transmuted levitations are cleaner than mine were at your age. But, you seem distracted. I've been working on something privately, Harry said. Flitwick nodded. So I've heard. He lowered his voice. I know Albus has you focusing on something specific. He's asked the rest of us not to interfere. Harry blinked. He told you. Indirectly. A gentle sigh. It's a pity. You have a rare intuition for living magic. Enchantments that behave, think, adapt. I'd like to help you put instructions into spells that outlast you. But the High Inquisitor and the Headmaster have made it clear that private mentorship is off limits. Dumbledore said that. Harry asked, slower. Not in so many words, but the meaning was plain. Flitwick spread his hands. He believes your time mustn't be diluted. Purity of purpose. Right, Harry said. Flitwick's smile warmed. If you ever tire of purity, come back to me. Magic enjoys a little chaos now and then. Harry left thinking Dumbledore's purity of purpose was starting to feel like a cage. The summons came the next evening. A single phoenix feather on his desk, burning gold, then gone in a flicker of blue. Snape was already in Dumbledore's office when Harry arrived. The air between them was thick enough to trip on. This is not a lesson, Dumbledore said. An evaluation. Severus will test your defenses. I will observe. Harry took a breath. All right. Snape's eyes gleamed like black glass. You will regret saying that. They began without ceremony. Legilimens. The pressure hit like cold water through a broken dam. Images flooded up. The maze, Jack falling, green light. Harry pushed back, turned flood to mist, forced memory to fold until it thinned and slid. Snape hesitated. A flicker, then struck again. Harry met him halfway. The office vanished into a white plane between minds. Thoughts moved like weather, emotions like gravity. Harry found the rhythm, mirrored it, pressed. Snape flinched. For a heartbeat, Harry was inside. A boy in rags, a woman's voice, the dark mark burning like shame. Enough, Snape snarled, wrenching him out. Dumbledore's hand half raised, then lowered. Continue. Snape's expression curdled to professional disdain. Very well. Next time, the space wasn't blank. It was familiar. The Gryffindor common room. Warm light. Fire whiskey and laughter. Not real. A construct. Harry moved carefully, recognizing the trap, but his instinct, always forward, betrayed him. He reached for the portrait hole. The floor dropped away. Darkness. A pit with no edges. His own memories rising around him. Dumbledore's careful words, Voldemort's hiss, Cedric's hand through fog. Every path led inward. Every thought echoed against itself. He understood. When he pushed too hard into another mind, his own defenses thinned. Snape had baited his aggression, waited for the outward flex, and turned it inside out. Lesson 1. Snape's voice came, disembodied. Power without awareness is noise. Harry steadied his breath. Lesson 2. Never feel comfortable in someone else's construct. He exhaled, released his resistance. The space collapsed. They were back in the office. Snape looked quite winded, the closest thing to flattery Harry would ever get. Dumbledore, meanwhile, wore the look of a man watching an experiment work too well. Remarkable, he said softly. He's already a natural legilimens. Snape adjusted his cuffs. He's also a natural liability. His instincts are attack, not defense. Which is why, Dumbledore said, you will continue with him. I don't need. Harry began. You do, Dumbledore said quietly. Snape smirked. Thursday's Potter. Try not to bleed on my carpet. As he left, he felt Dumbledore's eyes on him. Not proud, not warm, just measuring. The room of requirement had reshaped itself again. Stone and breath, the scent of dust and spellfire still fresh. Cedric was already there, shirt half undone, wand in one hand, the other in his hair. Sparring dummies were littered around the room. You're late, he said. Dumbledore has me doing occlumency practice with Snape, Harry said tiredly, silently asking the room to reveal where he had hidden the scrolls he'd been writing on. He thinks it will help me keep Voldemort at arm's length if I gets hidden through our connection again. That does not sound fun, Cedric admitted, walking over to look at the same scrolls. Harry only grunted. Hey, before we get into these new shield ideas, I need to talk to you about something. Cedric said, sitting as a chair popped into existence next to him. With Umbridge keeping everybody from learning actual defense magic, there's been a lot of chatter about forming a group to teach ourselves. I'm supposed to ask you to lead it. You're kidding, Harry said, but the look on his friend's face said he wasn't. Hell, and I can't stress this enough, hell no, Harry said emphatically. That's the last thing I need, more attention from Umbridge and more questions from kids I don't know. Thought you'd say that, Cedric said, chuckling. So plan B, you help me decide what to teach, and how to teach it. You sit in the class but only as an observer, that way you can teach me and I can teach them. So, basically what we're already doing then? Harry asked, confused. Yes, except you also come to the group sessions. We can do them here. Harry frowned. I also figured you wouldn't like that, Cedric continued. But think of it like this. It's a chance to arm more people for the fight ahead, even if it's just to defend themselves and escape. Harry's frown deepened, but Cedric had a point and he knew it. Okay, deal, he said finally. But if you try to make me demonstrate anything, I'll obliviate the whole lot. I would expect nothing else, Cedric laughed. Now, about this new shield idea. The castle was different at night. It breathed, slow, old, the air heavy with spells and secrets sleeping just under the stones. Professor Sinistra stood on the astronomy tower, robes catching starlight like ink on glass. You're out late, she said without turning as Harry approached. So are you, he replied. I have tenure, she said dryly. You don't. He smiled. Fair. Still chasing the star patterns we talked about after last class? Yes, Harry admitted. Seeing whether ward geometry aligns with stellar pull. Binding field effects through arithmancy instead of anchors. She blinked once. Graduate work. I'm thinking more practical application, less research, he said. What aspect? Control, he said. Especially for wards, I'm trying to find a way to get them up more quickly. She studied him. You're not building defenses. You're building prisons. He looked away. Sometimes they're the same. She was thoughtful for a moment. Work with Granger. She has an intuition for arithmancy I haven't seen before, something about the crossover with Muggle mathematics. Perhaps you see that too. Not so much, Harry said wryly. I didn't get that far in Muggle school. Nor I, but maybe I should, the professor mused absently. He left her looking up at the sky. He liked Sinistra, but she could be a bit ethereal to talk to. She had told him once that if you looked at the sky just right, it looked like one vast rune equation, every star a variable, every orbit a spell. If you could just find the right pattern, maybe you could rewrite the whole thing. He wasn't trying to rewrite the whole thing though, just parts of it. And he was running out time. It was already late when he returned to his room, but he had one more exercise to go through before he could try to sleep. He reached for that faint hum at the edge of perception, the same flicker of void, the thing that lived between light and nothing. He almost felt it. Almost. Then it was gone, leaving only silence. Void magic, he thought, wasn't about control or destruction. It was about surrender, about what you could still hold when everything else fell away. He wasn't there yet, but he would be. Gasps rippled through the great hall. A photograph on the front page showed the crumbling spires of the prison, stormlight flashing across jagged rock. Underneath, a line of faces, 12 of them, pale and familiar, names that hadn't been spoken aloud in years. The paper in Harry's hand crinkled. Around him, students whispered. Someone asked if this meant war. Harry already knew the answer. He found Daphne leaning against the corridor wall outside the library, folded Prophet under her arm, as if she'd been waiting for him. So, she said without preamble, he's done hiding. Harry didn't slow. He's making a statement. He's consolidating power, she corrected. Don't romanticize it. He stopped. You're saying this like you knew it would happen. She smirked. I did. I told you weeks ago. You thought he was after spectacle. He was after infrastructure. Azkaban isn't just a prison break. The ones he freed owe him everything now. The ones who refuse to leave will be buried for it. Harry crossed his arms. And what do you owe him? Nothing, Daphne said smoothly. But if I ever do, I'll make sure I get a better rate. Why tell me all this? She rolled her eyes. Because Blaze has been told to check in with you. He'll ask how I'm doing. I'd rather we agree on the story before he ruins it. What's the story? That we're not talking, she said. Maybe a few casual barbs, nothing more. They'd expect that. You can manage that, can't you? And if I don't, then I get killed for being wrong about you, she said lightly. And if that happens, I'll make sure Blaze goes down with me. So yes, please, stick to the story. You're impossible, he said. I prefer irreplaceable, she said, turning away. See you soon, Potter. Try not to make me look bad. It happened 2 days later. Harry was leaving the great hall when Blaze fell into step beside him, tone casual, eyes calculating. You've been scarce, Blaze said. Cedric says you're buried in work. Something like that, Harry said. I worry about you, Blaze went on, which might have sounded genuine if not for the careful phrasing. You don't train with us anymore. Haven't even thrown a hex at me in weeks. Maybe I'm growing up. That'd be tragic. Blaze smiled thinly. You and Daphne still at each other's throats. Harry shrugged. Just the usual barbs. She's been quieter lately. Malfoy's worse. He keeps trying to talk to me. Blaze raised an eyebrow. And you let him? Barely. I'd rather make out with a Grindylow. Blaze laughed. Too quickly, too loud. Relief. Good, he said. Keep it that way. When they parted, Harry felt the tension settle behind his ribs. He hadn't lied, not exactly. He'd just told the story Daphne wanted. That night a note slid under his door. A scrap of parchment, folded small enough to hide in a fist. I guess you're not completely stupid. A week later, Malfoy missed 3 days of classes. When he returned, he looked gray and hollow, dark circles bruising his eyes. Daphne passed Harry in the hall, brushed his shoulder, and said under her breath, he got punished. Try not to smile too hard. Snow fell over London like a held breath. Grimmauld Place felt different that Christmas, less haunted. Sirius had filled the house with laughter and noise until even the portraits gave up trying to complain. The twins had discovered that Kreacher couldn't tell the difference between brandy and butterbeer, which had ended exactly as one would expect. Harry watched them from the sofa. For the first time in months, he didn't feel like the center of the world's collapse. Don't you dare start smiling, Ginny said, dropping into the armchair across from him. It's unsettling. I wasn't. You were. She pointed to him as a joke. Hermione, he was. Hermione didn't look up from her book. It's healthy, Ginny. Don't ruin it. Fred and George raised their glasses from across the room. To good influences. Sirius, already half drunk, echoed, to terrible ones. The laughter that followed was real, and Harry let it wash over him. Boxing Day brought more chaos. Bill and Fleur arrived first, Snow still clinging to their boots. Fleur filled the room like a spell of her own, light and warmth and something sharp underneath. She greeted Harry with the effortless grace of someone pretending not to look too closely. Dumbledore asked me to visit, she said. And Bill said there would be pie. There's always pie, Harry said. And trouble. 2 of my favorite things, she said. They played games, mostly courtesy of the twins, enchanted cards that sang insults, exploding gobstones, a disastrous round of wizard charades that ended with Tonks turning into Snape to everyone's horror. Remus laughed until he choked. Sirius looked younger than Harry had ever seen him. Later, when the noise thinned, Fleur and Harry ended up by the window, watching snow. You seem lighter, she said softly. Better at pretending, maybe. You should teach me that, she said, then smiled. Bill says I'm too serious. Bill seems nice, Harry said carefully. He is, she said. Steady. The kind of man who makes life predictable. And that's what you want. Perhaps. Her eyes flicked over him. Would you want predictable? Harry opened his mouth. And nothing came out. He hadn't expected the question to turn on him like that, sharp and easy at once. Fleur laughed, seeing it land. Well, speechless for once, she said lightly. I suppose he is a little old for you. Oh, very funny, said Harry, That broke the tension. He laughed, sudden and startled. You're terrible. I am French, she shrugged with a grin. We are born terrible. You don't seem that bad. Give me time. She leaned against the window frame, looking out at the snow. Makes you wonder though. No. What kind of girl would survive you, Harry Potter? For all the questions Harry had pondered in his head, this was somehow not one of them. Someone patient for sure, he said honestly. Brave. Probably has to like getting hexed. Ah, a masochist. No, they also have to like hexing things, he clarified. Honestly, she probably has to be prepared to hex me. And land it. Fleur snorted. Impossible, she said lightly. I am the only one who meets that requirement. He tilted his head. Oh, really? I have been taking your measure. Harry Potter, she sniffed. I could X you if I wanted, easily. Her practiced Vila haughtiness was back, but with a playful edge this time. Measuring me, huh? Harry said in the same playful tone. I measure everyone, she said. How else can I know who deserves my attention? Dangerous hobby. She laughed. The best kind. There was a pause then, not awkward but full. Snow whispered against the glass. Fleur looked away first. Bill is good for me, she said softly, as though convincing herself. He is older. Kind. Safe. Harry nodded. That sounds nice. Yes, she said. Nice. Then, with a rueful smile, you are definitely not made for nice. Probably not. He wasn't sure if that should sound sad or not. Tonks and Remus came to the window a moment later, cheeks pink from the cold. Tonks bumped Fleur's shoulder. Come save me from losing to the twins at Exploding Snap. Only if you want to lose faster, Fleur said, and the moment dissolved into laughter again. Back at Hogwarts, the corridors felt heavier, the laughter of Christmas replaced by whispers. But in the room of requirement, the air hummed again. It wasn't empty this time. Dozens of students stood in loose circles, nervous and excited, wands in hand. Cedric stood at the front, commanding attention without trying. Harry stayed near the back, silent observer. Defense, Cedric began, isn't about power. It's about strategy and control. You don't win by being the strongest. You win by being the last one still standing. They started simple. Stupefy. Protega. Footwork. Harry walked among them, correcting grips, murmuring advice. Ginny's form was sharp. Neville's determination made up for everything else. Hermione treated each spell like an equation she had already solved but wasn't sure she was right. Ron knew all this already and had taken to helping out some of the less advanced students. Their eyes met once, and for a moment she gave him a small nod. It was gratifying, for him to see her as a leader in this environment. Gratifying, until he realized what it could mean if there was ever a real fight. When Cedric called an end, the room buzzed with tired satisfaction. He and Harry stayed behind, reviewing in chalk the patterns of movement, notes scrawled across conjured boards. Ginny's a natural, Cedric said. Neville's got heart. Zacharias might be a lost cause. Harry grinned faintly. You're a good teacher. Cedric shook his head. You're the one doing the teaching. Besides, most of them are watching you. Not if I can help it. Too late, Cedric said, smiling. You can't control what people see in you. Only what you do with it. Well, what I'm doing with it is teaching you so they have someone that they will actually follow, he said tiredly. They're watching me because I know what I'm doing, sure, and they'll listen if I give advice. But follow me into battle. He snorted. Half of them probably think they're going to end up fighting me. Maybe, maybe not, Cedric replied. In any case, they'd have to learn a lot more if they want to see you in a fight. Harry drew a line in chalk, a defensive arc shifting into a containment field. Then let's make sure what they see is ready. Here's what I think you should teach them next. When Cedric had left, Harry lingered a moment longer. The room dimmed itself as if exhaling, leaving him in that half-dark quiet he'd come to love. This was usually when he would pull out the scrolls and start training void magic again, for as much good as that was doing him. Tonight he didn't feel like it though, he was enjoying the quiet. Outside, winter pressed against the castle, cold and endless. Inside, for the first time in months, he felt the faint hum of something like peace. A calmness that extended to the next few weeks. Winter deepened, but Hogwarts felt oddly suspended, like a fortress holding its breath. The war was everywhere and nowhere, stitched into whispers and ink, but inside the castle the snow muffled everything to a dull waiting quiet. Harry had grown stronger. That much was certain. His spells came faster now, smoother, his instincts sharper than reflex. He could shape a shield without thinking, twist a stunner mid-flight to bend behind a pillar, and his magical reach had doubled without any conscious intent. He could feel it all the time now, magic thrumming through the walls, through his own pulse, as if the castle itself had started to breathe with him. And yet, void magic remained empty air. Every time he reached for it, it slipped away, like groping for a pulse in mist. He'd spent hours meditating the way Dumbledore suggested, attending to absence, and all he'd found was silence. It's like grasping at smoke that moves away from you, he'd written once, to Fleur. The letters with her had become habit. Every few days, an owl with her sharp, slanted handwriting, full of thoughts, sketches of Parisian breakfasts, sharp opinions on British weather, and gentle teasing about the mysterious chosen one and his tragic brooding. He found himself missing her between letters in a way that startled him. She was a reprieve from all of it. Someone who didn't flinch at his intensity, didn't worship him for it either. Sometimes they even talked about after the war, a world neither of them dared to define. He folded her latest letter into the drawer beside his bed, read twice over a line that made him smile. You will never find peace chasing the edge of the world, mon cher, but I hope you keep trying, and went down to breakfast. The DA was going better than anyone could have hoped. They'd gone from barely managing Protega to firing off full-powered Patronuses, the room of requirement bright with silver animals. Harry had spent one evening just watching them circle. Ginny's horse, Hermione's otter, Rose fox. Even Neville's toad-like puff of light was enough to make him grin. Umbridge, of course, had noticed the shift in the castle's energy, and responded in the only way she knew how, with paperwork and paranoia. By February, the walls were plastered with decrees so thick they creaked when the wind hit. The newest of them declared the creation of an inquisitorial squad, a team of students appointed by the High Inquisitor herself to report any subversive behavior. Daphne Greengrass was leading it. She caught up with Harry outside the Great Hall a few days after the announcement, smirking as though she'd won a bet. So, Head Inquisitor Greengrass, Harry said dryly. Planning to start with me. Tempting, she said, falling into step beside him. Imagine the headlines. Boy who lived finally expelled by girl who couldn't care less. He shot her a look. You hate her. Why do this? Because I can, Daphne said simply. I get to go anywhere. See everything. Everyone's terrified I'll turn them in. It's like Christmas. You're unhinged. I prefer motivated. She twirled her wand idly. Besides, it's not like I actually report anyone. I just gather stories. And people tell me the best stories when they're afraid. Harry frowned. You're not even pretending to be on a side anymore, are you? I told you before, she said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Sides are for people who want to outsource tough decisions. I just like knowing where the bodies are buried. He didn't answer. There was something almost admirable in her bluntness, or maybe terrifying. Either way, it was honest. As she turned to go, she added, Don't worry, Potter. If I ever decide to betray you, I'll make sure it's memorable. He laughed despite himself. That's comforting. Good. I hate to think I'm losing my touch. The fire in Snape's office burned low, throwing long shadows up the walls. The air smelled faintly of iron and burnt sage, traces of occlumency practice still lingering. Harry had grown used to this room, to its silence. To the peculiar kind of respect that had settled between him and Snape. Cold, brittle, but real. That night, though, something was different. When Harry entered, Dumbledore was already there, standing near the window, hands clasped behind his back. Snow fell faintly outside, ghost pale in the dark. Headmaster, Harry said slowly. You're early. Dumbledore turned. His face was grave, but his eyes were bright, alive in a way Harry hadn't seen for months. Harry, he said, I believe we may have a chance to strike a blow against Lord Voldemort. Or, at the very least, against his Death Eaters. Snape moved behind his desk, saying nothing. His expression was unreadable, but there was a tautness to his posture, like he already knew what was coming. Dumbledore gestured for Harry to sit. You understand, I hope, how precarious our current situation is. Fudge and his allies have spent the better part of this year undermining me, and by extension, you. Voldemort has not needed to lift a finger, he lets fear and doubt do his work for him. I've noticed, Harry said dryly. Yes. But in that, I believe, lies our opportunity. Dumbledore paused, as though choosing his words with care. I have been thinking about something you once said, Harry. That not even your enemies know where you stand. Harry blinked. That was just. Honest. Dumbledore finished for him. And true. You were sorted into Slytherin. You move in circles Voldemort's supporters watch closely. You've spoken with people like Blaise Zabini, Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis, all without exposing your loyalties. Even they cannot say with certainty which side you are on. Harry frowned. That's not. It is not deception, Dumbledore said gently. It is advantage. Snape's voice cut across the room, low and precise. Voldemort values certainty as much as fear. A boy who cannot be read is a boy he cannot control. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed. Which is why I believe he will accept a certain story. A story we can give him. He drew a small crystal sphere from his pocket. Empty, save for a faint shimmer at its core. Harry recognized it immediately. A replica of a prophecy orb. This, Dumbledore said, setting it on the table, will represent the truth he wishes to hear. Harry leaned forward. You're going to leak a story. Precisely, Dumbledore said. The story that there was more to the prophecy you heard last June, more than what I told you. That you do not believe me, and that you have demanded to see it for yourself. Harry sat back. And Voldemort will think, what? That you're taking me to the Department of Mysteries. That is the hope, Dumbledore said. He knows I would not share the prophecy with anyone else. But you are unpredictable. Slytherin, powerful, and perhaps too curious for your own good. You've questioned my choices before, and others have noticed. To him, the idea that you no longer trust me will seem perfectly plausible. Harry stared at the orb. And he'll come for it. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes glinted. You see, Voldemort has never heard the prophecy in full. Only fragments, passed through others. He must know there is more. And if there truly is a line about his downfall, if there is anything he missed, he will not rest until he's certain. Snape interjected softly, he will send others first. He will test the trap before stepping into it himself. Of course, Dumbledore said. That is what we want. The moment he moves, we gain proof. We turn his paranoia into action, and his action into exposure. Harry folded his arms. And if I can't do what you expect of me? If I still can't use void magic? Then we do not ask the impossible of you, Dumbledore said calmly. We capture what we can. Perhaps even Voldemort himself. We cannot yet kill the serpent, but we can break its fangs. It was the most aggressive plan Harry had ever heard from him, and the most human. Dumbledore's voice carried weight, the certainty of a man who had already seen too much of war to mistake caution for peace. Harry hesitated. This feels risky. Every move worth making is, Dumbledore said. But consider, Harry, this plan works because of who you are. Because you can stand in both worlds. You're the only one he cannot fully read. That, more than anything, convinced him. He looked from Dumbledore to Snape. All right, he said quietly. Let's do it. Snape's eyes flickered, unreadable. Then I will see to the subtlety, he murmured. Voldemort will hear exactly what he expects to hear. Something in his tone made Harry glance at him again. There was no bite in it tonight, no venom. Just a kind of weary resignation. Dumbledore inclined his head. Then it's decided. We move carefully, quietly. When the time comes, Harry, you will know. The meeting broke soon after. Dumbledore left first, his footsteps echoing up the stone stairs. Harry lingered in the doorway, watching the fire gutter low. Sir, he said finally, glancing back at Snape. You think this will work? Snape didn't look up from the desk. Of course, the headmaster would not risk it otherwise, he snapped, but again there was no venom in it. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He left the room without another word. Behind him, Snape sat motionless, staring into the dying fire as if trying to see something he'd already lost. By early spring, the DA had become the worst kept secret in Hogwarts history. Word spread faster than they could silence it. The laughter, the sparks of silver light spilling through cracks in the castle's wards. It was inevitable. Umbridge's latest decree came one morning, pinned over breakfast like a threat. Any student group or regular meeting not sanctioned by the High Inquisitor is hereby dissolved. Hermione and Ro had the solution within hours: enchanted parchment, binding by blood and intent. Anyone who signs, Hermione explained, can't reveal the group without paying for it. Harry didn't sign. I already have enough contracts hanging over my head, he joked. But everyone else did. The next few weeks were tense, but hopeful. The DA met less often, but with more focus, practiced in whispers, perfected shields, even silent casting drills. It felt like a rebellion in miniature. And then, as Ro later said, when it happened fast. Harry was halfway to the Great Hall when her enchanted messenger flared in his pocket. Umbridge knows about DA. Run. He didn't hesitate. By the time he reached the corridor, the room of requirement was already collapsing. Umbridge's voice echoed from around the corner, shrill and triumphant, flanked by her inquisitorial squad, robes gleaming with the seal of the ministry. Daphne was among them, expression unreadable. Students poured out of the hidden door, some hexed, others terrified. Harry darted through the chaos, helping drag a stunned fourth year out just as the walls sealed themselves shut. When the room vanished completely, it left only a blank stretch of stone, and, on the floor, a single parchment list. The names of everyone who had signed the contract. Umbridge picked it up like a trophy. Dumbledore arrived moments later. He took everything in: the parchment, the cowering students, the smug face of the High Inquisitor, and smiled. Well, he said, it appears the game is up. Harry barely caught what happened next. Fudge bursting in, the portrait of authority trembling with excitement, Dumbledore's hand flicking once, a flash of phoenix fire so bright it erased the room. When the light faded, the headmaster was gone. Umbridge stood gaping, her hair smoking. Effective immediately, she declared breathlessly, I am headmistress of Hogwarts. Harry met her eyes. He said nothing. Later, in her office, she tried to expel him, but the parchment list, for all its treachery, did not bear his name. That night, Harry stood alone by the window of his room, the cold moon reflecting off the lake. The castle felt hollow again, quieter than ever. He thought of Dumbledore's plan, of Snape's silence, of Daphne's laughter, of Fleur's letter folded in his drawer, and the way her words had felt like sunlight on an endless winter. He didn't feel defeated. Just waiting. The kind of waiting that came before something broke. 2 weeks passed, and Harry felt as though he were waiting for the sky to fall. The castle was quieter now. The DA had gone dark after Umbridge's decrees, and with exams finally done, students drifted through the halls like ghosts, half bored, half relieved, eager to go home. The inquisitorial squad still prowled. Daphne still led them with that lazy smile of hers, and Umbridge had found new ways to make even breathing feel like a rebellion. But Harry barely noticed anymore. His mind was elsewhere. Always elsewhere. He hadn't seen Dumbledore since their last silent lesson, the one that had ended with a plan. A plan to draw Voldemort out. Harry had memorized every step. Snape would pretend to weaken him the night before, just enough to let Voldemort breach his defenses and see what Dumbledore wanted him to see. The fabricated plan for Harry and Dumbledore to retrieve and destroy the prophecy orb in the Department of Mysteries. Voldemort, hungry for the truth, would take the bait. There were 2 rooms: the prophecy room and the gate room. Harry and his Auror escort were to take the orb from the prophecy room, then when Voldemort attacked they would retreat to the gate room, where the Dumbledore and the Order would be waiting. And for once, they would have the upper hand. It was elegant. Precise. A checkmate in motion. It was also surprisingly aggressive, especially since Harry still did not have the slightest idea when it came to void magic. Still, even if they couldn't kill Voldemort now, it didn't mean they couldn't capture him and cripple his Death Eaters. The night before the plan was to unfold, Harry and Snape faced one another in the dim light of the defense classroom. The torches hissed, throwing restless shadows against the stone. You will resist, Snape said flatly. And I will try to break you. As always. Harry nodded once. I know. They began. Attacks flew. Silently, violently, without pretense. There was no teaching left here, only relentless battle. Snape pressed him harder than ever before, slamming through mental barriers with surgical precision. Harry fought back, parrying intrusion after intrusion, until his vision blurred and sweat stung his eyes. He could feel Snape digging at the edges of his mind, peeling away layers, forcing open the path Voldemort would soon take. When Snape finally lowered his wand, Harry was shaking. Every breath burned. Snape pulled out the usual recovery potion and poured them each a glass. Drink, he said flatly. The taste was metallic, faintly bitter. He grimaced, as did the potion's master. It was a taste you never got used to. Snape quickly grabbed a glass of wine after and drank heartily. The familiar burn spread through Harry's chest, but instead of strength, it left him heavy. Dull. Slow. He barely noticed. The exhaustion was complete by then, a fog descending over his thoughts. When he glanced up again, Snape was watching him strangely, but said nothing. Tonight then, Harry said. He will attack tonight. Snape nodded. Then I'll be ready. The attack came as expected while Harry slept, his scar burning as defended as best he could. He stuck to the script, prophecy room, in and out, no Dumbledore. But something was wrong. He felt dull, heavy. He was still meeting Voldemort's attacks, but it felt like it was barely in time. He saw flashes of things he didn't want the Dark Lord to see, the D.A., Fleur, reaching for the void. With an effort he snapped the walls shut and forced Voldemort out, jolting up in bed as he did. He was drenched in sweat. He had followed the plan, now all he could do was wait for tomorrow. The next day passed like a dream half remembered. Owls, corridors, sneaking out just before the feast ended. The ministry was dark when they arrived, Kingsley and Harry descending into the Department of Mysteries like thieves. The torches there burned a pale, unsteady blue, and the air was thick with something ancient. The prophecy shelves stretched on forever, whispering softly as they passed. Harry followed Kingsley down what seemed like an endless row until he stopped and pointed. H. Potter was barely visible on a piece of parchment sitting underneath a silver orb, along with a question mark and two other sets of initials. He reached for the orb and its light flickered faintly in his hand. Quickly now, Kingsley said. To the gate room. Harry had to practically run to keep up with the Auror as he moved swiftly through row after row of the same silver orbs. He stopped suddenly, his eyes unfocused, as though hearing something distant. They are here, Kingsley whispered. Right on time. Run. They dashed forward just as an alarm began to ring and Harry could hear spells flying. They arrived at a portal door. Kingsley waved his wand and motioned for Harry to go first. He walked through the portal and took in the room. It was enormous and almost entirely empty, save for a giant stone archway surrounded by runes and its trembling silver veil. Symbols carved in concentric rings shimmered faintly along the floor. Harry turned back to look at Kingsley through the portal. Where is everyone else? He started, his voice failing at the look on Kingsley's face. I'm sorry, he said softly. The portal closed with a sound like a small thunderclap. Harry tried to spell the portal back open but to no avail. He was locked in. Alone. He turned to get his bearings as he heard spellfire on the other side. Then suddenly the far wall rippled. Just once, and split like an eyelid opening. Voldemort stepped through as if from a dream, Bellatrix following with a grin too wide for her face. Karkaroff trailed last, pale but composed. Potter. Voldemort said softly. You've been busy. Harry's wand came up. You're late. The Dark Lord hissed in amusement. I prefer to arrive once the noise has begun. Less predictable that way. Voldemort tilted his head toward the echoing booms in the neighboring room. My followers are dying out there. A few of them, at least. Dumbledore will be proud. He's always willing to spend lives for the greater good. He looked back at Harry and smiled thinly. Speaking of sacrifice. Voldemort began to circle, slow and deliberate. You think Dumbledore has everything under control, that he's waiting just beyond that door, wand drawn, ready to swoop in and save you. Isn't that right? Harry said nothing. Voldemort's smile widened. He's not coming. He's spent you already. Shut up. Oh, Harry, Voldemort said, almost pitying. You really don't know, do you? Tell me, has Dumbledore even explained to you what a Horcrux is? Harry blinked but said nothing. I thought not. Voldemort's tone was almost gentle now, though his eyes burned Arlet. He wouldn't want you to understand what you are. What you've been carrying inside you since the night he swore he saved you. Bellatrix giggled. Tell him, my lord. Tell him how clever you were. Silence. Voldemort snapped. He turned back to Harry, voice smooth as a knife sliding free. A Horcrux, Potter, is a vessel. A fragment of a soul, sealed away to prevent the finality of death. Mine are many. Were many. But one was made entirely by accident. Harry's stomach twisted. Voldemort gestured lazily toward him. You. That's not possible. Voldemort's laugh was soft and mirthless. Dumbledore knew. He's always known. He could never destroy me without destroying you. So he taught you to fight in circles. He sent you chasing mysteries, whispering of prophecies, and greater magic, all the while planning to hand you over at the right moment. Harry forced himself to glare. You're lying. If you believe that, Voldemort said, then tell me why he never taught you what you needed to win. Why you're here now, alone, like he's always kept you. Ignorant, pliable, easy to sacrifice when the board demanded it. He smiled faintly. And I should know. I do like to play the same game. He took another step closer, lowering his voice. There's a war happening above our heads. Dumbledore thinks it's for control of the Ministry. Fudge thinks it's for power. The Aurors think it's for peace. But none of them see the truth. Harry's pulse hammered. And what's that? That there's only ever one war worth fighting, Voldemort said softly. The war between those who understand the cost of power, and those who are willing to pay it. He raised his wand. I paid it long ago. Your headmaster thought he could cheat it. He was wrong. Voldemort began to pace again, graceful as a serpent. You see, I know what he's been doing. Gathering my Horcruxes. Studying them. Counting on me not to feel it until it's too late. He's clever that way, using patience as a weapon. But what he doesn't know is that I've been watching him watch me. I let him take the pieces he wanted, because I still had the one he couldn't touch. His gaze sharpened. You. Harry's breath hitched. I realized something, Potter, Voldemort continued. If a piece of my soul could live in you, grow in you, perhaps I could take it back. Not destroy it. Absorb it. Reclaim what I lost and take what you've gained. You've become strong. Unnaturally strong. The connection between us has refined you. He tilted his head, studying Harry like an artist admiring his work. So yes. Some of my followers will die tonight. Some of Dumbledore's will too. That's the price of creation. But you and I, we're the endgame, merging what was divided. Making me more than whole. He smiled then, small and sincere, the smile of a man explaining a truth too large for the world. It's almost poetic, isn't it? Dumbledore lets his people die and calls it love. I call it balance. Harry's wand hand trembled, then steadied. You're insane. Perhaps, Voldemort said, but I'm right. He laughed. You know, the only thing I didn't understand was why the old fool would have you wasting your time with void magic. The rest, he waved a hand lightly, was easy to deduce. Although, he grimaced slightly, as if in memory of pain. I was wrong about Severus, that has cost me much. But now I know. He turned back toward Harry, his grin sharp and toothless. But void studies. That was a mystery. Why would Dumbledore of all people have you spending time on that dead end when he himself proved it impossible years ago? Harry gave a start at that. You didn't know, Voldemort said smoothly. Of course. You're young. Knowledge hungry. Powerful, he added, almost approvingly. So powerful that Dumbledore feared even if he stranded you here, your growth might outpace his control. So, he stunted it. Gave you an impossible task to waste your time, also your strength wouldn't interfere with your sacrifice. It's almost enough to make me want to let you live long enough to see me kill him. He smiled. Almost. Harry ignored the barb. His mind was racing. The words dug through his memory like claws. Long nights staring into nothing, Dumbledore's cryptic riddles, professors quietly redirecting him away from practical magic. It rang true. Too true. Harry blinked once, slowly, and brought his focus back to the room in front of him. Cool story, he said finally. I don't care. And with that, he released his full aura. The air convulsed. Bellatrix and Karkaroff dropped instantly to their knees, gasping for air. Voldemort staggered a step, eyes flashing, but held. You want my power, Harry growled. Come and get it. Gladly, Voldemort whispered, snapping his wand forward. The fight that followed was chaos and precision blended, light exploding off black shields, transfigured shards screaming through the air, curses that carved trenches through the stone. Harry moved on instinct, every spell he'd ever learned colliding in one violent dance. Sliders, null shides, recursive barriers, he used them all. But Voldemort pressed harder. His counters were surgical, patient, as if he were dissecting Harry mid-motion. Each impact dulled Harry's edge. His mind fogged. The weight pulled at his thoughts, dragging him under. Then came the invasion. Sleep, Voldemort whispered inside him. Harry staggered, knees buckling. The world tilted. His mind screamed as the link between them flared open like a wound. He tried to fight back. His shields, his will, but it wasn't enough. He's in. Through the haze, Harry saw the flash of a memory. Snape's face, something he had missed in the moment, an extra vial in the wine, the faint flicker of pity. Bellatrix's laughter sliced through the air. He's falling, my lord. Voldemort raised his hand. You feel that, boy? That's truth breaking through the walls of Dumbledore's lies. Harry's magic shuddered, breaking apart under the pressure. The veil behind him pulsed violently, silver waves reaching for him. No, he thought. Not like this. He felt another curse flying toward him from Bellatrix. There was no time to move. He was falling, reaching wildly and finding nothing. Then suddenly he reached, not out but around what he wasn't sure. Existence. Creation. Both felt close but not quite right. It was like finding the seam in the world and realizing you could pull it open. He felt the fabric of reality stretch between his fingers, thin, trembling, infinite, and without thinking, he tore. The universe screamed. Light inverted. Sound folded in on itself. The curse unraveled midair, dissolving into raw nothing. Bellatrix froze mid-laugh, her outline flickering, then the tear engulfed her and she imploded into absence. Gone. The tear fractured, tore across the room like a massive black spider web. Karkaroff tried to dodge but one of the tendrils sliced through his leg, devouring it. The air itself lashed out, ripping his leg from his body like it had never belonged. His scream was confused and scared. Voldemort staggered backward, wand raised, his shield black against white. For the first time, there was fear on his face. The gate behind Voldemort flared and twisted, howling. Reality buckled. The runes around the arch lit one by one, blazing symbols that no human had written in centuries. Harry tried to stop it, to push it back, but the thing he had opened wasn't obeying him. It was through him, using him, power without shape or limit. Voldemort's face changed, realization dawning. He turned sharply, grabbed Karkaroff's half-body with a flick of his wand, and vanished through the same secret passage he had entered by. His voice, echoing like a ghost, drifted back. This isn't over. And then he was gone, and Harry was alone. Alone with a power slowly killing him from the inside. The void still screamed through him, bright and endless. He could feel every molecule of air in the room vibrating, every wall bowing inward. He forced the command into his magic. Stop, 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 until the storm quieted to a tremor. The prophecy orb lay at his feet, cracked and glowing faintly. Vaguely a part of him became aware the thin silver figure was speaking. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And neither can live while the other survives. The words echoed inside him, merging with the thrum of the void's energy still pulsing in his veins. He could barely breathe. The orb shattered completely, scattering to dust. Neither can live while the other survives. He filed the thought away, distant, mechanical. The building trembled. The air hummed with static. The energy inside him refused to settle. It seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own. If he didn't release it, it would swallow him. Instinctively, Harry reached for the largest structure he could sense, the wards of the Department of Mysteries itself. He grasped them, twisted, and ripped. The effect was instantaneous. Lines of molten light shot outward, slicing through the walls and ceiling. The whole ministry groaned as if alive, shaking with a deep, tectonic rumble. Debris fell in sheets. Sirens screamed somewhere far above. The energy didn't so much leave Harry, he left it, like he was adrift in an ocean paddling toward the shore. The flow threatened to drown him. He resisted. Barely. The power began to fade, cracks to mend. With the last of his strength, he seized the image of the only place that felt safe, the Plan B house, and vanished. The gate room exploded behind him in a wave of collapsing air and shattering light. And then there was nothing but darkness. Back in the prophecy room, the world was shaking. At first it was only a tremor beneath their boots, barely enough for Kingsley to glance toward the shelves of glass orbs and mutter something about structural wards. Then came the sound, a tearing sound that screamed through the walls until the very air seemed to splinter. Merlin. Tonks began, but the words were swallowed as the entire chamber heaved. Prophecy spheres exploded in waves, bursting like glass rain. Ghostly voices spilled into the air, layered and overlapping. Whispers, screams, laughter, all spilling at once. Blue light flared, bright enough to bleach the world white. Back. Moody barked. Everyone, back. But there was no direction to retreat to. The ministry itself was convulsing, the floor pitching like a living thing. Kingsley grabbed a support column to steady himself just as one of the glass shelves folded inward and collapsed, sending hundreds of orbs crashing down in an avalanche of noise. Through it all, Dumbledore stood utterly still. His eyes were fixed toward the far end of the corridor, the direction of the gate room. A wind was rising from that way, unnatural and cold, laced with threads of silver light that whipped through the broken air. It didn't move like fire or smoke. It moved like intent, as though the universe were trying to reclaim something it had lost. Dumbledore. Moody roared. We need to move. Dumbledore didn't answer. His face was bloodless, his wand raised instinctively though there was nothing to fight. His lips moved once, barely audible. That shouldn't be possible. What? Kingsley shouted over the noise. But Dumbledore didn't explain. He swept his wand in a wide arc, an explosion of golden light forming a dome around them just as the chamber behind detonated. A column of blinding white light surged upward, fracturing the floor beneath it. The noise was indescribable. Metal, glass, and thunder all trying to exist in the same breath. The world screamed, a tearing, mournful sound that pierced bone. Every magical ward in the department shattered at once. The effect rippled upward through the ministry, breaking chandeliers, cracking the glass lifts, toppling entire corridors. Muggles on the streets above would later say they'd felt an earthquake. Wizards would say the air had split open. And through it all, Dumbledore's golden barrier held, barely. When the worst of it passed, Kingsley lowered his arm from his face. The blue haze was gone. Only drifting dust remained. Status, he called, voice hoarse. Moody spat blood. Tonks. Alive. Shacklebolt. Alive. Horror Squad 2. Missing. The rest. Merlin's beard. What in hell was that? Dumbledore didn't answer. He was already moving, his robes trailing through falling dust, his eyes locked on the gate room ahead. Every step echoed too loud in the new silence. The gate room no longer looked like a room. It looked like the aftermath of creation itself. Half the floor had collapsed inward, leaving a crater of molten stone and twisting light. The archway still stood, impossibly untouched, but its silver veil had gone wild, rippling and folding in every direction, its edges flickering between substance and nothing. The ancient runes around it pulsed in uneven rhythm, fading, returning, fading again. There was no sign of Voldemort. And no sign of Harry. Dumbledore walked until he stood at the edge of the pit. His wand trembled faintly at his side. Kingsley and Moody came up behind him, eyes wide at the devastation. Is he? Kingsley began, but couldn't finish. Dumbledore's gaze swept the ruins. I don't know. Moody swore. What do you mean you don't know? Dumbledore turned, his voice distant. That magic, it shouldn't exist. Something ripped through the wards. Every single one. Not even Voldemort could do that. He paused, scanning the scorched air. There's no trace of apparition, but something moved through this space. Something powerful enough to tear a hole clean through the Ministry's protections. He looked back toward the gate, which shuddered and sighed like a living thing. This shouldn't be standing at all. Tonks stumbled up beside them, coughing from the smoke. Sir, we've got casualties. The Death Eaters pulled back through the main hall. Some didn't make it. She stopped when she saw Dumbledore's face. He knelt beside a chunk of scorched stone and lifted something half buried in the dust. A splintered piece of glass, all that remained of the prophecy orb. For a moment, a faint voice whispered from it, "Neither can live while the other survives." Then it disintegrated in his hand. Dumbledore stared at the dust for a long moment. He's gone. Moody frowned. Gone where? I don't know, Dumbledore said again, this time almost to himself. The wards show no trace of a body, no trace of disapparition, but something happened here. It's possible. He stopped himself, jaw tightening. It's possible that when the Horcrux inside him was destroyed, it released more power than we anticipated. Kingsley exchanged a look with Moody. You're saying Voldemort's soul exploded? I'm saying, Dumbledore murmured, I don't know. Not yet. We'll need to confirm what happened to the others. If they're gone, then perhaps this was the end of it. If not, his eyes lingered on the trembling veil. Then something else occurred tonight. Something we don't understand. He rose slowly, his expression hardening. Gather the wounded. We're leaving. They moved quickly through the wreckage. The Ministry was half collapsed, Aurors and Order members guiding the injured past fallen debris and flickering lights. The scent of ozone lingered in the air. Kingsley fell into step beside Dumbledore. Where to? Grimmauld Place, Dumbledore said without hesitation. We regroup there. I need to understand what happened before the Ministry arrives. You think Fudge will believe any of this? Dumbledore's mouth twisted faintly. Fudge will believe whatever lets him sleep tonight. They reached the great black doors of the atrium. The magic in the air was still unstable, crackling faintly around every wand and scrap of metal. The air shimmered in waves of residual distortion. Dumbledore looked back once, toward the ruined Department of Mysteries, where the runes around the gate still pulsed faintly in the depths. He whispered, almost to himself, Harry, what did you do? Then, without another word, he disapparated. The Order's return was chaos. Grimmauld walls groaned with the sudden rush of magic as people appeared, shouting over one another. Some were bleeding, some were silent, all were shaken. Dumbledore didn't speak as he crossed the room. He looked older than anyone had ever seen him. Report to the kitchen, he said. Now, all of you. As the door shut behind them, the noise faded, replaced by the low creak of the house settling in the dark. Dumbledore stood for a moment in the flickering lamplight, eyes far away, as if seeing something beyond the walls. He looked at his watch. There was one person he needed to see now, and he was late. Moments later, Snape collapsed onto the flagstones of Grimmauld Place, half kneeling, half falling. His left arm hung useless, bone grating beneath the skin. The metallic smell of blood filled the air. Shouts blurred around him. Molly, Lupin, Tonks, but before any could reach him, Dumbledore was there, calm amid chaos. He knelt, his blue eyes fierce and bright behind the half-moons. Severus, tell me. Snape managed a breath, then another. It's done, he rasped. Nagini is dead. The noise in the kitchen froze. Dumbledore's hand tightened on his shoulder. And the others? Snape swallowed thickly. Rookwood, Selwyn, both gone. They were guarding her. I didn't give them time to think. A murmur of stunned disbelief rippled through the room. And Potter? Dumbledore asked quietly. Snape looked up, pain flashing into confusion. What of him? Dumbledore didn't answer. That silence said everything. Snape gave a low, bitter laugh that turned into a cough. You failed. Molly pushed forward, wand in hand. Albus, for heaven's sake, he's. Not now, Dumbledore said softly but with such weight that she froze. Kingsley. Moody. With me. Severus too. The door to the smaller study closed with a muffled thud, sealing off the noise of the house. Rain drummed faintly on the roof. The air smelled of smoke and iron. Snape sat slumped in a chair, his left arm wrapped hastily, blood seeping through the bandage. Moody leaned on his staff in the corner, his magical eye whirring. Kingsley stood rigid beside the hearth, his expression unreadable. Dumbledore alone remained standing. Report, he said. Snape drew a shallow breath. When Kingsley's signal came through, I struck. Rookwood went down first. Selwyn tried to intervene, and the serpent attacked both of us. The mark burned like fire, then went cold. He tugged his sleeve back to reveal the pale, cracked remnant of the dark mark. I killed her. You can check the residue yourself. Dumbledore exhaled, the sound more like relief than victory. And Voldemort. Snape shook his head. The entire manor shuddered when it happened. The link, whatever tether he shared with the creature, snapped. He must have felt it. Kingsley spoke quietly. So Nagini's dead. The Horcruxes at Hogwarts are all that remain. Dumbledore nodded faintly. Yes. Moody's voice was gravel. Then why the long face, Albus? Sounds like a win. Because we don't know what happened to Harry, or the Horcrux inside him, Dumbledore said simply. The gate room imploded. The wards collapsed with it. That should not have been possible, and yet it happened. A long silence followed. The rain outside grew heavier, the gutters rattling. Snape looked up at Dumbledore, eyes dark and sharp. You really don't know what happened? No, Dumbledore said. There was an explosion. Magic beyond any I recognize. The kind that leaves nothing behind. Moody grunted. And the others? Malfoy is in chains, not an Avery dead along with some others I didn't know. Some may have been under Imperius, he grimaced. But it couldn't be helped. If the Dark Lord really took Bellatrix and Karkaroff with him and there's no sign of anyone. He shrugged thoughtfully. Maybe we got lucky, maybe not. But between that and Severus's work at the manor, Voldemort's ranks are shattered. Kingsley's jaw tightened. So what do we tell them? The order. He swallowed slowly. Sirius. Dumbledore turned toward him slowly. The truth, he said, but not all of it. Snape's lips twitched in grim amusement. Your favorite kind. They returned to the main kitchen, where the rest of the order had gathered in a tense, fearful huddle. The room was full of whispers and the crackle of the fire. Dumbledore stood at the head of the table, and silence fell almost immediately. His calm radiated authority, but his voice carried the weight of exhaustion. The battle in the Department of Mysteries has ended, he said. Much of the ministry remains sealed off. What we know is this. Harry reached the prophecy room and secured the orb. Voldemort's forces intercepted him. In the confusion, he was separated from us and trapped in the gate chamber. Gasps, murmurs, Remus stepping forward before Tonks caught his sleeve. We tried to reach him, Dumbledore continued steadily. Kingsley, myself, and others. Before we could, the chamber destabilized. It exploded, destroying the entire southern wing of the department. The wards collapsed instantly. McGonagall's voice broke the quiet. You're saying he's. I'm saying we don't yet know, Dumbledore said softly. But we will search until we do. He let that hang for a beat before continuing. During the same hour, our allies struck Voldemort's base of operations. Severus engaged and killed multiple high-ranking Death Eaters, Rookwood, Selwyn, and others, while also destroying the Serpent Nagini. Between those losses and the chaos at the Ministry, Voldemort's network has been dealt a severe blow. A stunned quiet followed. Faces turned from grief to grim satisfaction. Hope flickered, small and dangerous. Molly was crying quietly. He saved us again, didn't he? Dumbledore inclined his head. I hope so. It wasn't a lie. Later, when the others had gone to rest, the 4 members of the inner circle remained. The room was dim but for the coals in the grate. Kingsley broke the silence. You bought us time. But if he's still out there, Albus. I'll know soon enough, Dumbledore said. The Horcruxes I've gathered must be destroyed before he can act again. Hogwarts is the only place secure enough to finish it. Moody gave a slow nod. Then go. We'll hold this ground. Snape's voice was faint but cutting. You're assuming he's dead. That they're both dead. Dumbledore met his gaze. No, Severus. I'm assuming nothing. That's why I must see for myself. He straightened, weary but resolute. You all did what had to be done. Now I'll do the same. As Dumbledore turned to leave, the old house groaned around them, settling in the storm. Kingsley stood silent by the fire. Moody lit his pipe with a trembling hand. Snape watched the headmaster's back as he disappeared down the hall. You always said the end would justify the means, he murmured under his breath. Let's hope you were right. Outside, thunder cracked over London, and Dumbledore's cloak vanished into the rain. Harry woke to silence. For a moment, he thought he was still in the gate room, the smoke, the ruin, the deafening hum of the void collapsing around him. But when he opened his eyes, he was staring at a ceiling he didn't recognize, beams warped and blackened by smoke. He moved his hand. The air shimmered faintly around it. His magic felt wrong. It didn't hum beneath his skin anymore. It rushed, like a river trying to escape its banks. He drew a shaky breath and pushed himself upright. He was in the Plan B house, or what was left of it. The walls were cracked, half the windows blown out. There were scorch marks on the floor, and a circle of black ash where he must have arrived. Before he realized what he was doing, he had repaired all the damage with a thought. He blinked wearily, realizing he had no idea how long he had been laying there. A day, a week. His stomach rumbled enough for it to be either. He remembered the gate room in flashes. Bellatrix's laughter breaking off mid-scream, Karkaroff's leg vanishing in a spray of blood, the world splitting open like glass. He remembered power surging through him. Too much to hold, too much to even be. Then a tearing sound, and falling through nothing. Harry dragged himself to a mirror that somehow hadn't shattered. His reflection looked older, harder. His eyes, still green, still his, had a depth now that frightened him. He touched his scar. It had burned, screamed even. His vision swam for a moment and he remembered. He'd seen flashes. A ring, a pendant. Were these his dreams of Voldemort's? He couldn't say. Their connection seemed dormant though. He touched it again out of habit, but whatever had happened while he out, it was over. For now. When Harry finally dragged himself upright, the house had gone still except for the soft creak of settling beams. He sat there, breathing hard, trying to remember what real air was supposed to feel like. The last thing he remembered was the gate room, the stone floor glowing red hot, Kingsley's face, the door slamming shut. He pushed his fingers through his hair. Start with what you know. That had always been his way out of panic. Name the facts, strip them down to bones. Fact 1. Kingsley had locked him in. Fact 2. Dumbledore was supposed to be inside that room when he arrived. Fact 3. Voldemort had been waiting instead. So, either Kingsley had betrayed him, or Dumbledore had. Or both. Something didn't fit cleanly though. Kingsley hadn't stayed. He'd said something. Harry could still hear the words, I'm sorry. He'd sounded like a man doing a terrible thing because he thought he had to, not the gloating of a traitor who had won. And Voldemort hadn't mentioned Kingsley at all. He'd talked about Dumbledore's chess game, about sacrifices and setups and the prophecy. He would have gloated about another traitor if there had been one. That was who he was. Which meant Kingsley was following orders. Dumbledore's orders. Harry's throat tightened. The thought came like a knife. No matter how he looked at it, Dumbledore had served him up. Maybe not gleefully, but deliberately. Kingsley knew. Snape had to as well, but everyone else. The rest of the order. Tonks. Sirius. He shook his head in frustration. Too many questions. Dumbledore. Kingsley. Snape. Beyond that, he had nothing. No way to know who knew what, who had been in on which version of the plan. No idea whether Voldemort had survived the gate room or if the world outside even knew what had happened. All he knew was that he couldn't go back. Not yet. Maybe not ever. He looked down at his hands. They were shaking. Not from fear, exactly, but from the effort of keeping still. He could feel power thrumming through him, wild and bright and wrong, like something alive. He clenched his fists until his nails bit into his palms. Focus. He needed information. He needed to know why Dumbledore had done this. And what Voldemort had meant by that word, Horcrux. His stomach rumbled. First, he needed to eat. After another few days of thinking, feeling around the changes in his magic, and sneaking into different towns under invisibility to pick up the daily profit, Harry still had more questions than answers, but he knew he needed to move. It had been almost a full week since the battle at the Department of Mysteries. The tone in the streets was one of fear and uncertainty, with many fewer people out and about than Harry had seen before. I guess this is what happens when you keep everybody in the dark, Harry thought. He had to be careful not to leave for too long. The house itself was protected, even from owls, but his invisibility would not protect him if someone executed a locator spell when he was out in public. He tried to vary his movements randomly just in case, leaving at odd times, switching between Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley, Hogsmeade. In truth, he fell back into the routine easily. This was how he had lived most of his young life after all. The hardest thing had been to ignore the messages from Roe and his friends. It hurt more than he cared to admit, so much that he had sealed all their messengers in a room so he wouldn't hear the buzzing. He had half hoped the Roe would be here by now. She was the only other person besides himself that even knew this place existed, and she had a way here. But for all he knew, Dumbledore was keeping her locked up and already had her messenger in his possession. No, the best thing he could do for his friends was leave them out of this. If either side, Dumbledore or Voldemort, learned he was in contact with someone, that person would be an instant target. Right now nobody knew anything. For all they knew, he was dead, just like Dumbledore planned. For now that was best. Unfortunately, that meant he didn't know anything either. If only he had a way to get information out without putting a target on the back of someone he cared out. He thought about writing anonymously, or making a spectacle of showing up somewhere just so his friends knew he was alive, but he always came back to the same conclusion. Once Dumbledore knew he was alive, everyone he loved became a hostage. Suddenly a thought struck him and he pulled out his bag and enlarged it. It didn't have much, but it was where he had kept essentials, including the messengers. But had he kept all the messengers? His hand froze on something thin and square at the bottom. He pulled it out. A small leather-bound notepad, no bigger than his palm. A faint shimmer ran across its cover when he touched it. The spellwork was his own design, back from when he'd first started experimenting with linked enchantments. 2 notebooks, permanently tethered, anything written in one appearing in the other. The others were already locked softly away, but he hadn't thought about this one in years. He'd made this pair after 3rd year, right after he'd seen Daphne Greengrass's mother strike her across the platform. He'd followed an impulse, the kind that didn't make sense until later, and handed her the twin notebook before she left with her family. "If you ever need help," he'd said. She hadn't thanked him, just taken it and turned away. He flipped it open now. The last line of writing stared up at him. Her looping, mocking scrawl. "Don't get yourself killed, Potter." Ironic. That had been 2 summers ago. He had no idea whether she still kept it. Maybe she'd thrown it out. Or worse, maybe someone else had found it. Still, he reached for his quill. The enchantment shimmered faintly, still alive. That meant the link hadn't been broken. He hesitated for a long moment, then wrote. "Alive. Need information. Discretion." He waited for a minute before sliding the messenger into his pocket, the page still blank. It was maybe an hour later that he felt the vibration and pulled it back out. Then, slowly, ink bled through from the other side, forming neat, familiar letters. "Of course you do." Harry stared, stunned. He hadn't even been sure she'd kept it, let alone that it still worked. Another line bled through, casual, amused. "Same place Malfoy bought that cursed dagger last year. Midnight. Come alone." A wry grin tugged at his mouth despite himself. Of course she remembered. And of course she'd know immediately to select a place in code that only he would know. He snapped the notebook shut, slid it into his pocket, and stood. He needed information, but to get it, he needed get what he knew out there. Ironic, he had a secret connection to the one person who loved to do just that. Nocturne Alley had always been a place that smelled of secrets and bad decisions. It welcomed him now like a fever dream. Too loud, too dark, too alive. Rain slicked the cobbles, reflecting crooked lights from windows selling cursed books and bottled screams. He pulled his hood low despite himself. He was cloaked under invisibility, but old habits died hard. The first stop was information. The second was leverage. He found her outside a shuttered pawn shop, lounging like she owned the night. Potter, Daphne said when he removed the spell, her smile sharp as glass. Back from the dead. You really do make an entrance. Greengrass. He stopped a few feet away. You know it's ironic, but I think you might be the only person in the world I can trust right now. Flattery then. She smirked. I should warn you, I don't do charity work. I need to know what a Horcrux is. He looked for a reaction but found none. Is that supposed to mean something to me? Harry had anticipated this. It's the darkest kind of magic. I'm not surprised you don't know, he said, baiting her. It's like a vessel for a fragment of someone's soul. Her eyes, that had narrowed at first now opened wide. Do you have any idea how stupid that question is to ask out loud here? She said softly. There are spells that get you killed, Potter. Or sent to Azkaban without a trial. Spells like that. I need to know, he said again. And I don't have time for games. She watched him carefully. Then, with a flick of her wand, a privacy shimmer fell around them, cutting off the noise of the street. The world outside blurred. Why? She asked. Voldemort and Dumbledore are fighting over them, Harry said simply. A lie wrapped in the truth, he was learning. Her lips curved faintly. Ah. The scales fall from the eyes at last. When he didn't rise to the bait, she tilted her head. Fine. You want information. I can give you some. But first, something for me. Harry arched an eyebrow. And what's that? The truth. Her eyes glinted like quicksilver. Did you really blow up the entire Department of Mysteries? He said nothing. Because that's what people are saying, she went on, circling him. That you and the Dark Lord were both there. That the walls fell in and the wards shattered, and half the unspeakables went blind from the backlash. That you were Dumbledore's secret weapon and he lost control of it. So tell me, she stepped closer, voice low and hungry, was it you? Harry met her gaze and said, yes. The word landed like a curse. She blinked, then laughed, soft and incredulous. Wait, really? Merlin's shadow. Potter, do you have any idea how much chaos that's causing? Not my problem. Her grin sharpened. Oh, this is beautiful. Fudge is calling it a freak magical accident, the prophets blaming the Order of the Phoenix, the unspeakables are threatening to strike. No one knows what happened. And you, she flicked her fingers toward him, you just walk in here, asking about soul magic like you're shopping for tea. I want the truth, Harry said. All of it. And I want to know who's been lying. She studied him a moment, eyes narrowing. You're serious. You're actually trying to untangle something and you think I'm the person to help. She looked at him with mock concern. Did you hit your head? I can't trust anyone until I know who knew what, Harry said slowly. You said once that information was the only currency that increases in value when you spend it. Her smirk returned and her ears perked up at that. He paused for effect. And I'm going to give you a fortune. The smirk froze, surprise flickering for the first time. Oh, and why would you do that? Because it'll buy me time, he replied. And get me answers I can't get otherwise. And of course, you'll love it. Daphne's expression shifted. Fascination, admiration, maybe both. You really do understand me, she said, brushing a fake tear. Now who's flattering? He replied flatly. You like the game. The way people break when you move one piece. That's not fair, she said, feigning offense. Sometimes I move too. He almost smiled. Then you're gonna love this. He told her everything. Not all the details, but enough. The prophecy room attack. The gate room betrayal. Kingsley locking the door. Voldemort's words. His supposed sacrifice. Dumbledore's manipulation. He left out the specifics of him being a Horcrux, for obvious reasons. Daphne listened, utterly still. Only her eyes moved, sharp and bright, drinking in every word like it was wine. When he finished, she let out a low whistle. You do realize this is the kind of story that topples governments. I'm counting on it. Why tell me? She asked. Her tone had lost all of its teasing edge, she sounded almost curious. You could have told anyone. Why me? Because you'll spread it, he said. And because no one would ever believe it came from me. You're literally the last person anyone thinks I would talk to right now. Plus, he shrugged. If you do something stupid and get yourself caught, I don't have to come save you. Daphne stared at him, then slowly smiled wickedly. You really are learning from the best. Daphne's grin deepened, bright and cruel. Okay, I'll start some fires for you, Potter. Let's see who burns. She pulled out the messenger and started writing. As for your other question, go to this address tomorrow sometime after noon, ask for this person at the front. I'll message you the right name to give them. If anybody has the info you're looking for, he will. She turned to leave. One more thing, Harry said, drawing a deep breath. As far as the rest of the world is concerned, I'm still dead. Daphne thought about that for a moment and nodded slightly. You know what I like most about you right now? She asked, looking over her shoulder. Can't wait to hear that you've finally stopped trying to be good. Harry gave a faint shrug. Didn't work. No, she agreed. But this might. She paused, the faintest trace of a smile tugging at her mouth. I really used to think you were just another one of them. The ones who let themselves be owned. Dumbledore, Voldemort, your little friends, someone always holding your leash. She stepped closer, eyes glinting. But now you look different. Like someone who cut the leash and burned the hand that held it. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Unowned. Harry left her standing there, the rain streaking silver through the dark. The alley swallowed him as he walked, every step echoing hollow and sure. He passed a witch selling blood quills, a man polishing a cursed mirror, a child with hollow eyes tracing runes into the mud. None of them looked up. When he reached the mouth of the next street, he paused and glanced back. Daphne was gone. The word echoed in his head as he walked. Unowned. Did that mean exile or freedom? He had lived in exile before, and in truth he knew he could go back if that's what it took. His heart sank instinctively at that though, and he admitted to himself that he didn't want that life. Not after what he'd come to know. But his world was a powder keg, and the one thing he needed was the one thing he didn't have: time. He couldn't fight Dumbledore and Voldemort, that much was obvious. He had still barely scratched the surface of what had happened with his magic in the gate room, or what that meant for him now. He had started creating a master diagram of who could have known what about Dumbledore's plan, but outside of the core three that he knew were in on it, he still had way too many questions and no way to get them answered. But this was the one thing that could cut through all of it. Dumbledore had built his power on secrecy disguised as trust. Voldemort had built his on secrecy covered by fear. Two sides of the same coin. Leaking what really happened would hurt them both and send them scrambling to regain control. Both his adversaries worked well in the shadows. It was time to turn on the lights. The man Daphne sent him to looked too careful to ever be surprised. His shop didn't have a sign, just a crooked door between a pawnshop and a wand polisher's. Inside, every inch of space was filled with dust and paper. What you're asking about, the man said, never quite looking at him, is the sort of thing the ministry pretends doesn't exist. People used to write about it, a long time ago. Now they just disappear for knowing too much. I'm not asking for instructions, Harry said quietly. Good, the man replied. Because there aren't any. The idea's simple enough. You split the soul, usually through murder. You bind the piece to something. A relic, a body, anything that will hold it. It makes you hard to kill. Maybe impossible. But it isn't natural. And no one who's tried has ever lived to explain how. He wiped his hands on a cloth. There's a reason no one studies this anymore. Just asking can get you sent to Azkaban. Harry nodded, left more galleons than the man had asked for, and stepped back into the rain. He ducked into a doorway, pulled a Daily Prophet from his coat, and scanned the front page. Malfoy Patriarch nabbed in Ministry raid. Several Death Eaters dead or captured following Department of Mysteries explosion. So Voldemort hadn't been lying about losing people. Lucius was in custody. Others dead. It all fit too neatly. Dumbledore's plan, the gate room trap, had been built to destroy Voldemort's army and end Harry at the same time. Snape to set him up. Kingsley to seal the door. Dumbledore to oversee the cleanup. Everyone else sent to fight in the wrong room. Which meant the rest of the Order might never have known Harry was meant to die. That thought gave him the smallest sliver of comfort. He turned the page. Dumbledore's bait. Boy WHO lived used in secret experiment. The article was full of half-truths and guesses, claims of forbidden rituals, dark power unleashed, illegal magic in the Department of Mysteries. But the heart of it was right. Dumbledore had used him. Harry folded the paper and let the rain soak through it. So Daphne had started the fire. Good. Let Dumbledore scramble. Let him explain. He vanished into the downpour. He needed to see where the next lie would land. The old music room smelled of polish and neglect. Voldemort's voice, soft and precise, seemed to fill the silence like smoke. Karkaroff, he said, how does the leg hold? Karkaroff shifted his weight on the new limb. Dark steel, ashwood, and runes etched deep. Better than the old one, he said dryly. Doesn't ache in the cold. Bellatrix is gone, Voldemort said. Karkaroff's jaw tightened. Potter. Yes, Potter. Voldemort turned from the window, his reflection pale and sharp. Nagini is dead. Snape saw to that. Lucius is captured. My circle is broken. He walked the room's edge slowly. And the boy did something that should be impossible. Power without form. I felt it. Karkaroff shrugged. Then don't chase him, he said simply. Dumbledore and Ministry are in shambles as well, why not turn out attentions there? Voldemort opened his mouth to reply but suddenly hissed in pain. Karkaroff waited patiently before he continued. You advise me to leave him be. I advise you to respect what you don't understand, Karkaroff said simply. He broke through wards that have stood for centuries. Let him sit in the dark a while. See what crawls out with him. Voldemort considered this, then smiled faintly. Perhaps. A knock sounded. The door opened, and a pale witch entered, bowing low. My lord. My daughter. Daphne Greengrass stepped forward with her chin high and her mother's fear trailing behind her. Miss Greengrass, Voldemort said. Apparently, it's long overdue that we meet. She smiled faintly. I prefer to stay out of introductions. So I've heard, Voldemort said. You've been making yourself useful. You know things you shouldn't. I know things people whisper when they think no one's listening, Daphne replied smoothly. And I know when to say them out loud. You've spoken with Potter. He found me, she said. He's alive, angry, and doesn't trust anyone. Least of all Dumbledore. Voldemort tilted his head. And what does he plan to do? Nothing yet, she said. He's hiding. Waiting. Not sure who to trust, or to talk to. Voldemort's thin smile returned. Then perhaps we can use that. He paced, fingers once again massaging his temples. The Order is fragile. Their faith in Dumbledore is all that holds them together. A few well-placed truths, real ones, will break that. Let them question their leader, doubt each other, splinter. He turned to Karkaroff. We'll rebuild. Quietly. We'll plant a few loyal voices among them. Not spies. Messengers. They'll tell the Order what they think is secret. Half-truths. Rumors. Fear. Chaos does the work for us. Karkaroff smirked. You always did enjoy playing both sides of the board. Voldemort regarded Daphne thoughtfully. Continue your work. Let me know if Potter comes to you again. And child, his eyes glinted dangerously. I reward loyalty above all, remember that. Daphne bowed deeply. I understand, my lord. Voldemort couldn't see the smile grow on her face as she walked out. This was simply too much fun. The drawing room at Grimmauld Place was too full, too many people, too much grief. Arguments simmered beneath every breath. Dumbledore stood at the head of the table, his face pale with exhaustion. You deserve to know the truth, he began softly. All of it. Sirius barked a bitter laugh. Finally, Arthur Weasley, seated near the end, spoke over him. Please, let him talk. We've all seen the prophet. We need to hear it from you, Albus. Dumbledore inclined his head. Harry and I had been working privately for some time, training to use the connection between him and Voldemort. We hoped to turn it against the Dark Lord, to use that shared link to weaken him. Murmurs filled the room. This has to do with a prophecy, Dumbledore continued with feigned weariness, raising his wand. A misty orb appeared, and Sybil Trelawney's voice filled the air. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. The echo faded into stillness. That, Dumbledore said quietly, is what we were preparing for. The power the Dark Lord knows not. It may lie in Harry's bond with him. It was dangerous. I won't deny that. But it was meant to end this war. Tonks frowned. Then what went wrong? We believe the attempt backfired, Dumbledore said. When Voldemort resisted the link, the feedback destabilized the entire chamber. Harry sealed the door from the inside before the explosion. Kingsley saw it with his own eyes. Kingsley stepped forward, his expression grim. He did. I tried to stop him. He said something. It has to end here. Then the wards surged and the room collapsed. By the time we broke through, he was gone. Molly gasped softly. Lupin stared down at the table. Arthur spoke, his voice trembling. But he's alive. You said there's proof. There was a trace, Dumbledore said. A magical ping near Hogsmeade 2 days ago. We think he was trying to return to Hogwarts and apparated as close as he could, but something is wrong. If the link between him and Voldemort isn't dormant anymore. If it's reversed. If Voldemort can use it, Harry may not be himself. That would explain why he hasn't made contact. Lupin exhaled. You mean possessed? I mean endangered, Dumbledore said gently. And dangerous. It's why he hasn't come back. If he's fighting that control, or has already lost it, we must be ready for either outcome. Sirius shook his head. You're saying the kid who faced him twice might be his puppet now? Arthur bristled. Sirius, enough. We've all seen what Voldemort can do. None of us can imagine what that link feels like. Molly nodded, eyes wet. If Harry's out there, he needs our help. Yes, Dumbledore agreed softly. And we will help him. But we must be careful. If Voldemort's influence is real, bringing Harry here could doom us all. Tonks crossed her arms. So what do we do, then? Wait and hope. For now, yes, Dumbledore said. If he tries to make contact, we'll be ready. But until then, we treat him as both ally and threat. The room went quiet. Kingsley spoke last, voice low. We'll tell the others he's alive, but not safe. Dumbledore nodded once. Exactly. The truth, as far as they can bear it. Sirius turned away, jaw clenched. You've gotten very good at that, Albus. Dumbledore's eyes dimmed. Sometimes half a truth is the only one that will hold. No one spoke again. Rose sat cross-legged on her bed, the silver ring glinting faintly in her palm. Cedric leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Fleur paced near the window. Rose looked up. Harry made this for me last year. It's linked to the Plan B house. If I step outside the wards, it activates automatically. I think if you're also touching the ring when that happens, it'll take you too. Cedric managed a small smile. Like the cup in the graveyard. Exactly. Fleur stopped pacing. So we leave, and it takes us to him. Hopefully, Rose said. If he's alive, that's where he'd go. They fell quiet, listening to the muffled arguments echoing downstairs. Arthur's steady voice, Sirius's fury, Tonks trying to calm them. Fleur's voice softened. You think Dumbledore knows what it does? No, Rose said. He doesn't. That's why he's keeping me here. He wants to use me as bait. Cedric's jaw tightened. Then let's move before he changes his mind. They waited until well past midnight. When they reached the back door, Tonks was waiting in the shadows. Don't bother lying, she said. I can see it in your faces. Rose froze. Are you going to stop us? Tonks hesitated, then shook her head. No. The wards end nearest by the mulberry tree. Go there. And be quick. I assume you have a way to leave. Rose nodded slightly but didn't tell her about the ring. Why? Fleur asked quietly. Because I don't trust what's happening here, Tonks said with a dejected sigh. Questions within questions, plans within plans. Nothing feels right. And, she shrugged, because I think if anyone can find him, it's you. She said the last part looking at Rose. They slipped into the cold garden, breath misting in the dark. The wards shimmered faintly, the air trembling with power. Ready, Rose whispered. Fleur and Cedric each put a finger on Rose. They stepped forward. The instant Rose's foot crossed the ward line, the ring flared white. The world folded in with a rushing sound, like air beings. Got out of a room as they felt the telltale tug behind their belly buttons. Behind them, The door burst open and Moody's voice shouted, but it was too late. Light swallowed everything. They landed hard, the air knocked from their lungs. Dust. Silence. Cedric groaned. Tell me that worked. Before anyone could move, a shock ran through the floorboards, a deep, humming pulse that made the air feel heavy. Their limbs froze mid-motion, like invisible hands had clamped around them. Cedric's head turned fractionally. What? Wards? Ro whispered, her voice trembling. Defense wards. Fleur tried to lift her wand and couldn't. The invisible force pressed them still, magic thrumming like a heartbeat through the house. Then, somewhere deeper inside, footsteps echoed. Slow, deliberate, growing closer. The air seemed to thicken. A shadow filled the doorway. Ro's eyes went wide, and she managed to choke out one small sound. Harry. The shadow in the doorway moved. For a heartbeat, no one breathed. Then Harry raised a hand, and the invisible bindings dissolved with a crackle that smelled faintly of ozone. Ro stumbled forward first, half falling before Fleur caught her. Cedric blinked rapidly, shaking pins and needles out of his hands. Harry, Ro whispered, almost afraid to believe it. He looked different, leaner, pale, but not fragile, tempered. The kind of sharpness that came from being broken down and reforged. Then Ro was running to him, and he caught her instinctively. She clung to him, trembling. You're alive. Harry huffed a tired laugh. That seems to be the minority opinion lately. Cedric came up next, eyes bright with a mix of relief and disbelief. You have no idea what it's been like, mate. Everything's gone mad. Fleur was the last to move. She stopped just short of him, eyes shining. You should never do that again. What? Live? Harry asked, managing a weak grin. Disappear, she said, and hugged him fiercely. They all laughed. Ragged, wet, half crazed with relief. For a few minutes, there were no sides, no plans, no wars, just breathing. When the laughter ebbed, they collapsed into the chairs Harry had silently summoned. The world itself seemed to respond to him now, like it was waiting for orders. Ro was the first to speak. We thought you were dead. Dumbledore told everyone you'd been possessed, that you might be under Voldemort's control. Harry's jaw tightened. So that's his new ploy. Cedric nodded grimly. Tonks told me. Dumbledore and Kingsley are saying the connection between you and Voldemort inverted somehow. That you're the one who locked yourself in the room and tried to take Voldemort out yourself. That it backfired and now you might be possessed. Fleur's lip curled. And people believe that. Arthur, Molly, Moody, they all want to, Cedric said. They need to. But others are starting to wonder. There's tension everywhere. Some think Dumbledore's lying, but they can't prove it. Harry stared into the fire for a long time. He's lying, all right. Just not about the possession part. Ro frowned. Then what really happened? Harry exhaled slowly. The plan was to sacrifice me because I was, a piece of Voldemort's soul. He took a slow breath. A Horcrux. They all stared at him. He told them what he'd learned. What a Horcrux was, what it meant, why Dumbledore could never tell anyone. When he finished, Fleur looked faintly sick, Cedric just closed his eyes, and Ro whispered, so he knew. All this time. Yeah, Harry said. He knew. But he left out one thing. The real prophecy. Cedric looked up sharply. Everyone's heard it now. Dumbledore played it himself. Some spectral recording or something. Tonks told me about it. Same one as before. Born as the 7th month dies, marked as equal, power he knows not. He looked at Harry questioningly. It said neither could live while the other survives. Ro and Fleur both gave a start at that. Harry nodded. It's true. When the orb broke in the gate room, I heard it all. The last line Dumbledore had conveniently left out when he told me the first time, of course. He looked up, voice quiet but steady. Neither can live while the other survives. The words landed like a spell, the room shrinking around them. Ro whispered, so one of you has to die. Harry didn't answer. He didn't have to. For a while, the only sound was the fire crackling in the hearth. Finally Cedric spoke, his tone practical. All right. So we know what he's doing. What do we do? Harry blinked, then gave a half smile. We make a list. Ro raised an eyebrow. A list. Of who we think we can trust to join us, he said. People who might already doubt Dumbledore. Or who won't hand us over if they see us. There's no fighting both him and Voldemort without help. Cedric nodded. Tonks, maybe. She helped us get out. Lupin's cautious, Fleur said. He did not defend Dumbledore the way others did. He might listen. Sirius too, obviously. Rowe added. He'd be here now if we let him. Harry scribbled names onto a bit of parchment. That's a start. What about students? Ginny, Rowe said immediately. She never fell in line like the rest of her family, and she trusts me. Neville, maybe. Harry shook his head. Ginny, maybe. She was one of the quickest learners in DA. Neville is still a long way from being anything other than a liability in a fight. It's not just about spell work though, Cedric countered. You said it yourself, we're also fighting a war of information. We need believe who believe us, that's the most important thing. Harry thought for a second and agreed. Along those same lines, Luna, Rose said. If anyone still writes to her, she would believe you without proof. Dean, Parvati, maybe a few others, Cedric mused. People who saw what the DA really was. Harry nodded. All right. Small group, small moves. We don't show our faces until we know who's watching for us. Fleur frowned. The Order will try to find you again, yes. Yeah, Harry said. Locator spells. Probably every few hours. Which means they'll be doing the same on all of you soon. He smiled ruefully. I hope you brought a lot of clothes. So we cannot leave, Rowe realized. Harry looked around the burned, repaired walls of the Plan B house. Not until we're ready. The wards here are tied to me. They block everything, even scrying and trace magics. That's why no one could find this place before. Cedric leaned back. So we're stuck, hiding out while Dumbledore rebuilds the lie and Voldemort rebuilds his army. Yeah, Harry said softly. But at least now we know the board. He smiled, and for once it was truly joyful. And I'm not alone anymore. Later that night, the candles had burned low. Dinner plates still sat half empty on the table. The fire had melted into embers, casting slow, orange shadows on the walls. Cedric leaned back in his chair, staring at Harry across the table. Here's what I don't get, he said finally. You said you did void magic in the gate room, but void magic isn't real, so. Harry hesitated. That's what everyone says. I honestly don't know. Rowe frowned. So what did you do, then? He rubbed his palms together slowly, searching for words. I don't know. I was cornered. Voldemort was about to capture me. I reached for my magic, but it wasn't there. It was like I reached around it instead. They watched him closely. It felt like the world itself was too small, he said quietly. So I tore it open. No one spoke. I pulled power from something outside it all, Harry went on, eyes distant. I don't even have a name for it. It didn't feel like magic. It felt like everything all at once. And when it was over, I could still feel it. Like a tear I left behind, small now but still there. Cedric shivered. And it's still with you. Harry nodded. Always just out of reach. I can feel it when I cast. Like there's more under the surface, waiting. My spells come faster now, sharper. Instinctive. Like the magic's thinking for me. Fleur exhaled, a faint smile touching her lips. Power the Dark Lord knows not, indeed. Rowe shot her a look. You think that's what the prophecy meant? Who knows, Fleur said. But if he cannot understand it, he cannot defend against it. Harry's gaze flicked between them, thoughtful but unreadable. Whatever it is, it's part of me now. And I have to learn how to control it. If any of you had been in that room. He didn't want to finish that sentence. Cedric gave a small, grim nod. Then we'd better start learning fast. He stifled a yawn, rubbing the back of his neck. But maybe not tonight. My brain's mush. He pushed back from the table and stood. Wake me if the world ends again. Promise, Harry said quietly. Cedric managed a tired grin and disappeared down the hall. Harry rose too, stretching the stiffness from his shoulders, but as he turned toward the corridor, Fleur stepped in front of him. Her hand came up, light but firm against his chest. For a heartbeat, neither spoke. The firelight caught in her hair, turning the gold to copper. I did not know what to do with myself when you vanished, she said softly, her accent thickened by fatigue and something more fragile. I thought. Perhaps I would never see you again. Sorry, Harry murmured. Didn't mean to make a habit of it. She gave a small laugh, then shook her head. You always mean to, I think. You just don't admit it. He opened his mouth to answer, but she rose onto her toes and eyed him, slow, deliberate, tasting of warmth and exhaustion and relief. He froze, then leaned in, letting the world narrow to the space between them. When she drew back, her hand lingered against his heart. Now I know what to do, she whispered. He swallowed. Yeah, not lose you again. And before he could say anything else, she turned and slipped down the hallway, her footsteps light against the creaking floorboards. Harry stood there a moment longer, staring into the dying fire, feeling the faint hum of power just beneath his skin and the echo of her touch still against his chest. Outside, the wind shifted, carrying the sound of thunder rolling soft and distant over the hills. A week passed. The Plan B house, empty for the longest time, now thrummed with life. It wasn't home, not really, but it obeyed. Meals appeared when asked. The fire never went out. Even the light seemed to bend gently toward Harry's will. Roe filled the walls with parchment and string, mapping the politics of the order and the ministry like a general preparing for siege. Cedric handled runs to nearby towns under a glamour. Fleur made the place livable, and when her hands were busy her mind was calm. Harry worked. The strange energy from the gate room had left something inside him, wild and uncontainable. He shaped it, forcing it into a spell that wasn't invisibility or warding, but something deeper. Distortion, absence. A space within which the world simply failed to notice you. Fleur's locator charms shattered against it like glass. Even Roe's enchanted instruments spun uselessly. It's like you're not even real, Fleur murmured. Harry smiled faintly. That's the point. When it held steady for 3 days, Cedric drew a circle on the wall. Then it's time to use it. We can't hide forever. Not hide, Harry said. Reach out. They all looked at Roe's diagrams. Names and arrows, red for loyal to Dumbledore, blue for uncertain, black for gone. Cedric tapped one of the blue ones. Tonks. She still questions Dumbledore, he said. And she's predictable. Every Friday, Honeydukes. Same time, same order. Harry nodded. Tomorrow, 4 o'clock. The next day rain traced silver lines down the windows of Honeydukes. The smell of sugar and butter filled the air. Tonks sat near the window with a bag of chocolate frogs and nougat, hair bright pink under her gray cap. She looked tired. Shadows under her eyes, wand on the table. Cedric appeared then, leaning casually on the outside window. Her eyes went wide. Where the hell have you been? She mouthed. He said something low. She hesitated, then nodded, following him outside. A shimmer rippled at the edge of the street as Harry expanded the field. She flinched when he, Fleur, and Roe blinked into existence. Bloody hell, she whispered. You people need bells. Harry smiled faintly. Good to see you too. Alive, I see, she muttered. That makes 4 of you missing. You know the panic that's caused. We're fine, Harry said. Walk with us. They reached a small park at the edge of Hogsmeade, quiet but for the rain. Tonks sat heavily on a bench, watching him. You realize Dumbledore's losing control of everything, right? The ministry's about to collapse, half the Auror office is on suspension, and every headline contradicts the last. I noticed, Harry said evenly. I'm not joking, Tonks continued. There's going to be a special election. Fudge lost a confidence vote this morning. They're rallying behind Scrimgeour, want a wartime minister. You can imagine how well that'll go. Scrimgeour. Roe frowned. The one who thinks dueling solves everything. That's the one, Tonks said grimly. Brilliant, but reckless. Kingsley says he's got a hero complex the size of Britain. Thinks every crisis is a chance for glory. Harry exhaled. Sounds familiar. Tonks gave a humorless laugh. Yeah, but it's working. People want a fighter, not another politician. Fleur looked thoughtful. Then maybe that is exactly what Dumbledore needs. Someone loud enough to make the world listen again. Maybe, Tonks said. But if Scrimgeour wins, he won't be content to hide behind the castle walls. He'll take the war straight to Voldemort. and probably get half of us killed doing it. Harry's eyes darkened. Good. Let him. Tonks blinked. Harry went on, voice low and certain. The longer Dumbledore hides the truth, the stronger Voldemort gets. Maybe it's time someone took the fight to him. Tonks hesitated, studying him. Careful, Potter. You're starting to sound like serious. That made him smile. Maybe he's right. Tonks leaned back, crossing her arms. So, what's the play? You didn't drag me into your magic bubble for a chat about ministry politics. Harry didn't hesitate. You want to know the truth about the Department of Mysteries. About why I vanished. Tonks's face hardened. Try me, he told her. Everything this time, no holding back. The prophecy. The ambush. The betrayal. What Voldemort had said about Horcruxes. When he finished, she just stared at him. You're serious, she said softly. You're actually saying Dumbledore set you up. I'm saying he thought he was saving the world, Harry said. I'm also saying I was supposed to die for it. Tonks rubbed her temples. Bloody hell. You know what this sounds like. Crazy, Rose said dryly. Yeah, Tonks said. Except it lines up. Snape came back from his solo mission raving about killing a snake. And no one's seen that snake since. Because it was a Horcrux, Harry said quietly. Tonks went still. Then that means. It means Dumbledore's been sitting on a lot more than he's told anyone, Harry interrupted. And Voldemort knows it. Tonks looked between them, her aura instincts grinding against the story and finding no easy lies. And you're telling me this because. Because you still care about what's right, Cedric said. And because we need someone on the inside. You can't fix this from Dumbledore's table. You know that. She gave a short, incredulous laugh. You're asking me to spy on the Order. I'm asking you to save it, Harry said simply. Find the ones who'll listen, the ones who doubt Dumbledore's story. Bring them to us next week. Same time, same place. Tonks frowned. You're really doing this, aren't you? Building your own army. Harry blinked. I don't want an army, he said finally. I want people I can be around without worrying they're going to try to kill me. Or use me. Or hurt my friends. I don't need people to fight for me, I just want people who aren't going to fight against me. For a long moment, the only sound was the rain. Finally, Tonks sighed. Fine. I'll think about it. Don't take too long, Harry said. She met his eyes, something sparking between suspicion and belief. Just tell me one thing. Have you been talking to anyone else? Reporters, maybe. Harry shook his head. No. Because the prophets got more versions of your story than Bertie Bott's flavors. But the one that just came out, the one about you being the bait, that's the first one that actually fits. Harry smiled faintly. Then maybe someone's finally telling the truth. Tonks stared at him for a long beat, then gave a short nod. Next Friday, she said, and dissipated with a sharp crack. The field shimmered as she vanished. Think she'll come? Fleur asked. Harry watched the fading ripple where Tonks had been. Hope for yes. Prepare for no. Later that evening the kitchen of number 12 Grimmauld Place felt smaller than usual, crowded with the smell of too many candles and too many people pretending to be calm. Tonks slipped in quietly, shaking rain from her cloak and holding up the Honeyduke's bag. Sweets, she said lightly. Bless you, Molly murmured from the stove. Arthur looked up from a stack of parchments. You're just in time, Nymphadora. Dumbledore called a meeting. Lucky me, Tonks said, forcing a smile. The others began filing in. Lupin, Sirius, Kingsley, Moody, Amos Diggory, even Mundungus skulking near the door. The noise built quickly, a storm of half-arguments before the meeting even began. When Dumbledore entered, the sound ebbed away like water retreating from shore. He looked older than ever, his hair slightly unkempt, his robes wrinkled, but his voice, when he spoke, was steady as a spell. My friends, he began, I know many of you are weary. The world is changing faster than any of us hoped, or feared. But we must adapt to it. Kingsley leaned forward. The ministry's already in uproar. The Wizengamot called a confidence vote this morning. Fudge barely survived the first round. Arthur adjusted his glasses. Barely. He's done, Kingsley said flatly. The vote passed on the second count. They're calling for a special election. Scrimgeour's already declared. A ripple ran through the room. Rufus Scrimgeour? Lupin asked. The head of the Aurors. Kingsley nodded. The same. He's positioning himself as the wartime minister, promising to take the fight to the Dark Lord's doorstep. The press is eating it up. Sirius snorted. Finally, someone with a spine. Kingsley shot him a glare. A spine's not the same as a death wish. Scrimgeour has this obsession. Every time a new dark wizard rises, he takes it personally. The man doesn't just hunt monsters, he competes with them. I've seen him in battle. He pushes too far, too fast. Moody grunted. That's not always a bad thing. It is, Kingsley said tightly, when you lose good Aurors because the man leading them refuses to retreat. Sirius leaned forward, firelight dancing in his eyes. At least he leads them. What are we doing, Kingsley? Sitting on our hands while Dumbledore hides the truth. Waiting for Voldemort to pick us off one by one. That's enough, Moody barked, but Sirius ignored him. He's right, Lupin said quietly. The room turned toward him. We've been reacting, not acting. Voldemort thrives on fear, and right now we're letting him dictate the pace of this war. Arthur raised a hand, calm but firm. Charging in will only make things worse. We need unity first. Ministry, Hogwarts, the Order. One direction, one voice. Amos Diggory slammed his palm against the table. And where has that unity gotten us? My son's missing, Albus. Missing. Along with 3 others. Every week you tell us you're searching, but I don't see results. Amos, Dumbledore began softly, we are doing everything we can. No, Amos cut in, voice cracking. You're talking while Voldemort's rebuilding and our children are gone. You can't tell me what happened to them. You can't even tell me why. Silence. Molly's hand trembled slightly as she reached for a teacup. Arthur looked away. Sirius broke the stillness. He's right. We need answers, Albus. Not more speeches. Kingsley's tone hardened. Enough. You think we're not trying. You think Dumbledore's not carrying this weight already. You've no idea what it costs him. Sirius rose half out of his chair. Oh, I think I do. It cost him Harry. Sit down, both of you, Moody growled. This is exactly how Voldemort wins, by making us fight each other. Maybe he wouldn't have to, Lupin said evenly, if we had something to believe in. That silenced even Moody. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but his eyes flickered, just for a moment, with something that might have been pain. We will rebuild trust, he said finally. But not tonight. For now, we must prepare for the coming shift. If Scrimgeour becomes minister and decides to take a more active stance against Voldemort, that is an opportunity for us. Arthur leaned back, sighing. The people will follow him. The ministry will, too. We can't afford to fight on 2 fronts. Kingsley looked uneasy. Then we'd better pray he's not half as reckless as I remember. Molly placed her hand over Arthur's. If Scrimgeour can bring stability, even for a little while, maybe it's worth the risk. Tonks listened quietly from her corner, the paper bag of sweets crumpled in her hands. She watched faces as they argued, who defended Dumbledore out of loyalty, who out of fear. When the meeting adjourned, she lingered. Kingsley was already muttering to Moody about Auror deployments. Arthur scribbled notes about Hogwarts, Molly cleaning up the teacups with trembling hands. Amos had stormed out long ago. Sirius stood near the window, still pacing, still furious. Lupin leaned against the mantel, trying to look calm but not quite pulling it off. Tonks took a breath, glanced once toward Dumbledore, already deep in quiet conversation with Kingsley, and then crossed the room. Hey, she said softly. Sirius looked up, his expression still raw. Hey yourself. You see that performance? We're supposed to rally behind a ministry that couldn't find its own wand without a committee. Keep your voice down, Lupin said automatically, but his tone was weary, not reproachful. Tonks lowered hers. You both still think Dumbledore's keeping things from us. Sirius gave a sharp, humorless laugh. Think. I'd bet my wand on it. Lupin's eyes narrowed. Why? Because maybe, Tonks said carefully, you're not the only ones tired of speeches. That made them both stop. What are you saying? Sirius asked quietly. I'm saying we can't fix this in meetings, she said. We need to start talking somewhere. Dumbledore isn't listening. Lupin studied her. You've got something in mind. She met his eyes, steady and sure. A start. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Sirius nodded once. Fine. Let's go somewhere we can actually speak freely. Lupin hesitated, then followed. Tonks tossed the empty Honeydukes bag into the bin, wiped her hands on her cloak, and led them out through the side corridor. The house creaked around them as they climbed the narrow stairs, voices from the kitchen fading behind them. By the time they reached the drawing room, the noise of the order was gone, just the low hum of the old walls and three people who had stopped believing the official story. Sirius closed the door. Lupin warded it. Tonks turned to face them both. Sue. About Harry. The morning before their next Friday meeting broke gray and wet. Rain hissed against the windowpanes of the Plan B house, sliding in thin rivers down the glass. The sky hung low and heavy, the kind of weather that made the world feel quieter, like it was waiting for someone to speak first. Harry sat at the kitchen table, half a dozen Daily Prophets spread out before him. Red ink circled headlines: Scrimgeour to replace Fudge, Ministry reeling from order leaks, Potter missing, Source claims dark influence. Still reading that rubbish? Fleur asked softly as she passed, setting a cup of tea beside him. He didn't look up. You can tell a lot from rubbish. She sat opposite him, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. What are you trying to see? Patterns, he said. Dumbledore's story's holding. Most of the Order think I'm hiding because Voldemort's controlling me. Kingsley and Moody are covering for him. Even Lupin stopped asking questions. Fleur tilted her head. And yet you still plan to meet them. Exactly because of that, Harry said. I need to know how far the lie goes. Who believed it? Who helped make it? He leaned back, voice low. Tonks was easy. Cedric trusts her, and she's never been good at towing the line. But Sirius and Lupin, they're different. They've been with Dumbledore for half their lives, maybe more. If they knew about the plan in the gate room, if they knew I was supposed to die, I'll see it in their eyes. And if they did not know? Fleur asked. Then they're my way back in. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, then said quietly, Dumbledore probably didn't mean to kill me. Just the Horcrux. He probably even thought he was doing the right thing. But that's what makes it worse. He'll try again if he thinks it's necessary. Fleur's gaze softened. So this meeting, it is not to make peace. No, Harry said. It's to build leverage. If enough people learn what he did, he won't dare make another move. And if they stand with me, then Dumbledore will not be able to trap you again, Fleur finished. And you will have witnesses to remove his power. Harry nodded. Exactly. But it starts small. I need to see who they really are before I trust them with anything. Fleur smiled faintly. Then be careful. You are not the only one testing loyalty today. He looked up at her, and for a heartbeat the tension fell away. You're worried. Yes, she said lightly. But I do it with style. He almost smiled. That's not an answer. It is the only one you get, she said, standing and brushing her hand over his shoulder as she passed. Drink your tea, strategist. You will need it. That afternoon, the rain continued to mist over Hogsmeade, soft and persistent. Honeydukes. Windows glowed gold against the gray street, the warm smell of sugar cutting through the damp. From the narrow alley across the road, Harry watched through the shifting veil of his distortion field. To anyone else, the space he and his friends occupied simply didn't exist. Tonks will bring them out the back, Cedric murmured. Always does. She hates crowds. Rowe checked a small brass meter, the needle steady. Fields stable. No locator pulses. Good, Harry said. His voice was steady, but his eyes were sharp, restless. We keep it small. They'll come out. We move fast. Then we listen more than we talk. Fleur adjusted her hood. You have been rehearsing. I just don't like improvising with old friends who might be enemies, he said. She gave a wry smile. A romantic. You are not. He didn't answer. The door creaked open. Tonks stepped out first, hood up, scanning the alley. Behind her, two figures followed. Taller, broader, familiar even beneath their glamours. Sirius. Lupin. Now, Harry murmured. The field parted like a curtain. Sirius's wand was up before he even saw who it was. Show yourself. Harry stepped forward, cloak falling back. It's me. For a second, the only sound was rain on stone. Then Sirius's wand dipped, his expression caught somewhere between shock and relief. Bloody hell, he whispered. You're alive. Seems that way. Lupin's eyes were haunted. We thought. He stopped, shaking his head. It doesn't matter. You're here. Tonks exhaled sharply, a little of the tension leaving her shoulders. Come on. Let's get off the street. By the time they reached the house, mist clung to the grass like smoke. Inside, the fire burned low, the smell of stew filling the room. Fleur and Ro moved quietly, setting out chairs. Sirius looked around as if taking stock of the place. This where you've been hiding? Cozy. In a war-torn, possibly haunted sort of way. Safer than it looks, Harry said. Sit down. They did. Harry told them what happened. Not as a confession, but as evidence. The gate room. Kingsley locking the door. Voldemort's words. Dumbledore's silence. He didn't embellish, didn't dramatize, just laid it out like a case before a jury. When he finished, nobody spoke. Sirius's jaw worked. He used you. Lupin leaned forward, his tone measured but uneasy. And you're certain? You're sure it wasn't something else? Dumbledore might have been trying to contain Voldemort's magic. Harry cut him off. He wasn't. He didn't expect me to come back. Tonks spoke quietly. Snape came back from that night claiming he killed a snake, a big one. And no one's seen it since. Harry nodded. Nagini. Another Horcrux. It fits. That word seemed to darken the room. Lupin looked ill. You're saying Voldemort split his soul more than once? Harry met his gaze. That's exactly what I'm saying. And Dumbledore knew. Sirius swore under his breath. Tonks rubbed her temples. Merlin. And you're sure about all this? I'm sure enough, Harry said. Dumbledore had the others. He just didn't tell anyone how. Or why. Lupin was silent a long moment. And now you think he'll try again? Harry's tone stayed level. I know he will. He's not my enemy, but he's not my ally, either. As long as I'm alive, he thinks Voldemort can't die. Fleur's voice broke the silence. So you need the others to know the truth, so that if he tries again, he will not be allowed. Harry nodded. That's the plan. Tonks said people are already questioning him. The prophet's stories are stirring things up. We can use that. Tonks hesitated. You want to split the order. I want to save it, Harry said simply. If the order stays blind, it'll die in the dark like everything else Dumbledore's tried to protect. Sirius leaned back, expression hard. You're not wrong. The man's losing his grip. But you'll need more than truth to win this. I've got time, Harry said. Not much, but enough to see who's worth trusting. Tonks leaned forward, eyes searching his face. And what do you want me to do? Keep recruiting, Harry said. People who doubt, who think something doesn't add up. Lupin frowned. You're asking her to turn on Dumbledore. Harry's gaze didn't waver. I'm asking her to do what's right. That hung between them, heavy and quiet. After a moment, Tonks nodded. All right. I'll think about who else to bring. When the conversation wound down, Sirius stood. You've been busy, kid. Trying, Harry said. Sirius clapped his shoulder, hard enough to sting. Keep it that way. Just don't let the weight make you old before your time. Harry managed a faint smile. Bit late for that. Lupin lingered at the door. If you're wrong about him, Harry. Harry paused. You mean if I'm lying, he said plainly. Lupin held up his hands but Harry continued. It's okay, I understand. But you have to realize that there's no room for interpretation here. Kingsley locked me in the gate room and said he was sorry while doing it. Dumbledore deliberately wasted my time on a discipline that doesn't exist. Snape poisoned me the night before the operation. These are not opinions. There is no way for me to be wrong. What you have to decide is simple. Am I telling the truth, or is Dumbledore? Lupin sat in silence for a long time, eyes flicking to Fleur, to Cedric, to the strange quiet in the room. Then he nodded once and left without another word. Tonks followed, throwing a quick look back before she dissipated into the mist. When the last echo faded, Fleur exhaled softly. Well, she said. That was either brilliant or suicidal. Both, Harry murmured. He glanced toward the window, where rain still whispered against the glass. But at least now we know who's still listening. By the time Tonks, Sirius, and Lupin apparated back into the narrow foyer of number 12, their cloaks were soaked and their nerves worn thin. The house smelled of damp parchment and wood smoke, the faint echo of its old Black family magic humming through the floors. The portrait of Mrs. Black muttered in her sleep, dreaming of curses. Sirius peeled off his cloak and muttered, "Home sweet prison." Tonks shot him a look. "Careful. It's still listening." He gave a humorless laugh. "Then it's about time someone gave it something worth hearing." Lupin didn't answer. His eyes were distant, cautious. He looked like a man with a thought he didn't want to say out loud. They climbed the creaking stairs toward the kitchen. Voices drifted up. Arthur and Kingsley talking in low tones, the clink of teacups against saucers. The conversation died the moment the three of them walked in. Arthur stood. "You were gone a while. Needed air," Tonks said easily. "And sugar." She set a Honeyduke's bag on the table, a casual peace offering. Arthur smiled faintly, already unwrapping a square of fudge. "Well, that was thoughtful of you." Kingsley's eyes flicked between them. "You didn't happen to see Moody on your way back, did you?" "He went to check something in the village." Lupin shook his head. "Not since before we left." Kingsley frowned. "Strange. He should have reported back by now." Tonks forced her expression to stay neutral. She glanced toward Sirius, who was drying his hands on a towel and saying nothing, which for Sirius said everything. Arthur sighed. "Dumbledore's in with Snape. He's not taking visitors until morning." "Good," Sirius muttered. No one responded. Tonks sat down and busied herself with the sweets, listening as Arthur and Kingsley discussed the coming ministry vote. Fudge was finished. Everyone knew it. The special election was set for the end of the week, and Rufus Scrimgeour, battle-hardened, beloved, dangerously proud, was the leading candidate. The Order saw it as good news. A warrior minister. Someone who could rally the public. Tonks saw something else. Scrimgeour was the kind of man who'd rather burn down a village than let the enemy hide in it. And if he decided that Harry was the enemy? She rubbed her temple. After a few minutes, she stood. "Long day. I'll turn in." Lupin rose also. "Agreed. I think we could all do with some rest." The three gave each other meaningful last glances and headed off to bed. The fire burned low in the grate, throwing pale orange light across the room that Dumbledore had fashioned as his office within Grimmauld Place. The portraits above were silent. Even Fawkes slept, his feathers dim and curled. Albus Dumbledore stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back. Outside, rain traced thin silver lines down the glass. "I trust you saw the latest prophet," he said without turning. "I did," Snape replied from the hearth. His arm was still bound from his last duel. His expression was unreadable. "Half truth, half venom. Which makes it dangerous," Dumbledore murmured. "Half-truths are always the most persuasive." He turned. Moody followed Tonks and the others to Hogsmeade today. He kept his distance, but his eye saw them disappear behind Honeydukes. Simply gone. Snape frowned. No apparition trace. None. No magical residue of any kind. "That's not possible." Dumbledore's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. "Apparently it is. Whatever Harry touched in the gate room, he is no longer bound by the same rules. The Unspeakables report that the veil itself may have thinned. Ancient enchantments failing to reform after the collapse." Snape's eyes narrowed. "And you believe Potter did this?" "Who else?" Snape crossed his arms. "So then," he said steadily, "you've made something harder to kill than Voldemort himself." Dumbledore turned fully, and the firelight threw deep shadows across his face. "Say what you mean, Severus." "I mean," Snape said evenly, "that if the boy's strong enough to tear through thousand-year-old wards, and somehow also controlled enough to create a new distortion spell out of nowhere, then he's beyond our control. Beyond anyone's. You've spent years grooming him to die facing the Dark Lord, but now he's become something neither of you understands." Dumbledore sighed, rubbing his temples. "Yes, he does seem to be full of surprises. Yet and still, he carries a fragment of Voldemort's soul. The last fragment, until he makes more." And now he's wielded power that unmade a room with more protections than anywhere in the world but here. He paused. Harder to kill, maybe. Will he be more dangerous to live with? Snape's expression was like carved stone. That, he said slowly, sounds suspiciously like the Dark Lord's reasoning that started this whole mess. Dumbledore gave a weary smile. So you sound like me, 20 years ago. He sighed. And I sound like Tom. Perhaps I've finally learned from my mistakes, Snape said dryly. Dumbledore stepped away from the window and opened a silver box on the desk. Inside, several small vials glowed faintly, each holding something black and brittle. The others are gone, he said softly. The ring, the diary, the locket, all destroyed. I performed the spells myself. You felt the resonance. I did, Snape said. His voice was calm, but his knuckles were white. And yet the Dark Lord lives. Yes. Because Harry does. The fragment in him binds them both. Snape's eyes flashed. Then killing the boy may kill the Dark Lord as well. That was the desired outcome, the headmaster replied wearily. But now who is to say? Until I know precisely what Harry did in that room, and how it affected Tom, there are too many new variables. Snape tilted his head. And variables are dangerous. Indeed. They stood in silence for a moment, the fire whispering softly between them. Finally Snape said, "What do you think he'll do next?" Dumbledore paced slowly. "He'll reach out to the Order, one piece at a time. Test who I've lied to. He'll turn those I've alienated. And once he has enough, he'll expose you." Snape asked. "He won't have to. It will be done." Dumbledore smiled faintly. "The boy has learned my methods far too well." Snape gave a short, cold laugh. "He'll gather followers. Build his own army." Dumbledore nodded. He looked up toward the window again. The rain had stopped, leaving the night unnaturally still. Across the house, Tonks sat at her desk, a half-empty mug of tea cooling by her elbow. The house around her was quiet, save for the faint groan of settling wood. She flipped open a notebook and tapped her wand twice against the page. The ink shimmered and rearranged itself into a coded list only she could read. Lupin. Sirius. Kingsley. Compromised or watched. Arthur. Maybe. Hestia Jones. Maybe. Cedric Diggory. Too good for this mess. She hesitated, then smiled faintly and added beneath it. Tonks. Bleeding idiot. Her quill hovered. Cedric's face rose in her mind. The quiet steadiness in his eyes, the way he thought before he spoke. The calm that had replaced the old nervous politeness. There was strength there now, quiet and unsettling. And Fleur. Merlin. Fleur. The way she looked at Harry like she couldn't decide if she wanted to keep him or slap him. They were all caught in strange orbits now, everyone pulled toward something they didn't understand. Tonks sighed. We're both stuck, she thought. Both with boys younger in years and older in everything else. She shook her head, smiling despite herself. Then she turned the page and began to write. Next Friday. Honeyduke's back alley. Bring people who still think for themselves. Keep it quiet. Make it look routine. If caught, chasing a lead on Potter sightings. The words shimmered, then faded into invisibility. Tonks set the quill down and leaned back, staring at the ceiling. The Order was fraying, and trust had become the rarest commodity of all. But maybe, just maybe, truth could still buy them something. Through the window, a sliver of moonlight broke through the clouds, painting the room in pale silver. She whispered to no one, "Merlin help me, I think I actually believe in him." The Ministry of Magic still smelled faintly of smoke. Rufus Scrimgeour stood at the window of his new office, watching the city below through the haze of morning. London looked as if it were holding its breath, too many people pretending things were normal. Even the enchanted lifts in the atrium moved slower than usual, as though they too were bracing for something. He adjusted the cuffs of his robes and glanced down at the desk. Parchment already covered it. Memos, requests, reports from every department, all demanding attention. The ink on his nameplate hadn't even dried yet, and still they wanted decisions. Scrimgeour smiled thinly. Good. Let them want. There was a knock at the door. Enter, he said. Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped in, composed as ever. The man carried authority like armor, quiet but unmistakable. You wanted to see me, Minister. Sit, Scrimgeour said. And it's Rufus. I hate titles before breakfast. Kingsley sat. Then congratulations, Rufus. The election was a formality, Scrimgeour interrupted. The Wizengamot wanted a soldier. They've got one. He poured himself a cup of tea and gestured to the second chair. You've been briefed. Partially, Kingsley said. I understand you're reorganizing the Auror office. I'm more than reorganizing it. Scrimgeour leaned forward. I'm putting you in charge. Kingsley blinked. Head of the Aurors. Effective immediately. Scrimgeour took a sip of tea, then added, You're the only one left I can trust to lead. You've got the discipline of a commander and the instincts of a spy. I need both. Kingsley hesitated. That's an honor. But I should tell you, I've been working closely with Albus Dumbledore. The Order of the Phoenix operates. I know, Scrimgeour cut in, his tone even. I'm not blind, Kingsley. I know who Dumbledore's people are. I also know he's lost control of them. 4 of his students missing, Potter chief among them, and the public wondering which side he's even on. He set the teacup down. I'm not interested in suppressing him. I want to meet him. That drew Kingsley up short. You do. I want to know what really happened in the Department of Mysteries, Scrimgeour said. I've read Fudge's reports, and they're rubbish, all smoke and excuses. The public's terrified, the ministry's credibility is in ashes, and the prophets printing 3 different versions of the same disaster. His voice hardened. I won't govern blind. If there's a war coming, I'll fight it with both eyes open. Kingsley studied him for a long moment. You think Dumbledore will tell you the truth? I think, Scrimgeour said slowly, he'll tell me what he wants me to believe. But if I can look him in the eye while he does it, I'll know what part's missing. He gave a wolfish smile. The trick isn't getting the truth, Kingsley. It's knowing what to do with the lie. Kingsley inclined his head. I'll arrange it. Quietly. Good. Scrimgeour leaned back in his chair. And Kingsley, the fight with Voldemort starts here. Fudge wanted to hide. I intend to hunt. No more waiting for the enemy to strike first. Kingsley hesitated. That kind of escalation will cost lives. Then we make sure they're not ours. Scrimgeour stood and looked out the window again. The public needs to see strength. Fear breeds rebellion, but confidence breeds control. You and I are going to make them believe the ministry still owns the night. Kingsley rose as well. And Dumbledore. Scrimgeour's smile thinned. If he's with us, I'll use him. If he's against us, I'll outshine him. He turned from the window, eyes hard as flint. Either way, Kingsley, this war's mine now. Kingsley gave a slow nod. I'll send word when the meeting's set. Good man. Scrimgeour paused, then added, Oh, and Kingsley. Yes. Tell Dumbledore I'm not Fudge. He'll understand the difference. The rain had turned relentless, hammering the old windows of Grimmauld Place with a steady, hollow rhythm. It filled the silence between voices, a constant reminder of how little comfort even this house could offer. The drawing room fire burned low, casting long shadows. Tonks sat forward in an armchair, elbows on her knees, her usually bright hair dulled to a deep auburn. Sirius paced behind her, restless, while Lupin leaned against the mantel. Across from them, Arthur and Molly Weasley shared the love seat, faces pale and drawn. Arthur broke the quiet first. You said this couldn't wait. Tonks nodded. It can't. We need to talk about Dumbledore. Molly's eyes flickered sharply. What about him? Sirius turned, his voice low and tight. Whether we can still trust him. Molly bristled. Sirius Black, how dare you? Because, Sirius interrupted, he tried to kill my godson. The words hit like a blow. The room went dead still. Arthur blinked. You can't be serious. He is, Remus said quietly. And I think you should hear him out. Tonks leaned forward. We spoke to Harry. Molly gasped. Arthur's teacup froze midair. You, what? He's alive, Tonks said. With Fleur, Cedric, and Rowena. They're safe, for now, somewhere the Order's locator spells can't reach. Molly's voice trembled. Then why hasn't he come back? Why is he hiding? Sirius's jaw tightened. Because Dumbledore locked him in a room with Voldemort and called it strategy. Sirius, Remus said quietly, but he didn't correct him. Arthur's face had gone white. That's an extraordinary accusation. It's not an accusation, Tonks said. It's what happened. Kingsley locked the door. On Dumbledore's orders. Voldemort was waiting on the other side. Arthur shook his head. That can't be true. Albus. Albus has been keeping secrets since before any of us were born, Sirius snapped. This is just one more. Molly clutched at her husband's arm. You can't expect us to believe. Arthur, Remus said softly, do you remember when the serpent attacked you? When you nearly died? Arthur's breath caught. Of course. Harry's the one who saw it, Remus said. He felt it. Before it happened. That wasn't a vision, it was a link. Voldemort's soul was in that snake. Dumbledore knew. He's known for years. Arthur stared at him. You're saying. I'm saying Harry's connected to him. Deeply. Maybe fatally. Remus hesitated, then added, Dumbledore thinks Harry's carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul. That's why he's been training him, hiding him, and, maybe, why he thought that fight could end it. Arthur exhaled shakily. He's a what? Tonks said the word softly. A Horcrux. Molly's hand flew to her mouth. Dear Merlin. Arthur sank back, the color draining from his face. That's dark magic. Ancient. Forbidden. Exactly, Remus said. And it explains everything. Why Dumbledore never told the full truth. Why Harry's connection to Voldemort was both his weapon and his curse. Molly shook her head, trembling. I can't. I won't believe he meant for Harry to die. I'm not sure he meant to, Sirius said. But he planned for it. He's always 3 steps ahead, even when it costs him people. Arthur rubbed his temples. And what are you suggesting, Sirius? That we abandon him. I'm suggesting we make him answer for once, Sirius said, his voice firm. No more secrets. No more. Trust me. We bring him to the table and demand the truth. About the Horcruxes, the prophecy, all of it. Tonks nodded. Because if we don't, he'll keep treating us like pawns. And I don't intend to die on someone else's chessboard. Molly looked between them, her eyes glassy. And if you're wrong, then I'll take the blame, Tonks said softly. But if we're right, and we keep quiet, Harry dies for real next time. The rain beat harder on the window. Arthur's expression was unreadable. We'll think on it. Sirius nodded once. That's all we ask. They rose together. When the door closed behind them, the fire guttered low, and the house seemed to hold its breath. Upstairs, Fred was crouched by the door, ear pressed tight to the crack. When the footsteps faded, he glanced back. Well, he muttered, that was cheerful. George grinned humorlessly. Cheerful's not the word I'd use. Ron sat on the edge of his bed, scowling. So they're all losing it. Great. Ginny leaned against the wall, arms folded. They're saying Dumbledore tried to kill Potter. Hermione looked up sharply from her spot on the rug. Harry. Ginny rolled her eyes. Fine, Harry. But you heard them. Fred nodded. And the bit about that, whatever. Horcrux, George supplied. No idea what it means, but it sounds bad. Hermione frowned. I've never heard the word before, not in restricted section book even. Which means, Fred said, we definitely need to know what it is. Ron gave a short laugh. And how do you suggest we do that? Asked Dumbledore nicely. Maybe not Dumbledore, George said. But there are other people with books. We could. Stop it, Ginny cut in. You're all acting like this is some kind of adventure. It's not. People are dying. And you want to play detective. Fred's expression softened slightly. Maybe we want to stop being the only ones in the dark. Hermione met Ginny's glare. We're not doing this for fun. We just need to know the truth. Ron frowned. About Potter. Hermione nodded. About everything. Why Dumbledore's lying, what a Horcrux really is, and what happened that night in the Department of Mysteries. George leaned back against the wall. You think Potter's really gone dark? Hermione's eyes flashed. No. I think he's angry. And he has every right to be. That landed heavier than she expected. Ginny looked away. Fred and George exchanged a glance, both suddenly somber. So what, then? Ron said finally. We spy on the Order. Hermione took a deep breath. We listen. We take notes. We watch what they don't say, not just what they do. And if we can, we find out what a Horcrux is. Fred grinned faintly. The old Gryffindor curiosity. The old Gryffindor stupidity, George muttered. But neither of them sounded like they meant it. Ginny crossed her arms tighter. This is going to get us killed. Hermione stood. Maybe. But ignorance will get us there faster. The room fell quiet, save for the rain and the creak of the old floorboards. Outside the window, lightning flashed over London, distant, but drawing closer. Rufus Scrimgeour's office still smelled of fresh polish and smoke. The previous minister's portrait had been removed, the walls newly painted, but Fudge's cologne clung stubbornly to the drapes, the scent of fear and indecision. Scrimgeour hated it. He stood at the window, arms folded behind his back, watching owls crisscross the gray morning sky above the ministry atrium. The building felt different today, taut, alert, humming with expectation. It was his now, his to steady, his to weaponize. The door opened. Headmaster Dumbledore, Scrimgeour said without turning. Punctual, as always. That's something. Congratulations on your victory, Dumbledore said mildly, taking a seat opposite the heavy oak desk. The ministry will be in capable hands. Let's hope so, Scrimgeour said, sitting. For all our sakes. There was a pause as he studied the older wizard. Dumbledore looked calm. Serene even, but there was an unmistakable weight behind his eyes, as if he was calculating 10 moves ahead. Scrimgeour steepled his fingers. I imagine you know why I asked you here. I can make a fair guess, Dumbledore said. You've inherited a difficult war. I inherited more than that, Scrimgeour said, leaning forward. I inherited secrets. Dumbledore's brow lifted slightly. Secrets. About the Department of Mysteries. Scrimgeour's voice was clipped, formal. About a prophecy. About the boy who lived. And what, precisely, he is. He slid a thin folder across the desk. Dumbledore didn't reach for it. He simply waited. There are reports, Scrimgeour said, that Harry Potter was used as bait in an operation gone wrong. That Kingsley Shacklebolt locked him in with you-know-who on your orders. That he survived something no one should have survived. And that you are now searching for him not to protect him, but to contain him. The air between them went cold. Rumors travel quickly, Dumbledore said. Particularly when the truth is inconvenient. Scrimgeour smiled thinly. I deal in inconvenient truths, Albus. And here's one I'd like clarified. Is Harry Potter a Horcrux? For the first time, Dumbledore's composure wavered, a flicker, gone as soon as it appeared. I beg your pardon. You heard me. Scrimgeour's voice was sharp now, honed to an edge. I've heard the word whispered in the Auror offices, in unspeakable circles. A fragment of soul, a vessel. I'm asking you directly. Dumbledore's answer was slow, deliberate. Harry Potter is no dark artifact, Minister. He was a boy marked by a curse, nothing more. Scrimgeour leaned back, gaze hard as flint. You misunderstand me. Do I? I'm not asking because I fear him, Dumbledore. I'm asking because if it's true, if that boy carries a piece of Voldemort inside him, then under ministry law, he's already condemned. You know what we do with cursed vessels. Containment. Then destruction. Dumbledore's voice went quiet. You speak of him as though he were an object. If he's a Horcrux, Scrimgeour said flatly, then he is. The silence that followed was long and heavy. Even the rain on the window seemed to hesitate. When Dumbledore finally spoke, his tone was icy. You are not ready for this war, Minister. Scrimgeour didn't flinch. I was born for it. He reached for his wand. Not in threat, but authority. We will continue this discussion when the facts are clearer. I suggest we bring in Kingsley. He was there that night, and his recollection will be instructive. Scrimgeour's expression didn't change. Bring him in. As Dumbledore turned toward the door, Scrimgeour's voice followed him, calm, deliberate. Headmaster, whatever the truth is, it won't stay buried. If the boy is alive, I'll find him. And if he's what I think he is, I'll do what you couldn't. The door shut behind Dumbledore with a soft click. The office stayed silent for a long time, save for the low hiss of rain. Then Scrimgeour looked down at the folder on his desk. Stamped across the top, in red ink. Potter. Active threat. Containment recommended. Grimmauld Place had never felt smaller. The fire crackled in the grate, but no one seemed warmed by it. Order members crowded shoulder to shoulder around the long table, the old guard and the young, the loyal and the questioning, all waiting for Dumbledore to speak. At the far end, he stood with his hands folded, every inch the headmaster, calm, composed, eyes tired but resolute. When he finally spoke, the room went still. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice," he began. "I realize many of you have questions about recent events, questions I should have addressed sooner." Tonks and Sirius exchanged a glance. Kingsley stood near the fireplace, posture rigid. Remus sat beside Molly and Arthur, his expression caught between fatigue and concern. Dumbledore continued, his voice even. "You have heard conflicting stories about what happened in the Department of Mysteries. Allow me to clarify." He paused, a deliberate moment to gather the room's attention. When he looked up, his eyes met Sirius's directly. "The truth," he said, "is that I made a grave miscalculation. One that cost us dearly." Sirius's jaw tightened. Tonks crossed her arms. "Harry," Dumbledore went on, "possesses a connection to Lord Voldemort, a fragment of his soul, bound to him since infancy. It has been both a burden and a weapon, one we have sought to understand and, ultimately, to sever." There was a low murmur. Molly's hands flew to her mouth. Arthur sat forward, stunned. "You're admitting it," Tonks said flatly. "You used him." Dumbledore's gaze flicked toward her. "I used the connection, not the boy." "Semantics," Sirius muttered. Dumbledore ignored the barb. "In the gate room, my intent was to end that connection, permanently. I believed it would destroy the fragment of Voldemort's soul, and, yes, I feared it might also destroy Harry himself. I hoped otherwise." Remus's voice was quiet, strained. "And you didn't tell anyone?" "I could not," Dumbledore said. "Knowledge of Horcruxes is forbidden. Even mentioning the word risks Ministry sanction. It was a secret that, if mishandled, could doom us all." Tonks's eyes flashed. "So you made that choice for us?" "For him," Dumbledore corrected. "For everyone." Sirius stood abruptly. "You don't get to say that. You locked him in with Voldemort, Albus. You didn't save him. You sentenced him." Dumbledore didn't flinch. "And yet he survived." The silence that followed was heavy. Only the fire crackled, casting the room in restless orange light. Dumbledore drew a slow breath. "I have since met with Minister Scrimgeour. He is aware of the situation and has mobilized the Unspeakables to study the possibility of removing the Horcrux, safely." Arthur frowned. "So there's a chance. You could save him." "Perhaps," Dumbledore said softly. "But first, we must find him. The minister believes he is a danger, to himself, and to us." Sirius barked a bitter laugh. "And what's the plan, then?" "Drag him in chains to your little laboratory. Call it mercy." Remus rose. "Sirius." "No," Sirius snapped. "He needs to hear this. You all do. The Order isn't a bloody experiment. Harry isn't your instrument. He's my godson." Dumbledore's voice stayed calm, but it had gone cold. "You mistake necessity for cruelty. And you mistake control for wisdom," Sirius shot back. Molly stood, her voice trembling. "Please. This isn't helping. We all want to bring Harry home safely." "Home," Tonks said. "To what, Molly?" "To a world that's decided he's the enemy." "Enough," Remus said firmly. "Dumbledore made a mistake, but he's trying to fix it. We can't fracture now, not with the Ministry involved." Kingsley finally spoke, his deep voice measured. "The Ministry is already moving. Scrimgeour believes Potter may be compromised. If they find him before we do, it won't be a rescue." Tonks looked from Kingsley to Dumbledore, realization dawning. "You told him." Dumbledore met her gaze evenly. "I told him what was necessary." "Merlin's beard," she whispered. "You really think you're the only one who gets to decide what that means?" Sirius slammed his hand on the table. "We're done taking orders." Remus's eyes pleaded with him. "Don't do this, Padfoot." But Sirius was already heading for the door. Tonks followed, jaw set. "You can't fix this, Remus. Not this time." "Alistair," Dumbledore said quietly. "I." Moody grunted, already moving. The door slammed behind them. For a moment, nobody spoke. The fire hissed, spitting sparks. Then Molly whispered, "Albus, tell me you know what you're doing." "I know what must be done," Dumbledore said, though his voice carried the faintest crack. Harry must be found. Before the Ministry, before Voldemort. He is the key to ending this war, one way or another. Arthur nodded slowly. Then let's hope he still wants the same thing. The next morning a burst of owls filled the kitchen as the order gathered for breakfast. Dozens of daily prophets fell to the table, still damp from rain. The headline screamed across the front page in black ink. Potter declared Dark Lord. Ministry issues capture order. Containment for the greater good. A grainy moving photograph showed Harry's face from a year ago, cold eyes and shadowed lighting making him look almost sinister. Below it, a smaller subheadline read. Sources within the Auror office confirm the boy is no longer in control of his own magic. Molly gasped. Arthur went pale. Sirius's name wasn't mentioned, but his absence from the table said enough. From the window above, a small gray owl perched on the sill, watching the stunned silence below. It gave a soft hoot, then took off into the storm, heading west. The newspaper lay in the middle of the table, the ink still damp. Harry stared at it for a long time without speaking. Across the headline, bold, merciless letters, ran the words. Potter declared Dark Lord. Below, a moving photograph caught his 17-year-old face in half shadow. Every few seconds, the image flickered, a boy between anger and exhaustion, the sort of expression anyone could paint as dangerous if they wanted to. Rose slammed the paper shut, her jaw tight. That's it then. They've officially lost their minds. Cedric frowned, leaning forward. It's not madness. It's strategy. They want control of the narrative, same as Dumbledore. Yeah, Rose said bitterly. Except this one sticks. You can't come back from being called a Dark Lord. Harry's voice was quiet. I don't need to. They all looked at him. He met their stares calmly. If the truth scares them more than the lies ever did, then fine. Let them be afraid. Cedric exhaled through his nose. Okay, you actually sounded like a Dark Lord there. Harry didn't rise to the bait. He just looked out the window, the wind pulling at the rain-soaked grass. Maybe that's the point. The silence that followed was heavy, the kind that fills a room like smoke. Then Fleur stood. Enough. Her tone was gentle but left no room for argument. She stepped behind Harry, resting her hands on his shoulders. You are not him. You are not even close. Do not start believing their story, Mon Cur. His posture softened, but he didn't look up. It's not that simple. It is, she said. They can twist the truth, but they cannot change who you are. Rose crossed her arms. They're sure trying. Let them, Fleur said sharply. We know better. Her voice was like flint, beautiful and hard. She turned to the others. You two, go through the list again. Who can Tonks trust? Who might follow her? We meet them tomorrow. We cannot be late. Cedric and Rose exchanged a look and left the room. For a moment, the world was quiet again, only the soft patter of rain against the windows, and the faint hum of Harry's distortion field filling the house with its strange, comforting pressure. Fleur moved around the table, gathering up the newspapers one by one. She paused when she reached the last one, the headline glaring up from the page. She traced a finger over the photo. You look so young. I was, he said. You still are, she said softly. He gave a humorless laugh. I don't feel it. She sat beside him, her hand finding his. Then let me. He looked at her, startled. What? Feel it for you, she said simply. You can be the weapon for everyone else. For me, you can still be the boy who hates tea but pretends to drink it anyway. That earned her a faint smile. You remembered that. I remember everything about you, she said. Even the things you try to hide. He exhaled slowly, the edge in his shoulders finally breaking. They think I'm a Dark Lord. They think wrong, she whispered, leaning closer. You are a storm, and storms cleanse as much as they destroy. Harry hesitated, then ed her, soft at first, then deeper, drawn by a need neither of them could name. When they finally pulled apart, the distortion field pulsed faintly, reacting to him like a living thing. Fleur's eyes widened slightly. You felt that too. Yeah, he said. It's getting stronger. The field's anchored to me now. It's not just a shield anymore. It's aware. Alive? She asked. Maybe, He said. Whatever it is, I can shape it without thinking. Locator spells bounce off it. Wards dissolve when I touch them. It's like, magic knows I'm coming. She studied him carefully. Does that frighten you? He thought about it. A little. Good, she said, brushing her thumb across his cheek. Only fools aren't afraid of their own power. He nodded once, the ghost of a smile on his lips. You really do worry stylishly. That earned a soft laugh from her, a sound that made the dark room feel warmer. Later that night, the four of them gathered again around the map of Hogsmeade. The air shimmered faintly, the distortion field humming in rhythm with Harry's heartbeat. Ro tapped the parchment with her wand. Honeydukes, back alley entrance. Same as before. Tonks and Sirius will come alone. We'll stay cloaked in the field until we're sure. Cedric looked up. And if it's a trap? Harry's eyes didn't waver. Then they'll never know we were there. Ro frowned. That easy. He flexed his hand, a faint ripple distorting the air above his palm. It's getting easier every day. I'm fairly confident I could extend it to half the village if I needed to. Fleur met his gaze across the table. Then we make sure we get our people, no matter what. He nodded once. Deal. They sat in silence for a moment, four shadows against the firelight, the storm raging just beyond the walls. Outside, the wind shifted, carrying with it the faint echo of thunder. Harry lay awake that night, staring at the ceiling beams above him. Fleur's breathing was steady beside him, her hand resting lightly on his chest. Every few seconds, the wards, or was it his distortion field? The two had blended in his mind. Whatever it was now shimmered faintly in rhythm with his thoughts, a reflection of his unease. He turned toward her. If something goes wrong tomorrow, then we fix it, she said, eyes still closed. Together. He smiled faintly. You're so sure we can? It was both a statement and a question. Of you, she murmured. Always. He reached up, brushing a strand of silver hair from her face. I don't deserve you. Non, she said sleepily. But you have me anyway. He keyed her forehead and lay back again, watching the soft glow of magic drift through the air. Outside, miles away, an old man with a magical eye watched the same storm roll in from a hill above Hogsmeade. Moody's cloak whipped in the wind as he muttered to himself, eye spinning toward the forest. They'll come, he growled quietly. They always do. He turned back toward the village lights below, where a dozen oars were scouting their positions for the next day. Rain continued to sweep through Hogsmeade in thin silver sheets, rattling against the shutters of Honeydukes. The village was mostly dark, just the distant flicker of lamplight and the hum of various shop wards thrumming faintly above the cobbled streets. Tonks and Sirius moved quickly down the back alley, their cloaks heavy with rain. The old wooden door was ajar, the faint scent of sugar and damp air drifting out. This feels wrong, Tonks murmured, her eyes scanning the shadows. Sirius's voice was low. Everything's wrong these days. They stepped through the door and into the quiet, empty shop. The air was thick with the sweetness of chocolate and the sharper scent of fear. Tonks flicked her wand once. Nothing. No ward ripples, no flared charms. It was too quiet. They're close, Sirius said, jaw tight. I can feel it. From a small rise a block away, under a sodden invisibility cloak, Mad Eye Moody watched them go. His magical eye whirred, looking through walls, through rain, searching for the space between things. Hold positions, he muttered into his sleeve. Around the square, a score of oars melted out of the mist. Quiet, practiced, a net both physical and magical. Moody's plan was not to see Harry directly, it was to see what the rest of them could not. We can't track him by light or heat, he'd told them. But we can track where there's nothing. Where the wards and spells go odd. Where the magic refuses a point. He tapped his eye. When the world pretends there's empty air, that's where he bides. We'll herd that nothing into a place we can shut off. Rain hissed against the cobblestones. A few streets away, the world trembled faintly. Harry and the others stood just inside his distortion field, the air around them bending and rippling in time with his pulse. Tonks and Sirius just went in, Ro whispered, watching a faint readout on the brass meter she kept tuned to the field. Something is active out there. Cedric's jaw flexed. They're circling. Harry's hand hovered over the edge of the field. The distortion hummed against his skin. Perceptive now, reacting to intent as much as will. They're trying to surround us, he said quietly. Will it hold them? Fleur asked. Yes, he said. At least long enough, he corrected. Rowe tapped the map. Tonks wants a signal. One flash from Honeydukes means all clear. Two means trouble. Then we wait, Cedric said. They waited. Hermione had insisted on watching from above. She'd convinced the other three to come with her. Curiosity, guilt, and a sense that they were owed this truth. Perched on a chimney, she peered through the rain and tried to steady her breathing. Careful, Fred murmured. We move at the first sign. Ron huddled behind her, expression pale. If we get seen. You won't, Hermione said, but her voice cracked. They edged closer, using the dark to hide their shapes. The alley below slid wet and silver beneath them. From this height they could see the door of Honeydukes, the empty street, and the darker patch beyond where the field should be. Hermione shaded her eyes. There, she whispered. For a beat she thought she saw a shimmer, then nothing, then a gap where the rain didn't fall quite right. Her wand hand shook as she raised her eyes. Move, she breathed. Below, Moody's oars were patient, disciplined. They crouched in the folds of the shadows, listening for that single thing that would give the location away, the refusal of magic to settle on a point. It was an ugly sort of tracking, but it worked. Where there was a hole in the weave, his men could feel it like a chill. On my mark, Moody croaked. His eye spun. Now. A single oar stepped from cover, wand raised and certainty thick in his voice. Surrender now, in the name of the ministry. There was a beat of silence. And then, a shape slipped from the roof and the oar reacted badly. Maybe he'd seen a glove, maybe a flash of boot. Whatever it was, his wand went up without thinking. Blaster! Someone shouted. The bolt unerringly found the shadow where Hermione had slipped. Hermione fell, bone snapping as the spell grazing her shoulder. Fred lunged and grabbed her, but the movement was clumsy in the sodden dark. Tonks shouted from the alley, racing forward, and an oar, seeing motion, fired again. The world tilted. Harry didn't mean to step into the light, he moved on instinct, seeing a friend in danger. He slid from the field like a wave from a wall, appearing between the oars and the rooftop as though he had been there all along. The second bolt meant for Hermione struck the air where she'd been standing and vanished in a rush of static. Harry reached out in a motion so small it could have been a shrug. The bolt curved and died against nothing. An oar saw him then. Really saw him, eyes wide, mouth open. There. Don't, Tonks shouted, the command urgent. But the damage was done. Moody's voice cracked over them. Hold your positions. He sounded older than his years. He's there, somewhere. Do not fire unless you. A second oar, panicked at the sight of movement on the rooftop, fired again. The bolt streaked close, too close. Harry turned without thinking. His hand rose, not in a practiced wand motion but like a pulse of wool, and the spell folded inside itself. The bolt slid harmlessly along the cobbles and flared out in a spray of ash. The oar who had fired dropped to his knees, hands to his ears. Merlin. Get down. Sirius roared, darting forward, but he was too late. Another spell punched the air between them, an angry, reflexive throw. It lost momentum halfway, as if the spell itself refused to obey. Harry moved like a current. He caught Hermione's falling form with both arms and slid her to the ground next to him as if she weighed nothing. Ron's face was ashen. Fred and George moved immediately and started dragging her injured form back into the shadow of the alley. Potter. Moody rasped, horribly precise. Stand. Surrender for the ministry. Harry looked up at the old man, rain plastering his hair to his skull. He was breathing hard. Fog clung to his lashes. For a moment the people around him were a blur. Tonks, soaked to the bone. Sirius, hands clenched. A dozen oars with wands trembling. The kids, frozen on the rooftop like captured birds. With a start Harry realized where he was. Tell your people to stop shooting at students first, he snapped at Moody, gesturing toward the now visible group he had just saved. I'm sorry, sir. One of the oars snapped. I saw a distortion and... Enough. Moody snapped. The students are not the target, let them go. Potter, he barked, I'm moving rapidly. Surrender and come with me and we can end it here. Harry pretended to be thinking while Hermione and the others scrambled back off the roof. Then he smiled. Not warm, not kind, but certain. No. Don't be stupid, you're surrounded, Moody said sharply. Surrender. You've seen we can find you. Harry's laugh was sharp and incredulous. You can find me, he said quietly. Sure. When you attack bystanders by accident and I come out to save them, then you can find me. Good plan. Just drop your wand and shut up, Potter, Moody snarled. Harry didn't. He didn't even lift it. He stepped forward instead, and the air moved with him like a thing obeying a shape. Sirius leveled his own wand at the oars in a reflexive show of authority. Stand down, he barked. You're on the wrong side if you. A red jet of light lanced out of the darkness, fast and murderous and intended to end movement. It struck the cobbles and tore up the air where Sirius had been standing, and then ceased, as if the world refused it. The oars froze as the ground trembled. Harry's magic rippled outward in concentric circles and the rain stilled as if someone had put a hand over the sky. For a heartbeat, everything was held in a glass sphere. The dripping moss, the smell of wet parchment, the taste of fear. Then the field contracted like a fist and released. Everyone within that tiny scar of changed air dropped where they stood, not killed, not even burning, but emptied of strength, collapsed as if the strings that moved them had been cut. Spells fell harmlessly from twitching fingers. Wands spun from slack hands and hit the stone with small, dull clacks. Tonks crashed to her knees, shock blocking the breath in her lungs. Sirius slumped, the ferocity gone from his face. Moody hit the ground and the world bled around him, his eye kept spinning uselessly. A hush, thick and stunned, fell. Harry stood in the middle of it all, rain beating on his hair. The field around him twitched and settled, like an animal folding in on itself. He felt the power buzzing through him, bright and too large and intimately alien. It frightened him in a way he'd never let himself admit. Tonks, voice came out as a whisper. What just happened? He looked at her, at Sirius, at the stunned oars. I guess that ended the only way it could, he said slowly. They're alive, he answered the question in her face. And unharmed aside from a few bruises I think. Cedric came up and helped Tonks to her feet. Not sure this is gonna be great for your Dark Lord image, he said wryly. No, Harry sighed. No, I don't suppose it will. They sat in silence for a moment. Ro moved first, voice clipped and efficient. We leave now. 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 She had walked over to the group of students, took Hermione's hand and helped her up. Cedric, get the others. Harry, we go. Fleur's fingers closed on Harry's wrist, hard. We can't keep doing this for show, she said, voice raw. You risk too much. He met her eyes. I know. But this time, he gestured at Tonks and Sirius. It was worth it. She nodded and hugged him gently. Can we apparate straight out, or did they set type of wards that will track us? Ro asked Harry. He concentrated but felt nothing. I can't be sure, he said finally. I can't feel anything, but they were obviously prepared to track us at least somewhat. Then let's get some distance before we try. Harry nodded. He cast one last quick look at Moody and the fallen oars, a man he had honestly hoped to call mentor sprawled and bloodied, a dozen sworn protectors unconscious in a ring around them. The thought that he had to find another way, that killing or incapacitating the Order's men might not buy him the freedom he wanted, pricked at the back of his mind. He kept it there, a splinter he could not pull free yet. They moved as a knot of wet shadow, Fleur and Harry together, Cedric and Ro. Ro made sure Hermione and Weasleys were okay to move, then shooed them off. They left the alley and the ruined square behind them, footprints a string of wet blanks across the cobbles. Behind them, Moody pushed himself to his feet and spat. Send word, he rasped into the night, voice crooked with anger and something like respect. Tell the Ministry. Tell Dumbledore. Tell Scrimgeour. He's not a puppet. He paused, groping for the right word, a goddamn problem. The old man's eye turned to watch the fog swallow the fleeing figures. And far away, in a kitchen full of people still too stunned to move, an owl knocked at a window with a message that would make a dozen headlines by dawn. The storm hadn't stopped. It had simply moved indoors. Atop the Ministry of Magic, in a conference room walled with glass and shadow, the air felt sharp with leftover static. The hum of containment wards thrummed along the walls, not to keep anyone out, but to keep the conversation in. At the center of the long black table sat Rufus Scrimgeour, newly elected Minister for Magic. His mane of tawny hair was still damp from the rain, his robes edged with the gold braid of an Auror who'd earned every scar. Across from him, Albus Dumbledore waited in silence, half-moon spectacles gleaming in the dim light. To his right stood Kingsley Shacklebolt, posture impeccable, face unreadable. Stacks of parchment drifted under a sorting charm that struggled to impose order on chaos. A single headline lay face up. Potter strikes at Aurors, 12 injured in Hogsmeade. Below it, a moving photograph replayed the shattered cobblestones and the faint shimmer of residual distortion. Scrimgeour broke the silence. He didn't kill them. Kingsley nodded once. No, sir. Stunned, flattened. Moody's team's alive, only because he let them live. Scrimgeour's eyes narrowed. Or he just missed. Kingsley opened a folder. Spell diagnostics, eyewitness reports, residue charts marked with pulsing red circles. We've analyzed what's left, he said. The distortion field didn't just deflect magic, it rewrote it. The unspeakables are calling it a null weave. Dumbledore's eyes flickered. A beautiful term for something profoundly dangerous. Scrimgeour turned to Kingsley. You're head of the Aurors. Tell me, if he uses that spell again, can your people stop it? Kingsley hesitated. If we're being honest, no. Then we escalate, Scrimgeour said flatly. More authority, wider reach, and no more secrets between your office and mine. Kingsley didn't react, but the words hit like a hammer. Understood, Minister. Scrimgeour looked back to Dumbledore. You knew this might happen. I feared it might, Dumbledore replied, voice calm, deliberate. Harry was always closer to power than he realized. And after the Department of Mysteries all bets are off. Closer to power, Scrimgeour echoed. That your polite way of saying you lied about him being a Horcrux? The word hung in the air like a blade. Dumbledore's silence was confirmation enough. I know the real story now, Scrimgeour said. You used the boy as bait in the Department of Mysteries. It went wrong. Now the most dangerous magical anomaly maybe in the history of the wizarding world is walking around with a chip on his shoulder. Dumbledore's tone stayed even. If you know that much, you understand why I understand, Scrimgeour said coldly, that you created a problem you can't control. And that if you lie to me again you'll see just how quickly I can shut you and your order out here. He stepped forward. I won't be another Fudge. I want Potter contained. Alive if possible, dead if not. And I want Voldemort crushed before the two of them destroy the whole damn country. Dumbledore's eyes flashed. You're suggesting the same sacrifice again, Minister. The same mistake. Maybe, Scrimgeour said, but this time it will be done right. He turned to the window, the city lights reflected in his eyes. Hogwarts will reopen under ministry oversight. You'll be reinstated as headmaster. Keep the students safe, from both Dark Lords. But remember what I said about lying to me. Kingsley's gaze flicked between them, realization dawning. Scrimgeour wasn't offering trust. He was building a weapon. Dumbledore inclined his head. I will do what I must. So will I, Scrimgeour said. Grimmauld Place trembled with argument. Arthur and Molly Weasley sat at one end of the table, Lupin near the hearth, Moody standing stiff-backed in the corner. Clippings from the Daily Prophet and ministry briefings littered the table like shrapnel. Molly's voice quavered. 12 Aurors, Alistair among them. It's a miracle no one's dead. Arthur's tone was calm but tight. Not a miracle. Intent. He chose not to kill them. She looked horrified. You can't possibly think that excuses. I'm saying, Arthur interrupted, we don't know the full story. We never have. Lupin rubbed his temples. And now we're 2 members short of the order. Tonks and Sirius have disappeared since Hogsmeade. If they're with Harry, that's 3 we've lost. Moody growled, or 3 who've turned. Arthur's jaw set. They were loyal. To Potter, Moody said. Not to the light. The room fell silent. The fire cracked. Lupin looked up slowly. Maybe those aren't different things. Arthur's brow furrowed. Meaning Sirius was right, Lupin said miserably. Everything Harry said was true. Dumbledore did try to feed him to Voldemort. But none of that matters now. It doesn't, Arthur asked. Not really, Lupin answered gravely. What matters is whether he will try to do it again. We're already in this mess. We point fingers on how we got here all we want, but the only thing that really matters is how we get out. The next morning, the remaining members of the Order crowded into the drawing room. The portraits whispered overhead. Even the air felt taut with judgment. Dumbledore stood behind his desk, robes immaculate, expression grave. I am aware you've all heard the Ministry's statements, he began. The Horcrux is not new information. The question before us now is what to do next. Arthur leaned forward. Scrimgeours declared Harry a dark entity. He's mobilizing the Aurors. If they find him before we do, then it will end badly for everyone, Dumbledore finished quietly. That is why we must find him first. Molly's hands were clenched in her lap. And then what, Albus? What happens when you do? Dumbledore paused before answering. We bring him home, alive, before Voldemort takes advantage of the chaos. Moody grunted. Voldemort's not making open moves. Not yet, Dumbledore said. He will wait. Let fear soften our unity. And when the world believes Harry to be a monster, Voldemort will offer himself as its savior. Lupin's brow furrowed. And how do we counter that? Information, Dumbledore said simply. Truth, or enough of it to hold. I have re-established contacts within Slytherin's remnants, young recruits, frightened families. Not as deep as Severus once was, nor as reliable, but they will keep us informed. Arthur frowned. Spies. Dumbledore inclined his head. Eyes, at least. We need to know how Voldemort will react to Harry's emergence. Moody's good eye narrowed. You really think Potter will just let us bring him in? Dumbledore's voice softened. No. But I must try before the minister does. Lupin's tone was quiet, but edged. And if Harry won't come? He must. Dumbledore said, we must make him see that is the only way, otherwise Voldemort wins. Lupin cleared his throat. And what will you do if he does come? If he's still a Horcrux? I have the minister's assurance that we will work on a plan to remove the Horcrux safely, Dumbledore said firmly. It is for that reason we must bring him in peacefully. If the ministry finds him first and he battles them again, those assurances may not hold. That night, the Wizarding Wireless carried the news everywhere. Breaking from the ministry, Albus Dumbledore reinstated as headmaster of Hogwarts. Harry Potter declared a dark entity under Statute 7. Minister Scrimgeour vows decisive measures to protect Wizarding Britain. The firelight threw long shadows against the stone walls. Sirius stood near the window, wand spinning idly in his fingers. Dark entity, he muttered. That's a new one. Can't even call you Dark Lord anymore. They had to upgrade. Harry didn't smile. They needed a label that made them feel safe. Tonks leaned against the wall, hair a dull auburn tonight. Scrimgeour's playing both sides. He thinks if he controls Dumbledore and the Aurors, he controls the story. Then he's wrong, Harry said flatly. Because the story isn't finished. Cedric exhaled through his nose. We knew this was coming. Ro nodded. Now everyone knows where they stand. Fleur was silent, standing beside Harry. The light from the fire caught on her hair like flame. They will come again, she said quietly. And next time, they will not ask for surrender. I know, Harry said. Tonks crossed her arms. So what now? You said no more hiding. Harry's gaze swept over them. Sirius, Tonks, Ro, Cedric, Fleur. I keep training. We keep gathering info. The people who already doubt Dumbledore will start looking for us. We make sure they find truth before the ministry finds them. And if they come for us first? Cedric asked. Harry's eyes burned with quiet resolve. Then they'll learn I'm not just a kid anymore. Again. You really think they'd know by now? Ro said it as a joke, but it didn't land. The fire snapped, filling the silence that followed. After a while, the others drifted off to rest, one by one. Fleur lingered, watching the light dance across his face. You do not have to be their savior, she said softly. Harry looked at her. If not me, who? She stepped closer, close enough for the tension to fade between their breaths. Then at least do not forget to be you. He smiled faintly. Trying. She key. Ed him once, gently, as if anchoring him to something real. Outside, the rain began again, steady and quiet, washing the world clean, if only for a moment. Across the country, that same rain beat down on the manor house. The throne room of the old manor trembled with power and heat. Emerald fire hissed in the hearth, throwing wild shadows across the serpent mosaics. A trembling Death Eater knelt before the chair, voice shaking as he stammered through his report. 12 oars down, my lord, but none killed. Potter's magic tore the air itself, the survivors say. Voldemort's head snapped up. His hand clawed at his temple as if something invisible had pierced it. Stop. The Death Eater froze mid-sentence. Stop shouting. Voldemort's voice cracked through the chamber like a whip, though the man hadn't raised his tone. My lord. The curse came before the apology finished. Green light flared, and the man slammed against the far wall, leaving a blackened scorch mark. Leave him, Voldemort said calmly, lowering his wand. He will remember not to shout. The rest of the room remained deathly still. The air reeked of ozone. From a shadowed alcove, Daphne Greengrass watched the man twitch once, then go still. Her pulse quickened. Not from fear, exactly, but the electric awareness that comes from standing too close to lightning. She'd been summoned to observe, not speak. So she observed, and took notes. When the others were gone, Karkaroff stepped forward, his dark wooden steel leg tapping faintly against the marble. My lord, he began carefully, our new contacts in the ministry are secured. 3 clerks and a scribe, each under the Imperius. No trace, no suspicion. Voldemort's mouth curved into a too-wide smile. Imperius. Such a tender spell. They will write what I want them to write, sign what I want them to sign, believe what I whisper into their dreams. He turned back toward the fire. Scrimgeour will raise walls. We will build tunnels beneath. Let him chase shadows while our whispers eat through his foundations. Karkaroff bowed his head. And the order. Divided. Voldemort said, almost blissful. Dumbledore bleeds credibility with each passing day. Potter grows restless, each wound deepens the other. The threads, they are laughing. He laughed softly, brittle, echoing, wrong. Karkaroff tried unsuccessfully to hide his concern. Daphne, still in the corner, let the sound prickle down her spine. Karkaroff lingered, unsure if leaving was safer than staying. Voldemort stood by the window, fingers pressed into his skull as though trying to hold it together. You are unwell, my lord. Karkaroff ventured, instantly regretting it. Voldemort turned, and the look that met him was both too human and not human at all. Unwell. No. The world is unwell. I only feel its sickness. He drifted forward, voice soft and fevered. When the serpent died, I felt the tear. The world grew thin. I can see through it now. Pockets where memory still breathes. The weak call them hauntings. His grin split wider. I call them truth. Karkaroff nodded mechanically. Madness. Voldemort moved faster than thought, seizing his robes. He touched it. Igor. Potter touched the source. He unmade the world itself. My lord. Silence. Voldemort's voice hit like a hammer. He went beyond the weave and returned. What he saw, what he is, does not belong here. He threw Karkaroff aside. Sparks leapt from the fire as if drawn by his rage. Then, as quickly as it had come, the fury evaporated, leaving something cold and lucid. The gate, he said softly. It is the key, I can feel it in my blood. It calls to me. He crossed to a long table littered with scrolls and parchment. One ancient text lay open, symbols glinting faintly under a charm light. These runes, Voldemort whispered, tracing the faded ink, the same that encircled the gate. Salazar wrote of them. The path beyond craft, a bridge through void. The fools thought it metaphor. He looked up, red eyes burning. Every Horcrux destroyed shows me where the soul may be cut again. Potter followed that scar through the void and returned. He tore reality open and came back changed. Karkaroff's throat tightened at how crazy he sounded. And what will you do, my lord? He managed to choke out. Voldemort's voice fell to a whisper. Remind the world whose name it carries. He straightened, eyes snapping back to clarity. Gather all Department of Mysteries records on dimensional craft. Bring me the Cursebreaker also. I will know more of these runes. Karkaroff bowed low. At once, my lord. And Igor, Voldemort added, voice silk and poison, if you ever question my health again, I will teach you what it means to be thinned. Karkaroff swallowed hard. Understood. He left quickly, leg clicking like a metronome of dread. Daphne waited until she was sure she wouldn't be called back before portkeying home. The Greengrass townhouse in Wiltshire was dark, quiet, and blessedly sane. Her mother's perfume still lingered in the halls, cloying and expensive. She kicked off her shoes and flopped onto her bed, staring at the ceiling. Bloody lunatics, she muttered. Her mother had insisted she attend the meeting. A chance to be seen, darling, but what Daphne had seen was enough to give her nightmares. Voldemort wasn't just cruel, he was cracking. The pauses, the flinches, the way he stared at empty corners as if they whispered back. She pulled the enchanted notepad from her bedside drawer. Its edges were worn, the ink faint. Harry's messenger, from all those years ago. She smirked and dipped her quill. Do I have to call you, my lord, now too? For a few seconds, nothing. Then faint letters shimmered into existence. You can call me whatever you want. You're still writing, so you haven't changed sides. She smiled, tapping the quill again. Sides. Everyone's losing. Potter. Dumbledore's a liar. The ministry's on fire. And your favorite Dark Lord just screamed at a wall for 10 minutes. You did something to him. He might be going crazy for real now. The reply came after a pause. Good. Daphne laughed quietly. You really have gone dark, haven't you? So, what now? Do we destroy Dumbledore next? Or Scrimgeour? Another pause. Whichever one steps in front of me first. She sat back, smiling at the page. The world was burning exactly as promised. She just had to make sure she didn't burn with it. The Plan B house breathed quietly, half in shadow. A faint blue shimmer hung in the corners, the remains of Harry's new field spell, like the walls themselves were exhaling magic. He sat at the table, the old messenger book open in front of him. Daphne's last words still glowed faintly in the ink. He might be going crazy for real now. So what's next, my lord? Dumbledore or Scrimgeour? The letters pulsed once, then faded. Harry closed the cover slowly. Still nothing new. Ro asked from the doorway. Just her usual blend of smug and chaos, Harry said. She says Voldemort's unraveling. Tonks, perched on the arm of a chair, frowned. Unraveling how? Harry glanced up. Like he's losing his mind. Says he's talking about reality tearing. Seeing things that shouldn't exist. Tonks whistled low. So, he's gone mental. Great. We've got an unkillable Dark Lord who's hallucinating. It's more than that, Fleur said, looking at Harry. Tell them. Harry looked into the fire, its reflection flickering in his eyes. He's losing parts of himself. That's what happens when Horcruxes die. How do you know? Harry paused. I can feel it under here. He touched his scar. It's like the connection feels frayed sometimes, thinner, then it will snap back without warning. Not an attack, just erratic. Ro hugged her knees on the couch. You think he'll come after us next? Harry's voice was calm, steady. He doesn't know where to look. Not yet. Tonks crossed her arms. That's the part that's starting to make me crazy. He's losing his mind, Dumbledore's doubling down, and the ministry's gearing up for war. You're stuck fighting everyone. Cedric nodded slowly. She's right. We can't stay ghosts forever. Hiding only lets the other sides write the story. And right now, they've made you the villain. Doesn't bother me, Harry said. It should, Cedric replied. If they believe you're a Dark Lord, they'll hunt you until you make it true. Tonks leaned forward. Exactly. You can't win a war of perception by disappearing. We need to fix this. Bring people together before Voldemort uses the chaos to rebuild. Harry arched an eyebrow. And how do you plan to do that? Cedric hesitated, then said, I could go back to Hogwarts. He said finally. Everyone looked at him. The students will listen, he said firmly. They remember the DA. They trust me. If they hear from someone inside the school that you're not what Scrimgeour says, that you're fighting to save everyone, they'll start asking questions. Ro tilted her head. That's idealistic. Maybe, Cedric admitted. But we can't just keep surviving. We need to start living for something. Tonks gave a small, crooked smile. You sound like me when I joined the Aurors. Because you wanted to fix the world, Cedric said. Yeah, she muttered. And look where that got me. We don't have to make that decisions now, but let's agree it's an option, Harry said diplomatically. We've still got another few weeks of summer to decide. There was silence for a moment. The fire popped. Fleur, quiet until now, finally spoke. There are people born to fight, she said softly. And people born to build. You too, she nodded toward Tonks and Cedric, are builders. You see broken things and think, if I care enough, they will mend. Tonks blinked. That's not wrong. Fleur smiled faintly. It is a beautiful thing. And dangerous. Cedric frowned. Dangerous how? Because not everything wants to be mended, she said. Some people, some worlds, break themselves on purpose. You can pour your soul into them, and they will only drink it dry. Tonks sighed. That's bleak. True things often are, Fleur replied. Harry knows this. He fights not to win hearts, but to keep the people he loves breathing. He has never cared for applause. Harry didn't deny that either. Ro rested her chin on her knees. I think she's right about that. You're both a realist and the pessimist, Harry. Fleur's a realist. Cedric's an idealist. I'm the idiot optimist who thinks love fixes everything. Fleur reached over and squeezed her shoulder gently. That is not idiocy, Mon Cur. It is hope. Harry glanced between them all. The mix of exhaustion, conviction, fear, and love in their faces. The firelight made their differences sharper, like the facets of one uncut gem. We're all right, he said quietly. And we're all wrong. Cedric, if you go to Hogwarts, you'll change minds. But Dumbledore will move against you the second he feels threatened. Tonks, you want to unite everyone, but you know half the ministry would rather lose a war than admit they're wrong. And Fleur. He stopped. Fleur raised an eyebrow slowly. Yes. Nothing, he said. Good job. Fleur smiled faintly. Then what is your job, Mon Arrows? Harry's answer was quiet but firm. To do what has to be done when everyone else is still arguing about whether it's right. That silenced the room until Cedric finally spoke. Maybe we can't fix everything. But we can start something. One truth at a time. Ro looked at him. And if that gets us all killed, then at least it's for something real, Cedric said. Fleur exhaled. He means it, Harry. You can see it. I know. Tonks smiled faintly. You sound like Dumbledore for a second there. Harry met her gaze. If I ever do, hex me. Deal. They sat together, the argument drifting into silence again. For a while, only the fire spoke. Then Harry leaned forward, elbows on his knees. There is another way, he said quietly. The others looked up. If I kill Voldemort, Harry continued, the Horcrux problem ends. All of it. No more connection. No more leverage. Dumbledore won't have a reason to come after me again. Ro frowned. You mean? I mean that's the only way this ever ends cleanly, Harry said. As long as that piece of his soul is still in me, Dumbledore will always see me as a weapon. A liability. Maybe even a mistake that needs to be corrected. Tonks sat up straighter. You're talking about going after him now. When he's half mad and unpredictable. That's exactly why, Harry said. He's fracturing. I can feel it. Whatever happened when I tore through the gate, it changed more than me. It rattled him too. He's not whole anymore. Fleur's gaze sharpened. You feel him. Harry nodded. I've been testing the connection. Quietly. Probing his end of it. I thought you said he who was being erratic. Fleur looked at him questioningly. It's both, Harry admitted. Cedric looked uneasy. And that's safe. Nothing about this is safe, Harry said. But here's the thing. The last time I felt him, he was scared. That silenced the room again. Tonks blinked. Scared. Of what? Harry's voice dropped. Of me. Back in the gate room he wanted to absorb me before, to devour whatever made me different. But now, it's like he's afraid that I'm going to absorb him. Ro exhaled softly, her eyes wide. Harry. He looked up, and for a moment the firelight caught something fierce behind his calm expression. I'm not saying I'll charge into a duel tomorrow. But if we want peace, real peace, Someone has to end him. Not trap him. Not weaken him. End him. And I'm the only one who can. Fleur met his eyes. There was no fear in hers, only understanding. So this is your solution. Harry nodded slowly. If I kill him, then the Horcrux could die with him. Dumbledore loses his justification, and the Ministry loses its excuse. It's the only path that doesn't end with everyone trying to kill me. Ro shook her head. We still don't know anything about how the Horcrux works. If we're right about the snake, Snape risked his life to kill it. What if, she choked before gathering herself. What if that's the only way, and he stays alive? We don't know enough. You're right, Harry replied evenly. But we know as much as we're ever going to. What do we know? We know he can be ripped from his body, like he was when I was a baby. We know he's weaker now, erratic, because he's lost the other Horcruxes. So, logically, if he had a bunch of Horcruxes before and now he only has one, even if he goes back to spirit form somehow it should be easier to cut him off for good this time. Cedric leaned back, thoughtful. Should is doing some real heavy lifting in that speech. What if you're wrong? Harry gave a faint smile. Then I die. But if I'm right, we all get to live. For real this time. Tonks rubbed her temples. Merlin's beard, you people really know how to make a quiet night terrifying. Ro laughed softly. Welcome to the family. The tension broke for a heartbeat. Small, fleeting, fragile. But the truth lingered like smoke. They were no longer just a band of fugitives. They were becoming something else. Something that might just change the shape of the war. Outside, whined Mo.Ned over the hills. Inside, 5 people stared into the dying embers, each seeing something different in the glow. Fleur's voice came last, quiet as breath. So what now? Harry didn't look away from the fire. Now, he said, we decide if we're ready to end this. The words hung there for a long time. Not loud, not even dramatic, but final in a way that made the air heavier. No one spoke. The fire popped once, then again. Finally, Tonks broke the silence. Suppose we are ready. What does that even look like? Harry glanced up. It looks like we stop reacting and start forcing moves. By doing what? Cedric asked. Marching into the Ministry and demanding an audience. Not exactly, Harry said. But we could use the Ministry. Tonks frowned. Use it how? Scrimgeour wants control, Harry said. He thinks if he can contain me, he'll prove he's winning. So we let him think that. You go to him, Tonks. Tell him you've found me, that I want to meet. That I'm tired of being hunted and want to make peace. Tonks blinked. You want me to lie to the minister? Not exactly, Harry said, his mouth twitching. Just pick the truth he wants to hear. Ro caught on immediately. You think Voldemort will hear about it? Harry nodded. He's got people everywhere. The second Scrimgeour starts preparing for a meeting with me, word will get out. Voldemort will think I'm coming in weak, trying to surrender. That's when he'll lower his guard. Fleur tilted her head. And you plan to strike then? We strike the night before, when he least expects it. Fleur's eyes narrowed but she stayed silent. Tonks exhaled. So we feed the Ministry a story, bait Voldemort into sending out his forces, then attack him from behind. Something like that, Harry said. Cedric rubbed his temples. This sounds crazy. Harry smiled faintly. Then it's perfect. Ro threw a pillow at him. Not funny. Fleur was still watching him, unreadable. And when you find him. Harry's voice was quiet but steady. Then I finish what he started when I was a baby. Alone. Fleur's voice was dangerous. Low, sharp, almost trembling. Harry, I know you're powerful, Tonks began carefully. I've watched you do things that should be impossible. But Voldemort can do things like that too, and he can do them on command. Is your plan really to walk into a room with him and hope you can? She waved her hands helplessly. Rip. Stuff open again. Harry was silent for a moment, then he stood and turned to the wall behind them. He reached out. Reached around, the way he'd been practicing. A small crack of darkness appeared. It was barely wider than a thread at first, then spiraled outward like a spider's web. Everywhere it touched, matter simply ceased to exist, erased, as if reality had blinked. The crack paused, trembled, then folded in on itself and was gone. Harry turned back to them. I didn't want to scare anyone, he said quietly, or risk losing control. So I've been practicing when no one was around. But yes, I know how to use it now. Tonks and Sirius stared, stunned. Ro and Cedric just grinned. Fleur's expression was unreadable, somewhere between awe and dread. It's really not that different from what I do with the distortion field, Harry said, trying to make it sound almost reasonable. With that, I'm folding space, taking something and making it sort of exist inside itself. It's still there, just hidden. If I need to put something inside, I can create a fold to do it. He gestured toward the wall. This is the opposite. It's creating a pocket of nothing and letting it spread. Creating nothing, Fleur repeated softly. That is hard to grasp. It isn't for me, Harry said simply. He held out his hand. I can create something. A golden galleon appeared in his palm. I can make it disappear. He waved, and it vanished. I can create nothing. A tiny fissure of darkness shimmered above his hand, contained, humming. I can make that disappear, too. Then it melted away, like breath on glass. Harry shrugged. I can't explain it, but I can do it. Tonks stared at him for a long moment. Then she said, almost hopefully. If you can really control that, you can win. She wasn't sure if it was a question or a statement. Ro grinned, bright and fierce. Again. Welcome to the family. By dawn, the rain had cleared. Tonks stood outside the ministry, disguised, not her face, but her posture, her presence. The bright, clumsy aura the world knew was gone. What stood there now was quiet and composed, someone who had seen too much. When Scrimgeour's assistant ushered her in, the new minister didn't bother to look up right away. His lion's mane of hair was more gray than gold, and deep lines carved through the skin around his eyes. He was reading a file labeled, Potter. Dawlish tells me you've been off-grid, he said without preamble. Now you're back, asking for a private meeting. That makes a man curious. Tonks met his gaze evenly. I found him. That got his attention. Potter. She nodded once. He leaned forward. Where? I can't tell you that, she said. But I can tell you he wants to talk. Not to surrender. Not exactly. But to end this war before it burns everything. He's willing to meet. Scrimgeour studied her. And why should I believe that? Because I wouldn't be here otherwise, Tonks said. I know you've declared him a dark entity. I'm here to tell you that's not true. He's not serving anyone. But if you treat him like an enemy, he'll become one. Scrimgeour's lips curled faintly. And you want me to just trust the boy who leveled half the Department of Mysteries? I want you to give him a chance to prove you wrong. He tapped his quill against the desk, thinking. All right. You tell your friend that I'm willing to talk. But I pick the place. Tonks inclined her head. That's fine as long as it's public. He smirked. Or Tonks, don't think I don't know you're still in touch with Dumbledore's lot. Tell him I'm done playing blind. He wants to make peace. He'll show up too. Tonks froze. You want Dumbledore at the meeting? Yes, Scrimgeour replied. The boy doesn't get to play Messiah in the shadows. If he's coming in where the whole world can see him. Tonks forced a tight nod. Understood. As she left the office, her pulse was racing. The trap was forming faster than any of them had planned, and now Dumbledore would be pulled into it too. But at least the bait had been taken. Outside, she looked up at the ministry's gleaming atrium, muttered under her breath. Your move, Harry. Later in drawing room of Grimmauld Place, Dumbledore was already making his. The meeting had been called hastily, the old house creaking under the strain of the storm outside. Moody stood by the fireplace, magical eye swiveling. Snape sat stiffly near the window, his arm wrapped in fresh bandages. Dumbledore looked older than any of them had ever seen him, not frail, but thinned, worn down to his essence. She went to Scrimgeour, he said at last, voice low. She made the offer directly. Snape's eyes narrowed. So Potter's plan is to court the ministry now. Not content with dividing the order, he wants legitimacy. Moody grunted. Tonks wouldn't sell us out. Not for politics. Wouldn't she? Snape said softly. She's sentimental. And sentiment kills faster than poison. Moody's good eye flashed. Careful, boy. She's one of mine. Enough, Dumbledore said quietly, and both men fell still. He turned the small crystal hourglass on his desk, watching the golden sand fall. We cannot assume she's turned against us, only that she's chosen her own path. Perhaps she believes she's protecting him. Then she's a fool, Snape said flatly. Dumbledore didn't disagree. He looked to Moody. Has Remus been informed? He's downstairs, Moody said. Didn't want to come up until you asked. Send him in. A few moments later, Remus entered. Pale, tired, his cloak still wet from the rain. You've heard, he said simply. Dumbledore nodded. Tonks went to the minister. Remus's jaw tightened. She wouldn't do that lightly. Whatever Harry's planning, she thinks it's the only way forward. And you? Dumbledore asked. I think you've all run out of ways to be right, Remus said quietly. Tonks sees that. So did Sirius. Maybe Harry's not the one who lost sight of the mission. There was no anger in the words, only exhaustion. He turned to go, but paused at the door. When this ends, he said, I hope one of you remembers he's still just a boy. The door closed behind him. For a long while, only the clock ticked. Finally, Snape said, we're receiving word from our new informants. Moody snorted. You mean the kids you turned? They've proven effective, Snape said evenly. The latest report claims that Karkaroff is back in Voldemort's inner circle, albeit maimed. Bellatrix Lestrange is confirmed dead. Moody's head snapped up. Dead. Snape inclined his head. Potter killed her. Or something killed her in that room, and no one else survived long enough to take credit. Dumbledore's fingers steepled. And Karkaroff. Crippled. But alive. Apparently, Voldemort considers his survival a lesson in loyalty. Dumbledore's eyes were distant now, half focused on something only he could see. And yet the Dark Lord remains. All the Horcruxes destroyed, save one, and still, he endures. Snape frowned. If Potter's alive, then the fragment in him is too. Yes, Dumbledore murmured. And yet, the reports from Hogsmeade. The destruction, the distortions. That was no ordinary magic. Moody crossed his arms. You're saying he's stronger than the Dark Lord now. I'm saying, Dumbledore replied, that he may have discovered the power he knows not after all. The problem is that clearly it is a power that we don't know either. He leaned back, eyes half closed. And if Harry has indeed surpassed him, then the question is what will he do with it? Offer it to the minister it seems, said Moody. But Snape shook his head. To a man he doesn't know. Dumbledore looked thoughtful and held up a hand for pause while he sent a Patronus message to Kingsley, who promptly flowed in. Kingsley, Dumbledore started when he was seated. How well does Tonks know Scrimgeour? An odd question for so late a summons, Kingsley started. Certainly not on a personal level. They would have interacted professionally a few times, enough that he would know her name, rank, and select assignments. Outside of that I would think not well at all. Why? Dumbledore filled him in on Harry's latest movement. Well, certainly she would be able to get an audience easily, Kingsley finished. You doubt the information. Not the information, Dumbledore corrected. But rather the intent. Harry has always been fiercely independent. For him to offer himself up to anyone, that he doesn't know personally is highly unlikely, unless a close friend convinces him that person is trustworthy. It does not seem like Nymphadora would be able to do that, in this case. A trap then? Moody asked doubtfully. He moves against Scrimgeour, thinking he will underestimate him. Possible, Dumbledore mused. More likely a probe, a test to see how he responds. In which case it is unlikely that Harry will come as instructed. Instead he will likely be nearby, assessing for a trap, like in Hogsmeade, Moody finished for him. You're right, that's much more in character. We could use that, Snape said slowly. Slow nods from the others answered him and they continued in hushed tones. The new Minister for Magic stood at the window, watching rain slide down the glass in slow, silvery trails. Rufus Scrimgeour looked like a man carved out of battle. Sharp, worn, alive only because stubbornness refused to let him die. Kingsley stood before the desk, posture straight but wary. You've been head of the Auror office less than a month, Scrimgeour said. You know your people. You know their weaknesses. Tell me, how many of them would stay standing if Voldemort walked through that door right now? Kingsley didn't blink. About half. Scrimgeour grunted. Better than I expected. He turned from the window, eyes hard and bright. I want Voldemort found. Not tomorrow. Not next month. Now. You'll have full ministry backing. Unspeakables, curse breakers, even the goblins if they'll talk. Whatever Dumbledore thinks he's doing with his secret orders, we'll handle this our way. Kingsley's brow creased. That will take coordination. Intelligence. We don't have. Scrimgeour cut him off with a raised hand. We do. A contact. Deep inside the Dark Lord's circle. Kingsley froze. You have a spy in his ranks. Scrimgeour smiled thinly. Let's say we have. A source. Anonymous for now. They've been passing us information through channels only a handful of people know exist. We cross-checked one of their tips last week. It led to an actual Death Eater supply cache outside Durham. No one in the Order knew about it. That tells me the source is real. Kingsley's voice was low. And dangerous. That's what makes it useful, said Scrimgeour. He leaned forward. They've told us something else. The Dark Lord's ranks are rebuilding, but he's erratic. And he's fixated on Harry Potter. Kingsley exhaled. That's not exactly news. Scrimgeour's grin widened. No. But this is. The source claims Voldemort knows about the meeting the peace offer Tonks brought me. He believes the boy, Dumbledore, and I will all be in the same place. He's preparing a strike. Kingsley's eyes narrowed. And your response? Scrimgeour's hand closed over the quill on his desk. We let him come. We let all of them come. Then we cut the head off every snake at once. He turned back toward the window, voice almost conversational. Dumbledore thinks himself the conscience of this war. Voldemort thinks himself the master of it. But I've fought monsters before, Shacklebolt. They all end the same way. He looked over his shoulder, the candlelight catching the scar along his cheek. They bleed. Far to the north, in a room that smelled of ash and cold stone, Voldemort was having the same conversation with his chief lieutenant. So is it a trap for Potter, for us, or both? Will Dumbledore even come? Voldemort thought for a moment. He must. He cannot allow the meeting to take place without him and risk Scrimgeour alienating the boy. Or worse, swaying him. He will come. He paused. Unless the two are baiting the trap together, hoping I spring it. It is hard to resist, all my enemies in same place at the same time. They will know that. And yet the request came from the boy. Voldemort nodded. That much we know. Potter is restless. I have felt him. He winced at that, rubbing his temples. For a moment the room swam. My lord. He's been probing, testing our connection. Voldemort continued like nothing had happened. In truth his touch is getting heavier, but from technique or desperation I cannot say. Karkaroff thought at that. Potter has sharp wits but he is young and inexperienced. Scrimgeour has clearly looked to rattle him into a mistake with his smear campaign. Perhaps this is it. If our sources are to believe he was not able to sway as many Order members as he had hoped. If he is getting desperate, the chance could be real. Real, or a copy. The pockets, I can still see the pockets. Karkaroff waited a moment before clearing his throat and the Dark Lord seemed to snap back to reality. It might be. Voldemort again continued like nothing happened. A chance not to kill, but split them further. He thought for a moment. Bring me our newest recruits. Daphne Greengrass portkeyed into her sitting room still wearing the faint smell of smoke from the manor. Her mother's voice echoed from the stairs. Dinner guests, important ones, behave yourself, but Daphne barely heard it. She opened her enchanted notepad with a flick of her wand. You've apparently declared a truce with the minister. Voldemort's delighted, by the way. He thinks you're all meeting just so he can kill everyone in the same room. You really do know how to throw a party. She hesitated, then added one more line. Whatever you did to him in the Department of Mysteries, it's breaking him. He's still dangerous, but he's not the same. So if this meeting is your plan, you might want to move fast. The ink shimmered and vanished. Daphne watched it fade, her smile returning. Don't disappoint me, Potter, she whispered with a grin. Over the last few days the plan had been argued, dissected, and finally, painfully, agreed upon. Harry stood over the table, tracing lines across the parchment map of Greater Hangleton. The manor loomed there in careful ink. A long, jagged structure set back from the main road. The one that Voldemort had taken for himself. Intel came from Daphne, Harry said, tapping the edge of the map. She says he's there most nights now. I verified it. I've been testing the wards when he's away. Testing them how? Cedric asked. Harry hesitated. Through the connection, he admitted. When I reach out, I can feel him now. Not just his emotions, distance. I know when he's close. How far away he is. The manner matches. Tonks frowned. And you're sure he doesn't feel you doing it? Oh, he does, Harry said evenly. He just can't stop it. That silenced the room for a moment. Finally Sirius spoke. So, we're sure he's there. The real question is, what's our play? Harry nodded toward Tonks. You and Cedric will approach from the north road. You've got the polyjuice ready. Tonks held up 2 vials. Kingsley and an ore named Hemsley. I grabbed hair samples when I went in last week. They'll pass every surface check. Good, Harry said. You'll go as yourself. An official response to a tip about unregistered magic. It'll make sense that you're nosing around. Sirius, you'll go with them, under the other disguise. Sirius raised a brow. And we're just knocking on the Dark Lord's door, then. Not quite, Harry replied. You'll sweep the area, cast a few detection charms, make it look routine. Loudly. The goal is to trip the alarms. Get a few Death Eaters curious enough to come out. Loudly. Sirius repeated dryly. You know, I can do loud. I'm aware, Harry said, managing a faint smile. When that happens, Fleur, Row, and I will already be close, under the distortion field. Once you've drawn some of them out, I'll break off and go in. You 3 hold the perimeter. Tonks blinked. You're going in alone. Harry met her eyes. I have to. The distortion field goes with me. Once I'm inside, it'll drop from you. If I take anyone in there, they'll be exposed. That's not what I meant, she said quietly. You're walking into a house full of Death Eaters and Voldemort himself. Which is exactly why you can't come, Harry said tiredly. We've been over this. I know it sounds harsh, but having anyone else in that room that I have to worry about is only going to make it harder for me to fight. I can do things the rest of you can't. It's the truth. The rest looked at him with unreadable expressions, but no one denied it. This is it, he continued. He won't be expecting me. We might get lucky and catch him asleep. Or better, drunk. There were smiles at that. But even if he's alert, he won't be ready. We'll be on even footing, and I know I can beat him. He looked at each person individually before continuing. I don't know how, but I know. This is our chance. Fleur gave him a questioning look. I'm not doing it for them, Harry said firmly. I'm doing it for me. For us. Let me end this. The silence that followed was heavy. Fleur's jaw was tight, but her eyes betrayed her fear and sadness. Cedric gave a small, grim nod. Sirius looked between them and exhaled hard. Nobody liked it, but it made sense. Well, Sirius said finally, reaching for a bottle of fire whiskey, we should at least enjoy the last night before we all regret this. That earned a few tired laughs. The map was folded and put aside, glasses were half full, and the hearth crackled with amber light. For the first time in weeks, they simply sat. No scheming, no alarms, no urgency. Just voices in a circle. Cedric leaned back in his chair, one leg up on the couch. He swirled his drink and cleared his throat. You know, he said suddenly, I really didn't think I'd be launching sneak attacks on Dark Lords during 7th year. Seems like more of a graduate level thing. Tonks chuckled. Yeah, I didn't have that on my bingo card for the year either. Funny. I think that's the only thing on my bingo card, Harry said wryly. It's been my legacy since I was 1. Everyone gave an understanding nod at that. My dad used to talk about legacy, Cedric broke in. Big word in the Diggory house, what will you leave behind? He'd say. I thought he meant trophies. Quidditch cups. Top grades. Then the last year, I realized maybe it's just about being here long enough that you find something that actually matters. Those things matter too, Sirius broke in. Chasing girls and Quidditch cups with James, those are still some of my happiest memories. He looked at the swirling liquid in his glass. I'm probably not the best person to ask about legacy, he continued slowly. But it doesn't always have to be grand. Just enjoying the people you're around has its own kind of legacy. Tonks nodded, tapping her glass. That makes sense. For Cedric, that was family, for you, it was friends. For me, it was being noticed. I joined the Oars because I wanted someone to know I existed. I guess I was looking for a type of family too. She gave Sirius a knowing look. Our family legacy isn't one I was particularly keen to continue. Sirius snorted. You didn't always want to be an Oar? Ro asked. Tonks laughed ruefully. Believe it or not, I wanted to be a musician. Flute. She made a quick motion as if playing. Oh, I bet Andromeda loved that, said Sirius, laughing. She did not, Tonks replied in the same tone. Also, I was pretty bad. I just liked the idea of making something beautiful. Something that mattered. She shrugged. The Oars gave me that purpose instead. And a better salary, I'm sure, Fleur said. If I had told my parents I wished to make music for a living, she shuddered at the thought. Of course, you're much too proper for something so pedestrian, Rose said jokingly. We, Fleur replied haughtily, but they were both grinning. And you, young Rowena, what were your childish dreams? Or perhaps you still have them? She raised an eyebrow. We didn't have much time for dreams, Rose said slowly. It was something they had never really talked about, even before Jack was killed. But suddenly she felt like she wanted to. It's okay, Harry said quietly. He felt the same. Ro leaned forward, expression soft. My parents died early. I don't remember them at all. The first people I remember are Jack and his mum. But she died before I really knew her too, so then it was just the two of us. Tears slowly rolled down her face now, but she smiled in spite of them. And then there were three. Jack, me, and Super Harry. Harry smiled faintly at that. The fantasy books, he chuckled. Ro nodded. Jack saw me do magic once and wouldn't stop asking questions. Of course I had no answers. I didn't even know what it was I was doing. Harry had a tear forming in one eye now as well. So he started bringing out these old fantasy books with wizards and mages in them, reading sections where they did spells and saying, "Can you do that?" The whole room laughed. Those who knew Jack could easily picture him saying exactly that. If I can ask, Cedric said carefully, I know you all somehow lived on your own, but I never asked how. I know Jack had a job, but how? How did we have enough money to live? Ro finished for him. She was grinning now and looked at Harry mischievously. I forget. What was it we did again, Harry? Go on, Harry said, facepalming in embarrassment. We were street performers, Ro said triumphantly. Buskers, hustlers, using real magic on muggles and breaking just about every possible ministry law. What? The reaction was universal. Harry rolled his eyes and leaned back in his chair. Yes, I would do basic levitation, invisibility, even regular old sleight of hand. Ro would put on her doe eyes and walk around with the hat. And on very rare occasions, he winced, a few of those wallets would get returned quite a bit lighter. Tonks gave a low whistle. The boy who lived hustling muggles with street magic. That's brilliant and disturbing all at once. Harry held up his hands. Desperate times. Look, Ro convinced people I could vanish, make a coin appear behind their ear, easy stuff. It wasn't until Arthur Weasley showed up that we even knew there was such a thing as the Ministry. Hell, I didn't even know if there were other wizards like me. In fairness, there might not be, Tonks quipped. Here, laughed Sirius. Fleur laughed as well and looked at Harry playfully. From street urchin to hero, the Harry Potter story. Harry chuckled. Something like that. Guess we'll find out the next chapter tomorrow. The laughter continued for a moment and eventually fell into comfortable silence. The fire's glow wavered, and rain tapped softly outside like slow applause. Fleur grew serious again. My father used to tell me this. Courage isn't the absence of fear, it's loving something enough to risk yourself for it. She paused, gazing at Harry. I used to think it was just romantic nonsense, she added quietly. Now I know he might have been right. Cedric raised his glass. To love, and to the risk of it. Tonks tapped her glass. My favorite toast. Ro turned to Harry. Funny. I never needed anyone's approval. I used to think I was fine without it. But now, she trailed off and shrugged. I think I needed you both. Harry's voice softened. We were good together. That was enough. The room settled into silence again. Sirius noticed Rose sleeping soundly in her chair and decided to call it a night himself, levitating her up to her room as he left. Tonks looked at Cedric before making a show of yawning. Well, even though we've got nothing to do tomorrow, I think I'll turn in early, she said, making her way upstairs. Shortly after, Cedric made a similar excuse and followed. Ah, finally, Fleur muttered, nuzzling closer to Harry on the couch. Those two move like molasses. Harry chuckled. Is that a good thing? She hit him playfully. Harry stroked her hair softly, shadows flickering over her face. You know, she said softly, eyes still closed, I don't think you believe you'll survive tomorrow. He didn't reply. You always think you must do it alone. She opened her eyes and sat up to look at him. But you are not the only one this matters to. Harry looked into her eyes and, for once, he dropped all his shields. Her breath caught at what she saw in his eyes, but she didn't recoil. I don't know what will happen tomorrow, Harry said honestly. But I don't think I'm going to die. He hesitated. I'm not even sure I can die. Fleur paused and held his gaze for what felt like an eternity. Then she reached out and slowly traced the line of his jaw. Okay, she said softly, but after this you owe me a dance. He took the acceptance for what it was. Deal. He ed her. Good, she murmured between s. Because if you die, I will find you, and kill you again. The fire flickered lower. Outside, the wind howled, but inside there was only the two of them. And the promise of a new tomorrow. The fields of Greater Hangleton were quiet. A low mist hung over the grass, lit faintly by the moon. In the distance, the outline of the manor rose like a wound in the night. Jagged towers, shuttered windows, the faint gleam of wardlight along its edges. Harry crouched at the edge of the tree line, wand steady in his hand. Beside him, Fleur and Roe waited in absolute silence, wrapped in the soft distortion that made them little more than a ripple in the air. Ahead, on the narrow dirt road, three figures were approaching the manor gates. Tonks, Sirius, and Cedric, disguised in Auror robes. They're in position, Fleur whispered. Harry gave a short nod. Then we start. The three down the road reached the gate and began casting detection charms, loud and showy. Golden light rippled across the grass. One of the fake Aurors called out something about magical residue. The noise carried just far enough. Inside the manor, something stirred. Harry felt it. A brush against his senses, faint but unmistakable. The wards shifting, magic waking. He tightened his grip on his wand and spoke barely above a breath. Here we go. He raised his hand and drew a small, circular motion in the air. The invisible pulse went out in silence, spreading like a ripple across the lawn. Anyone who stepped outside that house now would freeze in place, unable to move. He hadn't told the others. He didn't have to. Moments later, movement, three cloaked figures emerged from the front doors, wands drawn. They hit the edge of the field and stopped dead mid-step, confusion flashing over their faces. Cedric and Tonks exchanged a quick glance and stunned them cleanly before they even hit the ground. That'll buy us a few minutes, Harry murmured. Fleur looked at him sharply. What did you do? Nothing permanent, he said. Just making sure no one sneaks up behind you. Rose's expression was equal parts impressed and uneasy, but she didn't press. From their cover, they watched as Tonks and Sirius began pacing along the outer wall, muttering loudly about unauthorized charms and false readings. It was loud, obvious, and perfect. Harry waited until the front doors opened again. More movement, this time cautious. Then he whispered, now, and slipped away. The distortion folded around him like a shadow. He crossed the yard unseen, the world bending slightly wherever he moved. When he reached the first line of the wards, he slowed, closed his eyes, and pushed. The barrier resisted, then bent. He slipped through as if stepping through water. Inside, the air was thick, not just with dust, but something heavier, the residue of too much dark magic. The walls bore blast marks, blackened stone spider-webbed from old curses. Sections of the staircase were shattered, railings broken and left unrepaired. It looked less like a home and more like a wound that had never healed. He moved quietly down the hall, footsteps silent. The sound of distant voices reached him. A murmur, a hiss, and then something sharper, almost like pain. Voldemort. Harry closed his eyes, reached inward. The connection flared like lightning. He saw flashes. A great room lit by fire, the outline of a long table, the glint of silver. Karkaroff, standing nervously by the door. And Voldemort himself, pale and drawn, one hand pressed to his temple. Harry pushed harder, and the contact deepened. Suddenly, Voldemort jerked upright, eyes snapping open. Potter. The word wasn't spoken. It was a snarl in Harry's mind. Rage, disbelief, fear. Harry didn't answer. He focused on the image of the room, feeling for the direction, east wing, lower level. The pull was clear. He started moving. Voldemort's panic was tangible now, a storm of scattered thoughts. He was searching for Harry, trying to locate him through the same bond, but Harry was already there, inside his mind, pressing back. You can feel it, can't you? Harry whispered aloud. You're not the hunter anymore. For a moment, the world blurred. Harry saw pieces of memory that weren't his, flashes of fire, the gate room, a woman's scream. Voldemort clutching his head, muttering about walls, about the wound that won't close. Harry struck. He poured everything he had into the connection, every ounce of magic, every fragment of focus. The link convulsed, and from somewhere in the manor came a scream that was not entirely human. Pain ripped through Harry's scar, white-hot and electric. He staggered but didn't stop. He broke into the great hall. Voldemort was there, down on one knee clutching the arm of his chair, eyes wild. Karkaroff stood at his side. Voldemort's expression twisted in something that might have been fear, then he vanished with a snap of displaced air. Karkaroff spun, wand already raised. The first spell came fast, a slashing slider that tore the air in a spiral of compressed force. Harry caught it on a null shield. The energy bent against an invisible plane and folded back, splitting into twin bolts that shot past Karkaroff's head and exploded harmlessly against the far wall. Shattered glass rained down. Mr. Potter, Karkaroff said calmly, sidestepping slightly. We meet for the third and final time. I don't want to kill you, Harry said. His voice was calm, but his wand hand didn't waver. You do not have a choice, Karkaroff replied. Neither of us do. Karkaroff struck. A barrage. Recursive barriers, overlapping like mirrors, each reflecting Harry's own power back at him. A living fire spell followed, liquid flame crawling across the floor, twisting into serpents. Harry moved with impossible precision. He dropped low, swept a line of cold through the air, the flames shrieked and turned to ash. He countered with a kinetic push that shattered the mirrored shields one after another, glass-bright bursts of sound filling the room. Karkaroff snarled and transfigured the debris mid-air into a cloud of metallic shards. They came alive, each point humming toward Harry's heart. Converto puncta. Harry raised his wand and spun a circle. The shards slowed, reversed direction, and swept around him in orbit before dissolving into dust. He tried to catch Karkaroff off guard with an immobilization hex disguised as a slider, but Karkaroff saw through it. You will not take me alive, he said, his voice challenging. His tone was strange, accepting, almost sad, a sharp contrast to his furious spellcasting. Harry tried once again to bind him, sending two overlapping sliders interlocked with a prison ward. But Karkaroff had already summoned another Fiendfire snake that took the brunt of the ward while his double null shield destroyed the sliders. Harry moved forward and tried again. A water sphere, large enough to envelope half the room, formed and then became ice. Karkaroff shattered the sphere and conjured his own sphere of flame just in time to counter the shards as they became 100 different arrow-tipped chains. Don't make me kill you, Harry snarled, attacking again. Karkaroff's expression faltered, just for an instant, and then hardened again. He unleashed a final sequence, wand flashing in tight, practiced motion. 2 spell whips, a dozen sections on each, followed by a shattering strike and the same living poison cloud he had used back on the ship. Harry absorbed each blow in turn. The air around him rippled, bending every curse into nothingness. He felt the killing curse that followed more than saw it, and with barely a flick of the reality tore open and swallowed it. A single crack spidered on reflex, slicing through the fiendfire Karkaroff was finishing. Thin, black, soundless. It cut through Karkaroff's last spell and ripped through his body in the same motion before Harry realized what he was doing. Karkaroff looked down in shock for a moment at the gaping hole in his chest. He exhaled slowly, as if in relief, and looked up. He smiled faintly. Not mocking, not afraid. "Well done, Mr. Potter," he said softly. He closed his eyes and fell to the floor. The silence afterward rang like pressure in Harry's ears. He lowered his hand slowly, breathing hard. Voldemort. He reached outward, probing through the scar. Voldemort's presence was faint now, retreated, fortified. Walls of cold fury sealed the connection tight. Harry could break them, but it would take time he didn't have. He turned and ran. Outside, the night was chaos. The manor's wards were failing. Lightning crawled along the walls, flashes of curses lit the mist. But his friends were still standing. Bruised, battered, alive. Tonks's hair was singed at the ends, Cedric's sleeve torn. Fleur crouched over Rose shielding her from debris. Two Death Eaters stumbled out of the collapsing entryway, raising their wands, and froze. Harry didn't even look at them. He flicked his wrist, and both went rigid mid-step. "Is it over?" Cedric called. Harry shook his head once. "We'll talk at the house." He turned to Rose. "Hold out your hand." She did. He touched his wand to the ring on her finger. One by one, the others reached out, fingers brushing the band, and the room twisted. They vanished. They landed in the dark kitchen of the Plan B house. The air smelled of damp and iron, the fire in the hearth still burning low from before they left. No one spoke for several seconds. Finally Tonks broke the silence. "Harry, what happened?" He leaned against the table, eyes distant. "Voldemort ran. I killed Karkaroff." Sirius stared. "He ran. Voldemort." Harry nodded slowly. "It was easier than I thought. He's weaker. More than we guessed." Fleur crossed her arms, watching him carefully. "And you?" Harry hesitated. "When I attacked, my scar hurt. Not like before. Not sharp. It was deeper. Like something inside me was in pain too." "The Horcrux," Rose said softly. Harry didn't argue. Cedric looked uneasy. "So where did he go?" Before anyone could answer, Tonks froze. A faint red light pulsed against her chest, her Auror badge. She pressed a hand to it, eyes widening. Guys," she said slowly, "I might have a lead on that." Everyone turned to her. She held a hand over her ear, listening, her expression turning to disbelief. "All Aurors are to report in immediately," she repeated. Then, with a shocked laugh, Voldemort just showed up at the Ministry of Magic. The parchment appeared out of thin air, smoking faintly, and landed on Scrimgeour's desk. He didn't flinch, just looked down, read the first line, and felt his jaw tighten. "Voldemort under attack by Aurors and Harry Potter." He read it twice before calling, "Kingsley." The door opened almost immediately. Shacklebolt strode in, wand ready, shoulders tense. Scrimgeour handed him the parchment. "Read." Kingsley scanned it quickly. "Who sent this?" "My contact in the inner circle," Scrimgeour said. Kingsley's brow furrowed. "Then it's happening right now." "Exactly," said Scrimgeour. "Potter's found him. Who's unaccounted for in the core?" Kinglesey's mouth moved for a moment but no words came out. "Tonks." He managed. "No one else." Scrimgeour stood and began pacing, the old limp in his step more pronounced than usual. "It says Aurors, could be a mistake. Not enough to go on." He looked up. "Who's on monitor duty and where the hell are they?" He snapped. A young girl no older than 20 ran in holding a map. "We've been tracking surges across the north," she gasped. "Hard to pin down, but one stronger than the rest. Greater Hangleton, most likely." Scrimgeour scowled. "That's a big area, more precise." The woman shook her head. "Okay, 2 teams then, move. And get me Tonks." The woman ran out of the room. Scrimgeour paused, staring into the storm beyond the window. The rain hammered against the glass like impatient knuckles. "You know," he said suddenly, "I didn't think he had it in him." Kingsley glanced up. "Potter. The boy's done nothing for months. And now, he's fighting the Dark Lord on his own ground." Scrimgeour shook his head, almost grudgingly impressed. That's more courage than most men muster in a lifetime. He turned back to Kingsley, voice hardening. Bring everybody in. Get quick reaction teams ready to move immediately. I want eyes on the entire area, but no one goes in until we know the fight's over. And if Potter wins? Kingsley asked. Scrimgeour's eyes met his. Then I'll shake his hand myself, after we take him into custody. But if he loses, we make sure what's left of Voldemort doesn't walk away. A brief silence settled between them, broken only by the ticking of the clock and the steady storm outside. Then Scrimgeour said, Go ahead and tell him. Kingsley paused for a moment and nodded. He didn't have to ask who the minister meant. He addressed it anyway. He'll find out soon enough. Better he hears it from us. Kingsley touched his badge, murmured a coded phrase, and disappeared into a swirl of blue flame. Scrimgeour returned to the window as lightning flickered over London. If you're out there, Potter, finish it. Grimmauld Place. The message reached Dumbledore 10 minutes later. A silver lynx Patronus drifted through the air and spoke in Kingsley's calm baritone. Confirmed attack on Dark Lord HQ. Possibly Greater Hangleton. Dumbledore's face didn't move. Thank you, Kingsley, he said softly as the Patronus faded. The Order of the Phoenix was already gathering. Lupin, Moody, Snape, Arthur, Molly, each talking over the other, voices sharp and anxious. He's doing what? Molly gasped. Attacking where? Arthur said incredulously. Fool boy, muttered Snape, eyes cold. Maybe, countered Moody, pacing. If he's found the snake's den, let him strike. We win either way. What are waiting for? The last voice was Lupin's, but there were several nods of agreement. Dumbledore raised a hand for silence. The room stilled. We cannot intervene, he said. Not yet. The minister has already mobilized. We cannot risk confusing the situation. It will likely be over before they arrive anyway. Arthur frowned. But shouldn't we try to reach him? What if? If he is there and we move now, we will reach him second anyway, Dumbledore said deliberately. For now we wait. He turned toward the fire. The flames threw gold and blue across his face, making the lines under his eyes look deeper. I am not certain which outcome frightens me more, he murmured. That Harry loses, or that he wins. Snape's gaze flicked toward him. How very inspiring. Dumbledore ignored the comment. He was staring into the fire as if he could see something beyond it. They wait for what seemed like an eternity until another Patronus message arrived. All personnel report in immediately. The Dark Lord has entered the Department of Mysteries. For several heartbeats, no one spoke. Snape's voice was first, sharp and disbelieving. He walked into the ministry. Does that mean, Arthur said quietly, that Harry lost? Grim silence followed that, but Dumbledore and Moody gave each other the same look. If Harry is gone, the Dark Lord is vulnerable. But why the ministry? The gate, Snape murmured. Then louder, has to be. Dumbledore didn't deny it. He turned from the fire, his decision made. Alistair, assemble everyone ready to move. We go to the ministry in force. I will inform Kingsley. Moody stepped forward, eyes hard. And if you see the Dark Lord, shoot to kill. This ends tonight. The minister's war room. By the time the order arrived, Scrimgeour's command chamber was already locked down. The walls glowed with crimson wardlight, runes pulsing like a heartbeat. A map of London floated midair, golden lines converging deep below Whitehall. Report, Scrimgeour barked. Voldemort's inside, Kingsley said. Department of Mysteries. We've sealed every access point we know, but the containment spells, he shrugged helplessly. They're weaker than they were before. A younger Auror nearby muttered, they didn't hold the first time. What good are they now? Scrimgeour ignored the comment. How did he get in already? There are an unknown number of unspeakables and cursebreakers with him, sir, the report came from another Auror. We believe they let him in. Casualties? None yet, unless you count the ones inside likely under Imperius, Kingsley said grimly. He hasn't attacked anyone. He's just waiting. Scrimgeour stared at the glowing map. Then he's there for a reason. Kingsley nodded. Dumbledore's on his way. Good, Scrimgeour said quietly. This makes no sense, and I don't like it. He looked back at the flickering diagram, the dots of movement spreading through the ministry corridors like veins of light. This is the last stand, Kingsley. His. Or ours. The air inside the rebuilt Department of Mysteries shimmered with residual magic. The stones themselves seemed to hum, still half haunted by what had happened here years ago. Voldemort stood before the silver arch of the gate, wand raised, eyes locked on the faintly pulsing runes that wound along its curve. They were the same symbols he'd seen that night, the night Potter had broken reality itself, and he could not make them obey. A Cursebreaker stumbled forward, voice trembling. My lord, the runic cluster on the upper band, there's uncertainty about its meaning. It could mean duplicate, or possibly multiply. We're not certain which. Multiply. Voldemort cut in sharply, his voice rising. It means multiply. The man flinched. It might also be silence. Voldemort's wand lashed out, slamming the man backward in a burst of light. Do not correct me. The others froze. Two unspeakables and another Cursebreaker knelt in uneasy silence, wands clutched to their chests. The room smelled faintly of iron and dust. Smoke still curled from the runes where Voldemort's last curse had struck the floor. He turned back to the arch, pacing before it like a caged predator. It should work, he muttered, more to himself than to them. It must work. The power is here. I can feel it just beyond the veil. He held his hand and the air started to shimmer but stopped when he withdrew it. It calls to me. His hand twitched violently. Whatever Potter took from here, I will have it. The blackened tome beside him lay open, its pages inked with coiling serpents and symbols that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking. Salazar Slytherin's seal gleamed faintly on the cover, and Ouroboros biting its own tail. He ran his fingertips down the page. You taught that power once, he whispered to the text. You hid it from the fools who couldn't understand it. But I am no fool. I am you made flesh. The runes on the gate flickered as though mocking him. The energy refused to shape itself into form, slipping away whenever he tried to channel it. His magic hissed and bucked, scattering like water on hot iron. Voldemort pressed both hands to the sides of his head, gasping. The pain had returned, deep and stabbing, a pulse that wasn't his own. Not now, he hissed. Not now. The surviving unspeakable took an uncertain step forward. My lord, perhaps if we rest, recalibrate the array. No. The word exploded from him, raw and panicked. We are close. Every minute lost brings him closer. The man recoiled. Voldemort's wand snapped toward him, but then the Dark Lord froze. His crimson eyes went distant, unfocused. The air changed. The hum of the gate deepened, and the pain behind his eyes flared white-hot. A familiar pressure pressed against his mind. Faint, cautious, but there. Potter, he whispered. His mouth had gone dry. He's near. For a moment he could almost see it, threads of connection, thin as spider silk, trembling between them. The boy's mind touched his like a probing hand. Voldemort jerked back as if burned. He staggered, clutching at the edge of the stone dais. No, not yet, he rasped. Not until I finish this. He turned on the remaining unspeakables, eyes fever bright. You will open it. Do you hear me? You will make it listen. We don't know how, one stammered. Then learn, Voldemort hissed. You will make the gate obey me, or you will be the next sacrifice. He seized the tome again, flipping through brittle pages. The runes blurred together. His hand shook. Duplicate or multiply, he muttered, voice cracking. It doesn't matter. I will make it mine. He stole what was mine. My soul, my power, and he will return it. I will take it back through the same door he used. A deep tremor rolled through the floor, making the runes flare sickly green. Voldemort looked up at the arch, eyes wide. The veil behind it fluttered faintly, whispering in a voice just below hearing. He smiled. Not out of triumph, but out of madness and fear. I see you, he whispered to it. You will open for me. Then, under his breath, almost pleading. Please. Outside the ministry atrium every sound seemed amplified. Footsteps, the hiss of breath, the distant hum of the containment fields that surrounded Level 9. They gathered at the threshold of the Department of Mysteries, Aurors, Order members, and 6 cloaked figures who stood slightly apart from the rest. Suddenly an Auror ran up. They're here, he said breathlessly. Harry Potter. He's here. Sure enough, walking toward them was Sirius, Tonks, Fleur, Cedric, Rowe, and walking last was none other than Harry Potter. We're not here to fight, Sirius said calmly as they approached. We're here to help. Scrimgeour glared at each in turn. Fine, he snapped. He turned to Tonks. Report now. Tonks gave a slightly edited version of the events at the manor house but included all the major events. When she was done, Scrimgeour looked impressed. He fled. Just ran away. He did. Sirius nodded. We weren't sure where until. He gestured to everything around them. What now? Tonks asked. There was no immediate answer. Scrimgeour's voice broke the stillness. He's below. Breached the reconstruction wards and went straight to the gate chamber. Kingsley, standing beside him, nodded grimly. No movement since. No communication either. It's like the whole floor went dead. Dumbledore's gaze drifted to the glowing schematic hovering above the table. The gate, he murmured. He's there for that. You sure? Scrimgeour asked. His tone carried both suspicion and hope, the voice of a man who'd run out of certainties. I'm sure only that Voldemort never moves without purpose, Dumbledore replied. And if he's chosen this place, the reason cannot be simple. Tonks frowned. So we're walking in blind. Exactly, said Scrimgeour. We don't know what's waiting. Or what that thing actually does. Sirius spoke next, calm but firm. Then we assume the worst and end it before it starts. Dumbledore looked at Sirius intently for a moment before he inclined his head slightly. As you wish. Scrimgeour straightened, rainwater glinting off his robes. No one fires unless I give the word. Once we're in, containment teams seal the corridor. We finish it here. He raised a hand. Open the door. The great black doors shuddered and split apart, releasing a slow breath of air that smelled of stone and something colder. It carried a whisper, faint, shifting, like words of a forgotten language. They stepped through the gate room. The chamber was vast, domed, and ruined. Scars from the last battle still marred the marble floor. The arch stood at its center, ancient, silent, its silver curtain swaying without wind. Voldemort stood before it. He was gaunt, almost spectral, the veins at his temples dark against skin like parchment. 4 figures lay around him, curse-breakers and unspeakables, their eyes dull and empty. The great tome beside him hovered in the air, its pages fluttering like wings. He turned slowly as they entered, wand already raised. You're too late, he said, voice low but shaking. It's already begun. Too late for what? Scrimgeour demanded. What are you doing, Voldemort? Voldemort smiled. A twisted, brittle thing. What I should have done long ago. There is a doorway here, I can feel it. His voice cracked, feverish. Potter found his power here, what he stole will be mine. Step away from the gate. Kingsley barked. Voldemort's eyes flared. You think you can command me? You, who crawl through the dust of my making. Dumbledore took one step forward. Tom. Don't call me that. Voldemort screamed, and the air detonated. A shockwave blasted through the room. Light and sound folded together. Marble split, wards flared, and the chamber filled with streaks of color. Green, blue, red, a blur of curses and counters. Sirius reacted first, wand drawn, moving like lightning. He ducked beneath a blasting curse that had just detonated from a spell whip and hurled a rippling shield forward. The barrier absorbed the next hex, shattered it, and sent the energy back toward the dais. Voldemort staggered, robes whipping around him as he deflected strike after strike. He wanted to snarl, but the man gave him no room. It was as if his eyes widened in understanding at the exact moment a thin spider web crack in reality ripped him in half. Potter, he gasped with blood on his lips. The Dark Lord's severed top half fell backwards, his wand falling to the ground as if in slow motion. With his last conscious movement he reached toward the gate, fingers brushing the veil. The runes on the gate exploded with light, blinding everyone in the chamber. Waves of magical pressure started to radiate out, forcing most in the hall to their knees. Take him. Scrimgeour screamed over the commotion. Take Potter. The few wands that could still move swung instantly toward Harry, a flurry of red bolts and interlocked chains shot toward him. He looked desperately at Sirius. At the same across the chamber, Dumbledore raised his wand and unleashed a flurry of magic as well, but his spells were aimed at Sirius. Harry snarled under his Polyjuice disguise and whipped his hand toward Dumbledore, erasing the headmaster's spell in a flash of dark light. He spun back toward the Polyjuiced variant of himself, but it was too late. He looked just in time to see his own body portkeyed away. Horrors surged toward him. The air shimmered and they simply stopped moving. Dumbledore turned, just in time to see the real counterstrike. A brilliant flash, his own wand ripped from his grasp and spinning high into the air. The long, thin wand landed neatly in Harry's Polyjuiced hand and there was a sudden pulse that rippled outward. The chamber seemed to hum around him, a deep vibration that resonated in the bones. Then Harry clutched his forehead and screamed. Under the Polyjuice, Harry's scar was blazing hot, it felt like it was searing into his soul. He dropped to his knees and felt himself be pulled forward with a lunge. A line of light, thin, luminous, trembling, stretched from his forehead to the gate. It pulsed, alive, pulling taut like a thread being reeled in. Harry! Dumbledore shouted. Stop. His voice was ragged, broken. It's pulling me. He's inside it. The tether pulsed violently, sending a shockwave out from him. The humming sound increased, so loudly it made the stones tremble. The veil roared, its silver curtain now molten white. Cut it! Fleur cried, struggling to move forward. Harry, cut it! But it was too late. Harry felt as if his soul was beings decayed from his body. There was another blinding flash and then the gate went silent. Where Harry had stood a moment earlier, there was nothing. Fleur screamed. The first thing Harry felt was weight. Like gravity had gotten greater all at once. Then there was a great tearing sound, or maybe it was a feeling. He couldn't say, only that something that been torn apart. He hit stone hard, rolled, and stayed there for a moment, listening. No shouts. No spells. No echoes of Voldemort's voice. Only his own pulse, loud and steady in his ears. When he pushed himself up, the room came into focus. It looked like the Department of Mysteries, but broken. The arch still stood at the center, though one pillar had split almost to the base. The runes were barely visible now, carved lines worn pale against the stone. And the veil wasn't gold and shimmering anymore. It was black and tattered, its edges frayed like burnt cloth, swaying in a wind that didn't exist. Half of a body lay at the dais, Voldemort's. The upper torso only, robes ripped away, skin colorless as bone. His lower half was simply gone, torn off at the waist. And above that ruin drifted a shadow. Voldemort's spirit, half-formed, a coil of smoke and anguish twisting in silence. It turned toward him with those same serpentine eyes, but weaker, less than a ghost, more like a memory of rage. Harry's breath caught. His scar burned. Not sharply, but deep, a pulse in time with his heartbeat. The link was still there, faint and flickering. For one long second, they simply stared at each other, two ends of the same thread. Then the thing that had been Voldemort lunged toward the veil, shrieking without sound. Harry didn't think. He reached for it, through the invisible tether that had always connected them. His magic surged, meeting resistance like a locked gate. It was an odd feeling. There had never been any kind of barrier before. With effort he pushed harder and the block shattered. He forced the connection wide open. Power roared through him, hotter and wilder than he had felt before. It burned through the scar and down his arm, through his wand, through the world. For an instant he saw everything. The dark between worlds, the thread that bound their souls, the place where they'd been tied since Godric's Hollow. Then he pushed. He felt a part of him screaming, but whether it was him, Voldemort, or the magic itself he could say. As it screamed he felt something burning away. It felt like scraping dirt off the inside of his skin. Voldemort's spirit convulsed, unraveling in the torrent. The body on the floor disintegrated to gray dust that lifted on an invisible wind and scattered into nothing. The link snapped. The pain in Harry's head vanished, replaced by stillness so absolute it felt alien. He sank to one knee, breathing hard, Dumbledore's wand still warm in his hand. The smell of ash hung in the air. Nothing moved. He waited for the whisper in the back of his mind. The cold voice, the echo of laughter, the endless presence that had shadowed him his entire life. It didn't come. Very quietly, he said, "It's over." He stood, feeling the heaviness still in the air. His spells worked, but each one demanded more control, as though the magic here was thicker, more dense. He tried a simple charm, a light pulse, a locator, each took more focus, but also were more powerful. The doors of the chamber were cracked open. Beyond them, the corridors stretched into shadow. He sent a diagnostic ripple through the floor to test for wards. It moved sluggishly, like a stream in winter, but it moved. He stepped through. Dust muffled his footsteps. The torches on the walls were dead, but it was not difficult to see this was not the same room he had just been in. A single turn of apparition later, he stood in the place where the Plan B house should have been. Nothing. No house. No wards, not even the faint echo of past spellwork. Just open field and a cold wind cutting through the grass. He crouched, pressing a palm to the earth. There was magic here, but it hummed with an unfamiliar rhythm, as if the world's heartbeat was out of time with his own. He straightened, scanning the empty horizon. The stars were in the same places, the moon the same pale coin, but everything felt different, tilted somehow, the balance off. He whispered to the silence, "Where the hell am I?" Fleur screamed, but the sound was drowned out. A low, resonant hum that vibrated through the stone like a tuning fork struck in the dark. The gate flashed once, then rippled. The fabric tore open, and a surge of light burst outward. Shadows coalesced into shape. 5 figures tumbling through the arch together. They hit the dais hard, scattering across the floor. The first two to rise were armored knights, one in crimson and gold, the other in silver and green, both wearing cloaks bearing ancient sigils. Behind them 2 others followed, unspeakables by their robes, though the fabric was torn and their insignias long faded. And then the last figure rolled over, gasping, dark hair, hollow eyes, a familiar face that made everyone in the room freeze. "Ha! Harry! Harry!" Merlin's beard. Tonks and Fleur reached him first, hands trembling. He blinked at them, dazed. Where?" He started, then stopped as his gaze found Dumbledore. "Albus." Dumbledore's face fell. Sirius Black. "No, Ro tried, but her voice broke. "Polyjuice," Cedric said quickly, half laughing in relief. "We had Harry and Sirius switch places before we came, just in case." He stopped as Dumbledore shook his head slowly. The look on this Sirius's face was confusion, not recognition. Cedric's stomach dropped. "This is a different Sirius," he said quietly. The color drained from his face. Fleur had already stepped back, tears welling again. "Non," she whispered. "How?" A commotion in the corner cut through the shock. Dumbledore turned toward the men he had mistaken for knights. They were standing now, arguing in low, rapid tones. The one in green turned sharply, tried to apparate, and slammed into the ward line. He frowned, muttered something that made the air hum, and ripped a glowing tear in space itself. The man in red armor moved to follow. "Stop!" Dumbledore shouted, urgency breaking through his usual calm. "Lord Gryffindor, please." The man in red froze mid-step. "Who knows me?" he demanded, voice carrying the weight of centuries. Dumbledore stepped forward, reverent but firm. "I am the headmaster of Hogwarts. The year is 1996. I know your deeds well." The man's eyes widened. 1996. Dumbledore nodded, then gestured toward the space where the man in green had been only seconds before, the air still faintly glowing from the torn apparition charm. "And I know who he was as well," Dumbledore said quietly, gesturing to where the man in green had been. "Salazar Slytherin." There were shocked gasps in the chamber at that. "The very same," Godric Gryffindor replied solemnly. "Headmaster, may I suggest we adjourn somewhere more private? There is much to discuss, and we may not have much time." "Why not?" asked Fleur, eyes narrowing. But Godric ignored her. 2 of the Aurors in the room came up to Scrimgeour and said something unintelligible. "Right. Get the full debriefs from those 2 and hold them," he motioned to the unspeakables. "You 2, he pointed at Godric and Sirius, Dumbledore, Kingsley, and Tonks, with me. He held up a hand to forestall the objections already on the lips of Cedric, Fleur and the others. "Don't even think out it. You're lucky I'm letting Tonks in. Dawlish," he barked, "take them into protective custody. I'll send instructions once I figure out how big a mess we're in." And get whoever is under Potter's polyjuice out of lockup and in with them too. He turned back to the others. Okay, follow me. They relocated to an upstairs chamber, an old circular room with stone walls and the faint hum of containment wards running through them. A single blue lantern floated above the table, on which there was a strange-looking device with 6 floating orbs connected with thin metal wires. Scrimgeour stood with his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. All right, he said at last. These are veracity orbs, they detect deception. So let's start simple. What are your names, when did you enter the gate, and how? Let's start with the person that at least does exist here, he gestured at Sirius. Sirius cleared his throat. My name is Sirius Black, member of the Order of the Phoenix under Albus Dumbledore. I was cursed into the gate in a battle at the Department of Mysteries in June of 1996. And your relationship to Harry Potter? Dumbledore asked intently. I am his godfather, Sirius answered. We were at the Department of Mysteries because Harry fell into a trap laid for him by Voldemort. The prophecy room. Sirius paused and one of the orbs started to glow purple. He looked very intently at Dumbledore. The Sirius of this world is also godfather to Harry, and a valued member of the Order, Dumbledore said kindly. And we had a similar battle for the prophecy orb here, although one in which our version of you survived. Sirius exhaled heavily and the orb turned back to black. Yes, Voldemort lured Harry and his friends to the prophecy room. The fight spilled into the Veil Chamber. I was fighting Bellatrix and, he shrugged miserably. I lost. I don't even know what happened to Harry. If he is anything like our Harry, you have very little to worry about. Dumbledore said kindly. God help us if they are 2 Potters, Scrimgeour said under his breath. But this confirms my suspicions. You say the year was 1996. The 2 that came through in unspeakable robes were from the 18th and 19th centuries. So if our last guest is who you say he is, that's 4 people from 4 different centuries all arriving here at the same time. You also said, Veil Chamber, Dumbledore asked intently. Do you mean the gate room, like the one you arrived in? Sirius shook his head slowly. We call it the Veil Chamber. Maybe at one point it was a gate, but the stones around it were really nothing but ruins. Nobody knows why the veil still hangs there, but it does, and it swallows anything it touches. A different kind of door then, Dumbledore mused. If I may, Godric broke in. My name is Godric Gryffindor, he said firmly. I went through the gate in the year 1068 as I fought the other man you saw, Salazar Slytherin, to prevent him from completing it. And if you will allow me, I believe I can answer many of your questions. Although they will be hard answers to hear. He said that last with a strange sadness in his eyes. Dumbledore nodded, but Scrimgeour was looking at him questioningly. To prevent him from completing what? Scrimgeour asked. The gate, Godric answered, but his tone wavered. We are here because Salazar spent decades creating a master spell, one I did not think was possible, and yet here we are. The gate was the centerpiece of that work, a central focus through which he would channel 1,000 different spells to create a copy of our world, a mirror world, and the gate would be the door between them. You're telling me he created a whole mirror universe, and then somehow got stuck there? Scrimgeour asked incredulously. But now you're both back. You misunderstand, Godric said gravely. I found him with the spell already in process. It was all I could do to take him into the gate with me before it was finished. It was my hope that would end the spell. It is clear now that I failed. He took a deep breath. Salazar and I could only have emerged from the gate in our world if the gate in the mirror world was somehow activated. The fact that we are here is proof that it was. We did not get stuck in the mirror world, we just now arrived there. He paused as if to continue, but Dumbledore had already put the pieces together. You're saying that we're the mirror world, he said in horror. That we're all copies. I'm afraid so, Godric replied. This world that you know, while real to you, is simply a mirror of mine, created by Salazar as a tool to gain power. And he will not hesitate to sacrifice it, all of it, if it means reaching his goal. For a full minute no one spoke, there just didn't seem to be anything to say. Though everything the veracity orbs lay inert, not a trace of color visible in any of them. The lamps in Grimmauld Place burned low, throwing long shadows up the cracked wallpaper. Rain whispered against the window panes, The house creaked as if it remembered too much. Tonks pushed through the doorway, dripping from the storm, and behind her stepped the man no one expected to see alive again. He looked rough-edged but steady, the sharpness of old danger softened into something weary. His gray eyes moved around the room, the hearth, the people, the ghosts, as if checking that all of it was real. Bloody hell, Remus whispered, half rising from his chair. Serious. The man gave a crooked grin that didn't quite hide the shock in his eyes. Not yours, apparently, he said. But close enough. There was a thud of boots on the stairs. The door opened again, and another Sirius came in, this one more familiar, his coat still singed from the night's fight. Fleur and Cedric followed him, Ro close behind. For a long moment, the two men just stared at each other. It was like looking into a mirror that had lived a harder life on one side and a longer one on the other. Tonks broke the silence. Right. Ground rules before anyone loses their mind. The Sirius who fell out of the gate gets called Mr. Black. Ours stays serious. Simple enough. The newly arrived man looked indignant. How come he gets to be serious then? He's the Sirius of this world, Tonks replied diplomatically. So technically you're an invader and he's got dibs. Mr. Black snorted. Invader, is it? I'll have you know I was dragged through an interdimensional curtain. Hardly my fault.
Standard interdimensional travel dibs, we don't make the rules. Cedric said lightly. So, welcome to the mirror world, Mr. Black. Mr. Black looked around at the amused faces and chuckled under his breath. Fine. Mr. Black it is.
They all took seats. Tonks cross-legged on the floor by the fire, Ro curled into the corner of the couch, Fleur beside the window, Cedric sprawled on a chair that looked too small for him. Remus poured 2 glasses of fire whiskey and passed one to each Sirius. Might as well make this official, he said. Sirius lifted his glass toward his counterpart. To very strange meetings. Mr. Black clinked it back. And to worlds that make less sense every minute. Then Tonks leaned back against the sofa, an uneasy look on her face. If this is the mirror world, she said quietly, does that mean we're just copies? Reflections. Cedric reached over and squeezed her hand. Reflections still exist, he said. Doesn't make them less real. You seem pretty real to me, Mr. Black said, looking at his doppelganger. And from what I've gathered so far, our histories are almost identical too. Almost, Sirius replied slowly. Albus told me that you were never publicly exonerated though, for Wormtail. Mr. Black's mouth tilted. Exonerated. I was a bedtime story and a wanted poster. Hiding in caves, living off old favors, trying not to breathe too loudly when a ministry sweep went past Grimald. He glanced at the mantle, at the mounted elf heads, and something in his face hardened and then eased. There were good days. But mostly I measured my life by full moons and the price of a loaf in Nocturne. He looked at Sirius. How were you cleared? Harry, Sirius said simply. He found me, actually broke my arm and then invaded my mind before we ever shook hands, he grimaced. But I don't blame him. He didn't know the truth. He saw it. In here, he pointed to his head. So he went out, found Wormtail, fought off 100 Dementors and then drug him right straight to Fudge and the Aurors. I was officially pardoned a week later. Mr. Black blew out a breath. Lucky bastard. Occasionally, Sirius said, and clinked glasses with him. Cedric leaned forward, elbows on knees. All right. You're Harry. Did he vanish as a kid and then show up late to Hogwarts like ours? Mr. Black huffed a laugh. Not even close. Grew up with his aunt. Muggle sighed. Came to Hogwarts right on time. The Sorting Hat barely touched his head before calling Gryffindor. He saw some looks flash between the others at that. What? Our Harry was actually sorted in Slytherin, Sirius replied. Slytherin. Mr. Black exploded. How? Broke my heart when I heard it too, Sirius replied. But now, I almost think it had to be that way. Our Harry is different, Rose said carefully. Dumbledore placed him with his aunt and uncle here but he ran away. She smiled at the memory. He actually ran away with me and my brother Jack, saved us all from bad situations. Ran away. Ro nodded. We grew up in London together, doing what we could to get by. Harry never even got a Hogwarts letter, We didn't know it existed until I got mine. Mr. Black looked uncomfortable at that. I'm sorry, but I don't know anyone like you at Hogwarts. Not that I know everyone, he said quickly. But you definitely aren't in Harry's orbit. Who is? The question came from Tonks. Mr. Black looked thoughtful. Well, he met Ron Weasley on the train and the two of them became best friends with Hermione Granger 5 minutes later and never looked back. He smiled in spite of himself. The golden trio, we call them. If trouble doesn't find them, then they'll always go looking. Quote. Best friends with Ron Weasley, Tonks repeated, bewildered. Merlin. More than friends, Mr. Black said. The three of them are a fixed star. He saved Ron's little sister Ginny from a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Flew circles around half the school since first year. Seeker, a natural. Quidditch is the only time he looks like a kid with nothing on his mind. He saved Ginny in our world too, Rose said, nodding. And he loves being on a broom, but Quidditch, not so much. Was he a Triwizard champion in your world? Mr. Black asked. He was. Cedric nodded. Is that how Voldemort? The maze, Mr. Black said grimly, gaze falling to the fire. Harry and Cedric took the cup together. It was a portkey. Voldemort came back, and Cedric didn't. He looked at Cedric apologetically. Harry came back with your body. Silence took the room in both hands. Cedric's jaw flexed once. Tonks' fingers found his and held. In ours, Fleur said softly, Harry never ran the maze. The false Moody took him while we were still inside. When Cedric and I reached the cup, it pulled us to the same graveyard. Death Eaters were waiting. Harry fought them off and dragged us out. She swallowed. Jack died instead. Mr. Black looked between Fleur and Cedric with something like grief and recognition shared across a pane of glass. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Tell us the first task, Cedric said, a little too briskly, grateful for a subject with edges. How did your Harry handle the dragon? Mr. Black's lips twitched. He flew a broom and snatched the egg quick as a blink. Crowd loved it. Roe looked thoughtful. So he was trying to win. Of course, Mr. Black said, slightly confused. Not ours, Sirius said, and the whole room struggled to hold back laughter. Our Harry, let's just say he wasn't planning on playing along with whoever put his name in the goblet. He conjured a lawn chair, summoned a cooler and a stack of books, put on sunglasses, and cracked a soda in front of a Hungarian horntail. He nodded toward Fleur. Then he conjured a flock of bright yellow birds and sent them to tease the dragon. He'd read that horntails won't tolerate anything in their airspace. The thing started breathing fire at them and accidentally blasted the ward dome over the stands. Gave the crowd a proper scare, singed the judge's platform, and then Harry packed up and walked off when the clock ran out. Mr. Black stared, and then barked a laugh he couldn't quite stop. He screwed around with a dragon. 14 points for page turning and pyrotechnics, Cedric said, deadpan. Tonks wheezed into her sleeve. Merlin's own menace. Mr. Black shook his head, delighted despite himself. All right, we're trading. You owe me your second task story later. He sobered. As for our 5th year, the Department of Mysteries, Harry led friends there to save me. It was a trap. He stopped, looked at the floorboards. I fell through the veil then. Remus's voice was careful. In this world, the kids never set foot in the Hall of Prophecy. Different bait. Different fight. He glanced at Cedric and Fleur. Both nodded for him to go on. When our lot finally met Voldemort under the Ministry, it wasn't a duel, it was a storm. Harry tore through the protections like cloth. Half that level has a new floor plan now. Mr. Black blinked. He broke the Ministry warding. Like it offended him personally, Tonks said, trying for lightness and missing by a little. He does that sometimes. Does your Harry ever do things like that? Things that should be impossible. Mr. Black sat back very slowly. I don't have a version of that in my head that makes sense, he admitted. In our world, Harry's powerful for his age, sure, and stubborn enough to make mountains move if he argues with them long enough. But what you're describing, that sounds like something different. Tonks leaned her head against the sofa. Was your Harry trained beyond school, like in wandless magic and things like that? Mr. Black's eyes warmed. Wandless magic. You can do that here. He asked, shocked. He shook his head. Nothing like that. He trains the people around him though. Last year he started a defense club when the ministry tied our defense professor's wand in a knot. Dumbledore's army taught half the school to duel and cast a Patronus. Snape hated it in theory and in practice. Cedric grinned. In this world I asked our Harry to do that and he told me to absolutely go to hell, so I started it and he trained me instead. He shrugged. Mr. Black chuckled. Maybe they're not so different. He hates being the center of anything, just wants to be a normal kid. But somehow the storm always finds him and then he ends up making it out by the skin of his teeth. And because of his friends. He smiled at the last. Everyone else looked at each other and there was a pause before anyone spoke. The pause lengthened until Fleur broke it. What was your Harry like at the end? Before the veil. Mr. Black rubbed his thumb along the rim. Tired. Hurt by the ministry calling him a liar. He carries blame like it was issued with his wand. But the Weasleys took him in like family in that house. Molly fed him, scolded him, and loved him fat on both. Saved him, if I'm honest. Sirius finally spoke. And so the last thing that happened, the Department of Mysteries, that is you and the Order going to save Harry in the Veil room. And you saw him there. Harry. Inside. With you. Mr. Black nodded slowly. They didn't split off, Remus said quietly. The others traded a look so quick it might have been a trick of shadow. Mr. Black looked like he was about to ask a question but Remus set his glass down. Another night, he said, gently final. Now that, Mr. Black said with a touch of anger. As a move I've seen before. Spill it Remus, I know you're hiding something. He saw Remus look at Sirius and Tonks. Mr. Black growled. Look, I may not be your Sirius but I am still Sirius Black, and you either trust that or not. There was a silence before Sirius broke it. Okay, I'll tell you. But first answer one question. Has anyone on your side ever discussed anything about Voldemort splitting his soul? The confusion on Mr. Black's face was all the answer they needed. He shook his head. Sirius took a deep breath and continued. Sirius told him everything. The Horcrux, void magic, Dumbledore's plan to sacrifice Harry in the Department of Mysteries, Harry finding his new powers and going rogue, everything right up until Harry had gone into the gate on their side and Mr. Black had come out. When it was over, Mr. Black sat in stunned silence. My Harry has the same connection to Voldemort, he whispered in horror. Does that mean? We don't know that, Tonks answered quickly. Clearly your Dumbledore tried to save Harry when he went to the Department of Mysteries, maybe he has another plan. Our Dumbledore has always been afraid of Harry, Rose said bitterly. Always trying to find a way to control him or push him where he doesn't want to go. My Harry trusts Dumbledore with everything, Mr. Black said, still stunned. He's had some great escapes but you're saying your Harry is strong enough to attack Voldemort directly. And win. He shook his head in disbelief. In my world Dumbledore is the only person who can even think to challenge Voldemort. What about my Harry? Mr. Black asked slowly. Do you think your Harry would try to find him? Should I be worried? Rose shook her head. They both sound like they care more about the people around them than about themselves. If anything, I think our Harry would try to protect yours. Your Dumbledore on the other hand. She shrugged. No promises. Well, on the bright side, depending on how long it takes to get our Harry back, he might take care of your Voldemort while he's there, Cedric said with attempted levity. That would be very in character. Fleur said, smiling softly. But we have our own problems now, yes. Salazar Slytherin back from the dead, who thinks we are all his toys. His smile faded. We will need Harry. We'll find him, Sirius said evenly. But not tonight. Tonks leaned forward with a game smile. Well, if we're not going to argue metaphysics, we can at least argue food. Pumpkin pasties or treacle tart? Treacle tart, and it's not close, Mr. Black and Sirius both said without hesitation. Pasties, Rose said, horrified that it was a question. Fleur made a face. Non. They slid, gratefully, into the small matters that keep the large ones from swallowing a room whole. Which Weird Sister's song was less bad on repeat. Whether Zonko's or Weasley's Wizard Wheezes had better packaging. Whether Beauxbatons actually served decent coffee, Fleur. Better than your tea, that is certain. Quote closing parenthesis dot. Mr. Black told the story of turning Snape into a reluctant portrait outside the fat lady. Sirius, not to be outdone, told the upgraded version where they double-stuck Malfoy to the Hufflepuff door. Cedric's snort was involuntary, and they discovered with reluctant delight that some mischief really does translate between worlds. At last, the storm outside softened to a tired tap against the glass. Cedric stretched and stood. We'll get you a proper bed, Mr. Black. Sirius walked him to the door and paused with a scowl. Really don't feel like a Mr. Black. Across the room, Fleur stood at the window, palms on the sill, watching the rain trail silver down the black panes. Her reflection was a pale ghost in old glass. Cedric and Tonks came and stood beside her. He'll come back, Cedric said softly. There is nothing in this world or that one that can keep Harry away from the people he cares about. Fleur nodded but didn't turn away. Come back to me. Somewhere through the space between universes, past a broken arch and a tattered black curtain, Harry was trying to do exactly that. The first thing he needed was information. Information that he was getting from a very unique source. It had not been difficult to piece together that he had somehow been transported to an alternate universe. His first horrifying thought had been time travel, seeing the gate on this side broken down in ruins. But a quick look around and grabbing both the Prophet and a Muggle paper confirmed he had arrived here the same day he had fought Voldemort in the gate room. The Prophet had also brought him to the immediate conclusion that this world and his were very similar, right down to he and Voldemort fighting in the Department of Mysteries. Except this time he either hadn't been a sacrifice, or Dumbledore's plan had gone even worse than in his world. What he did know was that the Harry of this world was very different from himself. And he knew that because that Harry, the Harry of this world, was sitting right in front of him. In a place he never thought he would return to. Number 4, Privet Drive. To be safe, the newly arrived Harry had put a glamour on himself before coming here and had introduced himself as Jack. Now, Jack sat across from another version of himself, scanning his memories and learning just how different their worlds were. He winced as he felt this Harry try feebly to block his legilimency. He was being as gentle as he could be. In truth, this Harry's occlumency was rudimentary at best to begin with. Still, the sensation of someone rooting through your memories like a book could not be pleasant. It was necessary though, anything else would simply take too much explaining. When he was done he exited slowly, but not before showing this Harry a glimpse of who he really was, and where he came from. Wait. This Harry said, grabbing his head. You're me. Jack dropped his glamour just for an instant and nodded. Yes, but for simplicity let's have you keep calling me Jack just so there's no confusion. He saw Harry look over his shoulder slightly at the stunned bodies of Vernon and Petunia Dursley. They're fine, Jack said dismissively. I'll obliviate them before I leave, they'll never know the difference. This world's Harry paused, still rubbing his temples. It was odd, but this Harry looked healthier, softer, even. No war-etched shadows under his eyes, less permanent tension in his shoulders. If you're me then why didn't you just say so, Harry said angrily. I would have told you, you didn't have to go ripping through my head. I had to be sure, Jack said apologetically. And I had to know if you could do the same things I can. And you can't, Jack said simply. But that does mean maybe I can help you. I need to know one thing first though, do you really trust Dumbledore? Of course, Harry said without thinking. Don't you? My world is different, Jack said, shaking his head. Why do you trust your Dumbledore? I've never really thought about it, Harry replied honestly. Hogwarts was the first place I ever felt like home, Dumbledore was a big part of that. He always looked out for me, until last year I saw him constantly. And even last year, I know he was just trying to protect me. Although, it hurt. He trailed off. Jack had subtly been probing Harry as he spoke, and what he found was that this Harry looked at Dumbledore almost like a father figure. When he brought up the last year it wasn't with anger at being used, it was anger at the feeling of loss he had felt when the headmaster stopped patting him on the damn head. This is the version of me Dumbledore wanted all along, he realized with a start. Like a lamb to the slaughter. Except no slaughter yet. Harry, I know this is crazy, Jack started, reaching out to put a hand on his should. With a thought and a flick of his wrist he obliviated his other self. The other boy really had no defensive reflexes at all. He left both the other Harry and the Dursleys with no memory his coming. All would think that this Harry had simply been reading by himself. As he walked out, Jack dropped his glamour in favor of his null distortion field and apparated. He arrived at the room he had rented in the Leaky Cauldron, where he had set up a temporary base of operations. He would spend several hours each day listening in on conversations both in the bar downstairs and the alley in general, filing away anything he heard that could potentially be valuable. But so far nothing that could help him with the one thing he really needed: how to get home. He enlarged his bag and pulled out a sheet of parchment to write out what he had learned from his world's version of himself, thinking while he did. For as much as this world mirrored his own, there were some glaring differences. First, the Dursleys of this world, while clearly not the best guardians, had never abused this version of him. So much so that this Harry still stayed there in the summers and thought nothing of it. So this version of him had never had to learn magic early, never run away, never met Rowan Jack, who as far as he could tell didn't exist here either. He had found an old Muggle record of them as missing children but no record of either of them now, and all post addressed to Row was simply returned. He had to force himself to admit the grim possibility that they had died without him in this world. The magic, too, was different here. Harry had become accustomed to it quickly through effort, but when he reached out through the void there was somehow more there, like a filter had been lifted. It scared him. And yet even with access to that power he had made no progress on the gate, it had simply shut itself off. He had returned undetected to the gate room a number of times since arriving, and each time left frustrated. Whatever activated the gate, he didn't have it yet. Why was this gate in ruins where the other one was pristine? What happened here that didn't happen in my world? He scrawled at the bottom. Followed by this Harry, powerless, pawn. Horcruxes likely intact. Battle in gate room on both worlds, coincidence. Dumbledore's plan. Voldemort's plan. He paused to stretch his hand. The one welcome piece of news was that he had checked and found each side's headquarters to be at the same place, the Order at Grimmauld, Voldemort at the Manor in Greater Hangleton. That would be useful if he decided to go loud, but it wasn't clear yet that would actually help him. He wrote one last line. Save this Harry. He looked down at that for a moment. This boy was not him, not by a long shot. But they were similar, especially in wanting to protect people and not watch anyone else die. I was really hoping to find an ally and not another liability, he mused aloud to himself. But it is what it is. Work on the gate first, then decide. It was as good plan as he could come up with at the moment. The big question he had no answer for was still on his lips. Who would possibly know something about that damn gate? Inside the drawing room at Grimmauld Place, maps and ward diagrams lay pinned beneath knife handles and teacups. The blue glow projection of the veil rippled in a shallow basin, like a heartbeat under ink. Dumbledore stood at the head of the table, hands steepled. Scrimgeour paced with a predator's restlessness. Godric Gryffindor sat in half-mended armor, the red and gold dulled by candlelight, his sword leaning against the table as if it had opinions. It's awake, Godric said, not looking at anyone. Not just open. Awake. Salazar will try to breach the boundary to the source again. Here. Then he'll cross back through the gate and finish his mad climb where he began. The source? Scrimgeour echoed, sour. We don't even know what that means. Nor I, Godric said. I'm not sure Salazar does either, but he seeks it nonetheless. Fleur, Cedric, Tonks, and Row clustered by the hearth, faces taut with the kind of focus that keeps fear from moving. We have to go after Harry, Cedric said. Find some way to reach him. There is no such way, Dumbledore said gently. No artifact known can bridge worlds, and if Godric is correct then the gate will answer only to Salazar, or his direct heir. Voldemort, Tonks said, jaw set. So we sit and wait for him to choose if our Harry comes home. Godric's mouth twisted. As far as I know, he said slowly, that is the truth. But I do not know everything. Salazar birthed this alone. There are corners even he did not foresee. He looked up, a hard spark in his eye. Do not surrender hope merely because the path is narrow. Dumbledore nodded once. Agreed. Harry's friends will search for another way to open the gate. Meanwhile, Godric and the Order must find Salazar before he tears this world to pieces trying to reach this source. Scrimgeour stopped pacing. Then we move now. They moved from plan to motion, and, later, into the Ministry's war room. The rain came with them on the oars, cloaks, the room smelled of wet wool and iron. There was an island, Godric said, studying a coastal chart. In his later years, when he didn't want interruption, Salazar ringed it with howling shades, demons that drink heat and thought. We named them Dementors. Do you know it? The room went very still. You mean Azkaban prison? Asked Kingsley. Godric recoiled as if struck. You built a prison there, with demons for wardens. Scrimgeour held his stare. We don't have better answers for certain men. You will when you need them for yourselves, Godric said, bitter. He dragged a gauntleted finger across the map. If he means to touch the boundary again without interference, he may try there. Or else. He looked at Dumbledore. One of his hidden chambers at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's brow rose. I would know. Not necessarily, Godric said. The most powerful of the protections we laid at the school came from Salazar himself. It would not be difficult for him to pass through them undetected if he wished. A beat of silence. Then we split, Scrimgeour decided. I'll send a scout team to Azkaban. You two go to Hogwarts and test your theory without rattling the castle. We reconvene the moment anyone sees sign. Cedric nodded once, like a promise to himself. Tonks rolled her shoulders as if already hearing the order to move. See what you can learn, Dumbledore told them, warm and grave in the same breath. We are dealing with magics unlike any ever seen before. Who's to say what's possible and what's not? The last time you said something like that it was telling Harry to study void magic, Rose said accusingly. Beside her Fleur nodded. We will look because we must. She also leveled a stern look at the headmaster. But we are not yours to order. Across the Vale, the Department of Mysteries bled plaster dust and lamplight. Half the corridors were scaffolded. The Vale Chamber's outer ring had been restoned and overwarded until the air itself hummed. Harry, under his distortion field, was frustrated. He had been here now enough times to walk most of the main room blindfolded. He counted turns in his head, touched wall seams to taste for old magic, and slipped through a small arch behind a dangling tarp. He didn't go to the Vale, not this time. Tonight he had a different target. He found the unspeakable alone in a side office among boxes of rune chalk and wardstone fragments, cataloging residue readings with tired chalk on a slate. He had followed this man many times. Blackburn, Harry said softly, shutting the door and emerging from his field with a thought. The man jerked, wand up. His mask was off. Midnight stubble, a scholar's thin mouth, eyes that slept too seldom. Who? Harry stepped closer and let his glamour flicker just enough to unsettle sense without resolving into recognition. I need information. And you need to keep breathing. Blackburn twitched his wand to cast, and Harry tapped his legilimency in a clean, surgical glide. Pain hit the man like a spike. He gasped, clutching his head. Stop. Stop. Please. Harry eased off, frowning. You've got a ward against memory extraction keyed to you. Not a ward, Blackburn panted, hands trembling. A haze. If you take knowledge the wrong way, it kills me. Standard protection for what we handle. Neat, Harry said, meaning it. He folded his arms and reached out instead with a compulsion. Then we talk. Blackburn eyes swam for a moment as the spell took effect and he swallowed. He was watching Harry's magic rather than his face, the way unspeakables learn. His eyes widened. Your signature. What about it? Harry said. Not a question. It matches. Residual traces on the arch. Old traces. Faint. Impossible. Nothing ever comes out. His voice went hoarse. People go in and never come back. Almost never, Harry said. What do you know about the Vale? Blackburn shut his eyes and picked through what he could safely share, the way professionals do when the wrong answer kills you. It isn't ours. The Ministry didn't build it. We found it. Beneath an older ruin. Stone and ward line cuttings match work attributed to Salazar Slytherin. He opened his eyes. We found inscriptions. Blood runes. Couldn't parse them. Closest match was a sequence carved into one of Hogwarts' earliest wardstones. Even that wasn't a true decode, just a resonance. Harry's pulse climbed a notch. So Slytherin built it. We don't know for sure, Blackburn said quickly. But we think Hogwarts predates the Arch, which would make the runes at Hogwarts first and these second. Harry took a breath, slow and even. That's all you know. Blackburn nodded emphatically. Who are you? But Harry only raised his hand. Blackburn flinched, and then blinked, empty and unfocused, as the softest obliviate brushed the last 3 minutes clean, careful as a surgeon's stitch. Harry eased the door open and slipped back into the scaffold maze. He didn't have everything. He had enough. A lead he'd hoped to avoid. Hogwarts. The wards around Hogwarts tasted him before they saw him. Harry stopped just beyond the boundary line in the wet grass, rain fine as thread. He didn't announce himself. He let the castle feel, the way a wild thing scents the wind. Hogwarts pressed back, curious and wary. Who? It was strange, to both recognize something and also not at the same time. Harry let that same feeling flow from him, his familiarity with Hogwarts, but not this Hogwarts. Magic, as it did so often now, simply obeyed his intent and seemed to surround all of the castle with its presence. The wards hesitated, confused, then eased, like a door unbarred by a very old hand. A path opened that did not trigger alarms. Thank you, Harry murmured, and walked in. He took the long way, past the lake's dark glass, under the eaves of the greenhouses, up the lesser-used stairs where portraits dozed, and came at last to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle watched him as if it had seen this precise moment painted long ago. No password. The stairs rolled bare and open. The office smelled of ink, lemo, and a lighter kind of time. Fizzing Wisby's tin, neatly aligned quills, the slow tick of a silver instrument bubbling like it remembered a thought. On the shelf, a battered hat stirred. Ah, the sorting hat said, in a voice that sounded like dust and firelight. I've met you before. Not quite me, Harry said, and let the glamour drop completely. The hat's seam curled into a smile. So it would seem. Put me on, then. Let me see. Harry crossed the room, lifted the hat, and settled it onto his head. A soft, deep plunge. The world narrowed to thread and memory. He let it in. Jack and Row and the alleyways, the distortion fields hush, the gates yawning dark, Dumbledore's trap, void magic, Fleur. Ambition, the hat murmured, amused and sad. I warned another heir once. He didn't listen. It appears you did. I listened to the right things, Harry said in thought speech. The hat rummaged. Swift, respectful. Your question, then. Salazar and the gate. It showed him an old memory that wasn't a memory at all. More like a story told to children who would one day become founders. A castle of 2 floors, the hat intoned. Treasure above, no stairs to reach it. Salazar yearned to build a second castle beside the first, but with stairs he could access. He would walk up in the false one, cross through the wall, and enter the second floor of this world. To do this, he must duplicate everything, including himself. Then, at the right time, he could cross into this mirror world, break through the barriers that he struggled against, reabsorb the whole of that world and return here a god. The hat sighed, a dry, papery sound. Godric called him mad. Said he'd tear down the real world while reaching through the mirror. Perhaps he did not. Perhaps he succeeded. Either way, my boy, the gate is not ours. It is his. I saw it in your memory. The gate opened for Tom Riddle, not for you. Harry drew a slow breath as understanding dawned. Slytherin's heir, he said aloud. Slytherin's bloodrunes. It's keyed to their blood, his and Voldemort's. Indeed, that is half your puzzle, the hat said. The other half just stepped onto the staircase. Footsteps. Measured. Familiar, climbed toward the office. Harry lifted the hat from his head and set it back on the shelf. The hat's brim folded down like a wink. Leave now and work in shadow, the hat said, or stay and save yourself the inconvenience. I'll stay, Harry said, and took Dumbledore's chair. He found the tin of lemo. Drops, flipped it open, and let 2 click into his palm while the door swung inward. Albus Dumbledore froze on the threshold. His eyes took in the boy in his chair, the open tin. Dimly he also registered that he had not been informed of the boy's arrival, either on the grounds or in his office. Suddenly he smiled and his eyes began to twinkle. Harry, he said mildly. I was not expecting you. Though I suppose you were expecting me. The twinkle intensified. Since I have just left you at the burrow with Molly attempting to overfeed you, I take it you have something rather important to discuss. May I ask, purely as a diagnostic, how far in the future you are from? Harry smiled without humor. Good guess. Unfortunately, the truth is a lot plicated. He drew a wand from his coat, Dumbledore's wand, and set it quietly on the desk. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to his own identical wand still in his hand, then back to the one on the desk. The twinkle died. I'm not from your future, Harry said. I'm not from here at all. Dumbledore's face didn't move, but the room felt it, the wards pulling in, the delicate devices tightening their ticks. Another world, he said softly. Another world, Harry agreed. I've met your Harry. The one you've been raising like a lamb to slaughter. He let the words sit. Before I go home, I thought we should have a conversation about that. For the first time in a very long while, Dumbledore looked a fraction afraid. Harry felt the touch a heartbeat before it came, light as dust on skin, a Legilimens asking knock. Wrong move, Harry said, unleashed a single-stroke counter with a strength the headmaster would not have thought possible. Dumbledore's knees bent. He caught himself on the desk, breath hissing, as Harry released him almost at once. First lesson, Harry said. You are not the strongest wizard in this room. Dumbledore stood very still. Then he laughed once, without mirth. Point taken. Harry leaned back. There's a fragment of Voldemort in your Harry. In his scar. You know that much, or you've nearly got there. What's your plan to remove it that doesn't end with him dead? The Horcrux, Dumbledore said heavily, taking a seat in front of his desk. Yes, I have suspected as much. It is true then, in your world at least. Harry nodded. Then you know as much as I. Plans are in motion now to gather more information. First I must know how many times Tom split his soul. 7. Harry answered abruptly. 7. Dumbledore's eyebrows raised. Then Harry. You were unintentional. Not that it matters, but yes. It does matter, Dumbledore replied firmly. Tom would have known that 7 would work together in flux, but 8.8 could cause discord. If one was removed, it could cascade into the others. His brow furrowed in thought. Think out loud, please, Harry said firmly. Apologies, Dumbledore said, holding up a hand. I am not accustomed to speaking freely with anyone about this. I do not know what happened in your world, but here I have been working on the theory that if I can somehow destabilize the connection between Horcruxes, that could leave an opening for Harry to face Tom directly and live. Harry's brow furrowed at that. How? The Horcruxes are pieces of Tom, separate but connected. As Tom goes, they go. Right now Tom feels safe, secure, in control. But that connection is also a liability. Harry has shown us that. If those pieces of his soul were to feel threatened, they could seek to reunite. In such an event, if Tom were to attempt to kill Harry, I believe the Horcrux within him would use that opportunity to reconnect instead. How? Harry asked. The killing curse, Dumbledore replied simply. The first time Tom tried it connected them and made Harry a Horcrux. If we can duplicate that, Voldemort and Harry both would be fused again. Harry could emerge clean, the Dark Lord vulnerable, truly vulnerable for the first time. So your plan is to sacrifice him, Harry said bluntly. Not good enough. It may sound cruel, Dumbledore said, voice quiet but firm, but the alternative is far worse. Thus far, our Harry has shown remarkable resilience against the Horcrux inside him, but that will not last. In time, it will poison him, corrupt him. It may even turn him into a puppet for Tom's will. The headmaster exhaled, eyes heavy. So he must face death now, or fade slowly into something unrecognizable. Harry's expression darkened. And you know this how? He snapped. You've got a lot of experience with reflected killing curses making accidental Horcruxes. For a heartbeat, Dumbledore was silent. I understand your anger, Harry. But we are all working with magic that has no precedent. There are no. What I understand, Harry cut in, is that your first instinct in every situation is to assume the worst and play it safe. His voice sharpened. Did it never occur to you to train him? To make him stronger? To give him a fighting chance? Not everything can be solved with power, Dumbledore said, his tone returning to its lecturing calm. That, my boy, is the very thinking that made Tom Riddle into the monster he became. Harry laughed. A short, bitter sound. Here we go. Power corrupts, Harry. Don't get too strong, Harry. You can't beat Tom at his own game, Harry. He slammed both palms onto the desk and stood, magic rippling in the air. Well, guess what? I did beat him at his own game. I tore Voldemort apart, piece by piece, and I did it without you. You tried to kill me, and I still saved your ass. Dumbledore gasped as his chair groaned beneath an unseen pressure. It was as if gravity itself had multiplied 100-fold. His breath hitched, eyes widening as invisible weight pressed him into the cushions. Harry held it for a long moment, watching the great wizard strain against the force. Then he let the magic go. The air snapped back to normal with a low hum. You're the same in every world, Harry said bitterly. One path. Yours. And if anyone disagrees, they're wrong by definition. Dumbledore opened his mouth to speak, but Harry silenced him with a flick of his hand. Enough. No more sanctimonious speeches. He took a slow breath, collecting himself. Here's what's going to happen. I need your Voldemort for something, so I'm going to take him. Before that, I'm getting that Horcrux out of your Harry. And you're going to help me do it. Dumbledore met his gaze. There was grief in his eyes, but also something deeper, an almost scholarly fascination, tempered with humility. That power, he whispered. What is it? Harry gave a low bark of laughter. That's a parlor trick. For some reason, being in this world has amped my magic significantly. Pretty sure I could split this castle in half if I tried. He leaned forward, eyes hard. So here are your options. You help me. We save your Harry. I kill your Voldemort, and no one else ever needs to know a thing. Or, his gaze darkened, and the faintest flicker of that crushing weight returned to the room. Or you can try to gather your little order and fight me. And I'll still save your Harry. I'll still kill your Voldemort. But it'll be a whole lot messier, and you won't be around to see it. Silence stretched between them. The only sound was the steady tick of the silver instruments around the office. Dumbledore looked down at the wand on the desk, its twin gleaming faintly beside it, a relic from another world. Then he drew a long, trembling breath. Very well, he said quietly. Tell me everything you can safely tell me. I have clearly lost this battle once already. Let us try a different way this time. Harry smiled faintly, plucking another lemo. Drop from the tin. Good choice. He popped it into his mouth, rolling it over his tongue. You know, he said after a beat, these really aren't half bad. The instruments around them began ticking again, slowly, cautiously, as if even time itself had been holding its breath. The school term had started at Hogwarts, and even for Harry this was a weird one. Under a new glamour and a borrowed name, Jack Thomas walked the corridors and tried to blend in as much as he could. Dumbledore's cover stories for him were solid. To the students and professors he was simply a new teaching assistant, one that was rarely seen outside of Dumbledore's office. To the Order members he was introduced as one of Dumbledore's eyes, which was a great way to avoid questions altogether. He had hoped for a dull term while he prepared to remove the Horcrux from the Harry of this world, but those hopes were dashed when Katie Bell was attacked by a cursed necklace that someone had clearly, and clumsily, been targeting the headmaster with. Dumbledore didn't seem concerned, but then again he never did. To Harry the message was clear. Start moving your pieces, or risk losing control of the board. He would occasionally see this world's version of himself around school and he was shocked by just how normal he was. Nearly always with Ron Weasley or Hermione, laughing in a corner, studying, or running late to class. Sometimes he would catch the other him throwing glances at girls when he thought no one was looking, and blushing slightly if he was caught. He's more Ron than me, Harry thought, and the sting of it surprised him. One Saturday he took the high bench at the pitch to watch the Gryffindor vs. Slytherin Quidditch match, and it was there he saw the first real similarity with his other self. Harry couldn't remember the last time he had gone flying just for fun, but he remembered the feeling. The freedom, the pure unfiltered joy of it. He saw that in his doppelganger's face as well. Maybe some things really were universal. When the snitch flashed and the crowd split open with noise, Harry felt the echo of a life that might have been. He let it move through him and then let it go. He had more important matters to attend to. One, he had settled into a general rhythm in the school. It was time to start making moves. I'm not asking, Harry said, sitting in front of the headmaster's desk. You rarely do, Dumbledore replied, hands folded, eyes steady. But haste can be a cruelty of its own. If I'm going to burn the thing out of him, I need to find it first, Harry said, exasperated. I know what it felt like when I did it, but that doesn't mean I can just do it on him first try. Until we find the other Horcruxes, the point is moot anyway, Dumbledore said for the third time. Harry threw his hands up. I don't know how to help you there. In my world you had already found all of them except for Nagini by the time I even knew what a Horcrux was. Dumbledore's looked thoughtful. Then we know of 4. The diary, the ring, Nagini, and you. That leaves 4 others to be found. Then get on with it, Harry snapped. I will try, the headmaster responded in an even tone. But I will need time, and I may need assistance. Fine, fine, Harry said, saving his hand again. While you do that, I need access to your Harry. For what purpose? Locating the Horcrux, isolating it, and training him to survive the extraction. He lifted a finger for each item. And if Voldemort figures out what you're doing, what's he going to do about it? Attack Hogwarts? Harry scoffed. He could gather the remaining Horcruxes so that we do not find them, Dumbledore answered sharply. Harry thought about that for a moment before agreeing. Fine, I'll give you a month. That should be enough time to find the other Horcruxes and tell your Harry the truth about what he is. That much is overdue already, and yes, I'm speaking from experience. He stood up to leave. Then, we start working on the Horcrux. Dumbledore studied him a long moment. The rain tapped like a metronome gone wrong. Very well, the headmaster said finally. 1 month. But we start slow so we do not break him. I'm not you, Harry said, and walked out. Across the veil in the mirror world, the sea gnawed at the rock. The prison's spine was snapped, ribs of black stone jutting like broken oars. The air tasted of iron. 6 oars cracked into the lee of a shattered wall. Wards flared, recognized their keys, guttered. Brooms stay cased, the lead said. On foot. Masks up. Remember. They don't behave like they used to. The Dementors. The youngest witch asked. The first nodded grimly. Supposedly they're multiplying, he said quickly. Like something's feeding them. They moved in a diamond, breath smoking. The cold fell like a dropped stone. A sound rose from below that wasn't wind. The Dementors came in a rush. Black rags, dead hands. Too many, too fast. Expecto Patronum. Light burst. Hound, hawk, lion, hare, boar, and a stag so sudden the caster startled herself. The tide buckled, then split and doubled, like oil finding new water. Back to the stair. Hold. Move. They drove their light down into the throat of the island, driving back the darkness everywhere they could. They found the tunnel right where intelligence said it would be and followed it down. At the bottom the air turned flat and old. The light showed walls not made by ministry hands. Serpents cut in stone, gem eyes long dead. A round chamber. A plinth etched with runes that made the skin feel wrong. Slytherin, someone breathed. The lead traced a rune with his wand, didn't touch. He used this place, he said. Long ago. For what? No answer. The stag pawed at air. A tremor went through the rock. Small, intimate. Something breathed at the edge of hearing. What's that? The young witch whispered, looking at a seam above the plinth. White light swallowed the room. Nothing recent, the lead reported, voice even now that walls were safe and warm again. Old work under the central block. Unmistakable Slytherin. Dementors worse than last month. Multiplying. No fresh sign of entry. Scrimgeour stood behind his desk like the wood was an opponent. He pinched the bridge of his nose. The war room beyond thrummed with maps and arguments. Fine, he said. You did the job. Warm up. Get healing if you need to. Then I want full reports. When they were gone, he watched the rain until his reflection blurred. Across the continent at Hogwarts, Godric and Dumbledore were not having better luck. Nothing, Dumbledore said at last, finally completing his suite of a hidden 12-corner room prism room. For now, Godric answered. Salazar can be patient when he needs to be, but he will not stay hidden forever. Term starts tomorrow, Dumbledore said tiredly. So let us be glad he is not here, at least. Indeed, Godric nodded. But where is he? After several weeks and still no sign of Slytherin, Dumbledore called an order meeting at Grimmauld Place. As most of you know, he began. Voldemort and Harry both passed through the gate during our last battle, and there has been no sign of any activity from the gate since. Are they dead? The question came from Arthur Weasley. I cannot say for certain, Dumbledore said quietly. Voldemort's body was severed when it entered the gate. It is hard to imagine that he could have survived, and yet I cannot be sure. He paused. As for Harry, I think it likely that he survived, but whether he can return here is another matter. Molly's handkerchief squeaked in her fist. We will continue to monitor the gate, Dumbledore went on. But in the meantime we have more pressing matters. When Harry went something came out. We do not know what, but we believe it's dangerous. We are looking for it, and I am asking once again for assistance. What can we do? Someone asked. Right then, Moody said, stepping forward. Assignments followed. Names, streets, patrols. The order members took their instructions and left. That's about as wide a net as we can cast, said Moody once it was just him and Dumbledore that remained. You left a little bit out there, you know, he said jokingly. I did indeed, Dumbledore said softly. Let us hope it can stay that way. Daphne Greengrass was sitting in the Slytherin common room with a frown on her face. Too many of her lines had gone dark at the same time and not come back. She knew what it meant. Harry Potter had done something impossible again. But what? It was risky to leave school without the excuse of a Hogsmeade weekend or parental request, but today it was worth it. She needed to speak with Corvin. The wards rippled as she snuck through the castle under her invisibility cloak. It was not a quick journey, but eventually she stepped into her real study. Inside, the air hummed with magic, low and constant, like the pulse of a sleeping creature. The shelves were cluttered with crystal spheres, whispering quills, and thin parchment maps that rearranged themselves when she walked by. In the center of it all, embedded in a bronze pedestal, sat Corvin. A sphere of deep black crystal, veined with streaks of faint silver light that moved like veins under glass. Its voice, when it spoke, was low and dry, a little amused, a little tired, and entirely alive. You're dripping on the floor again, it said. Daphne rolled her eyes and peeled off her gloves. I wasn't aware you cared about the furniture. I don't, said Corvin. But I've had to spend a century listening to mortals pace and drip and mutter to themselves. It's tedious. Then I'll make this quick. Daphne waved her wand, drying herself in a shimmer of heat. Run a scan. The whole network. I want everything that's come in since the Department of Mysteries went dark. The veins of light inside Corvin began to stir faster, spiraling inward as if the crystal were breathing. The sound that filled the room wasn't quite a hum and not quite a whisper, more like wind moving through ancient halls. Lines of silvery light shot across the walls, connecting the dozens of smaller orbs, mirrors, and rune tags scattered through the room. Together they formed a web of luminous filaments, humming softly, Daphne's private intelligence network, powered by ghosts. After a moment, Corvin spoke again. It's quiet. Daphne frowned. Quiet. I mean empty, Corvin said. No whispers, no residuals, not even a death echo. That part of the ministry is a void. Like someone scraped the ghost realm clean. That shouldn't be possible, she murmured. There's always residual energy after a battle. After anything. Corvin pulsed faintly, thoughtful. Even the veil has always spoken. The dead drift close to it, like moths to a lamp. But now it's gone cold. A chill crawled up her spine. You're saying even you can't reach it? The crystal's glow dimmed, almost embarrassed. I was made 500 years ago from the soul echo of a seer, Daphne. I can touch every shade who's ever clung to this world. But that chamber, the voice softened. That chamber doesn't exist right now. Whatever happened there scared even the spirits away. She drew in a long breath, steadying herself. So whatever happened there wasn't just death. No, Corbin said quietly. It was something else. The words lingered in the air. For a long moment neither of them spoke. The rain outside rattled against the roof, and the ghostlight web continued to hum softly, weaving and reweaving its connections. Then, suddenly, one filament flared red. Daphne's head snapped up. What is that? Corbin's voice sharpened. New contact. 2 magical signatures. Familiar. Where? He pulsed again. Scotland. Coastal range. 2 of the signatures you've been tracking just popped up out of nowhere. Identify them. Cedric Diggory, said Corbin after a pause. And Nymphadora Tonks. A small smile played at her lips. That's a start. She moved quickly, drawing the map from her desk, a stretched piece of hide inked with runes that corresponded to the Ghost Web network. The flare was faint but steady. They're investigating something, she said under her breath. Which means the others are still active too. Are dead, Corbin said helpfully. Still 50-50, statistically speaking. Daphne shot the crystal a look. You're lucky I like your personality, Corbin. So are you, he replied, his tone almost affectionate. You keep me interesting. She leaned closer, resting one hand against the edge of his pedestal. Keep watching the ministry. The moment you hear so much as a whisper out of that place, you tell me first. The veins in the crystal brightened. Always. Daphne straightened, her mind already racing through possibilities. Cedric and Tonks were still moving, still chasing leads. Which meant she had one last chance to find out the truth, before Scrimgeour or Dumbledore sealed it all away forever. She pulled on her gloves again and fastened her cloak. Track those signatures, she said. And warm up the secondary relay. Corbin's glow pulsed once, amused. Going hunting, are we? She smiled faintly. Let's call it recon. A soft hum filled the air as the crystal's filaments shifted, aligning to her coordinates. That same evening the Plan B house was feeling a little too crowded for Cedric. One Sirius he could deal with, but 2.2 was a bit much. And then the Niffler. It fell out of his pants. He heard Mr. Black laugh loudly at that. Cedric shook his head ruefully. At least someone was having fun. Despite spending virtually all his waking hours trying to find a way to reopen the gate, he had gotten nowhere. He would never admit it in front of the others, but he was beginning to doubt it was even possible for anyone other than Harry. He walked away from the noise inside and found Tonks on the back porch with Fleur, books and parchment spread out around them. Walk? He asked. I don't know about you, but I could use some air. Why not? Tonks replied, setting down the book she was reading. I'm sure I can get nowhere later too. Fleur snorted at that and waved them off. Cedric took her hand and keyed her warmly once they were outside the wards, a faint mist falling around them. Hi, he said softly. Hi to you too, she murmured against his lips. Had to get out of there, Cedric admitted, taking her hand as they started slow walking down the street. My brain is mush and I'm not sure if it's because of the noise or if I'm just too dumb to understand what I'm reading. Tell me about it, Tonks snorted. I'm really more of a magic user, you know, as opposed to a magic understander. More of a word user too then I guess, Cedric joked. She hit him playfully. I hear you though. We're trying to crack 1,000-year-old rune sequences that create mirror worlds and I'm not even sure what that means in English. Tonks was silent at that. How are you doing with everything? Cedric said clumsily. The whole mirror world, copies thing. He rubbed his finger over the back of her interlaced hand. Better, Tonks said, but it sounded like a question. I think better. This helps. She squeezed his hand. Cedric squeezed back. You know you can talk to me, right? Oh, I do, Tonks said, smiling softly. I'm just not really sure what there is to say. Are we real? What does that even mean? Is there another world through the gate with versions of us as we're supposed to be? She paused for a moment and shivered. How are we supposed to fight something that created us? Cedric exhaled heavily. I don't know, he said honestly. But you heard Sirius, the other side is practically a mirror image of here. It's no utopia. They've got the same problems we do. Who's to say which side is more real? No, it's our decisions that matter, Cedric continued. This, the space between moments, he stopped and slowly pulled her into him until their lips were almost touching. This is what we're fighting for, he whispered. Oh, that was good, Tonks said, smiling as she keyed him. Did you rehearse that? Cedric murmured. All freestyle love. The two stayed like that a while, never noticing the invisibility-cloaked figure that turned to leave as their keys got more desperate. Across the veil, Albus Dumbledore was very annoyed. That was unnecessary, he said for the second time, cloak flapping in the wind as he followed Harry up the face of the cliff. I would have drank the potion, then we could have seen. Why? Harry interrupted sharply. Why play games when the whole island was clearly a trap? Didn't you see the Inferi in the water? You melted the entire island, Dumbledore said, deadpan. What if there were other clues, something that could lead us to the actual Horcrux? You said it yourself, Rab can only be Regulus Black, Harry said dismissively. And who cares about the island? It was a bunch of rocks, in an unknown cave, spelled to kill anybody who wandered in. Now it's harmless, I call that a success. You have a strange definition of success, the headmaster said quietly. It had been a month of this, of him carefully gathering intelligence to determine possible Horcruxes and their locations. A month of tedious research punctuated by Harry occasionally destroying things in ways that should not be possible. There was no doubt by now that Voldemort would know they were on to his Horcruxes though, so he had finally given the green light to start working with the Harry of this world on removing the Horcrux within him. They met in the room of requirement later that evening, the young Harry entering to find Dumbledore and his teaching assistant, Jack, already there, standing in the middle of 3 interlaces circles inlaid with runes on the floor. Ah, Harry, welcome, Dumbledore said warmly. You know Assistant Jack, of course. Jack smiled warmly as well. So you're the Horcrux expert then? Harry stumbled over the word. Horcrux extraction expert, Jack corrected. But first, we'll need to run some tests. Harry paled for a moment but steeled himself. Okay, what do you need me to do? The task itself was simple, as Jack explained. First, location. He and Harry would create a mental connection and then he would probe using different sections of the spell circle in tandem until they could both identify where the soul fragment was buried. Second, training. Extraction would be difficult and painful. It would require Harry to both endure and master some new techniques in order to keep the fragment isolated long enough. Lastly, extraction and destruction. This was the easy part for Jack to do, but also probably the most dangerous for Harry. Dumbledore would be there to stabilize the circle, reinforce it if necessary, and see to Harry's safety and recovery. This would be the shape of their sessions until Dumbledore was convinced the process would work, and Jack was convinced the boy would survive. A month, maybe 2. Harry thought to himself. Then Voldemort, then home. Visions of perfect gold hair danced in his dreams that night. Across the veil, deep under the swarming Dementors of Akaban, Salazar Slytherin was deep in concentration. 2 joined runic circles were lit beneath him, one glowing red, the other pulsing a sickly gray. He breathed out once again, slowly, and the tiniest of cracks in reality formed in front of him, and then it was gone. He opened his eyes and smiled. It would not be long now. Slowly, Jack said, pushing slightly into the circle as Harry fumbled to create one of the mental barriers they had been working on. His scar seared but he ignored it. It's too much, he panted, sweat running down his face. Don't push, deflect, Jack said again. Imagine dodging a bludger, make the smallest turn you can but do turn. Harry screamed but didn't quit. Thought the link. Jack could feel his pain and for a moment had to respect the kid's persistence. Then suddenly he saw it. The Horcrux hid itself again quickly but for a split second it had been separated for the first time. Harry screamed louder and collapsed. Jack let the circle fail and stepped. You did it. Did you feel it? He asked excitedly, handing the boy a recovery potion. I did, Harry said breathlessly. I slipped past something, like you said. It tried to kill me. Jack patted his shoulder. Then it's working. We're almost there. Soon you'll be free of this. Of him. Then we can kill him, Harry said finally. Then more strongly. Good. Jack looked at his other self approvingly and watched him go before walking to Dumbledore's office. As usual, the gargoyle simply moved as he approached. He found the headmaster reaching an old scroll with a diagram of a vanishing cabinet on it. He's close, Harry said, sitting down unceremoniously and grabbing a lemo. Drop. I saw the entire Horcrux separated for the first time today. His technique is getting better, and his pain tolerance is impressive. Familiar even. So he is not a, what was it you said, complete weakling after all. Dumbledore said without looking up. Mentally he's not, Harry clarified. Magically he's useless, but since he doesn't have to actually face Voldemort anyway, Harry shrugged. About that, the headmaster said, looking up from his scroll. Not to rehash old arguments, but we need to discuss what your plan is for our Voldemort. This again, Harry sighed heavily. I told you, I need him for something on the other side, you don't need to know what. Once I have him, I'll leave and seal the door on the other side. And how will I know it has been sealed? Dumbledore asked. You have not been forthcoming with any of the details on how to operate the veil. You won't, Harry said honestly. You'll just have to trust me. Harry frowned as soon as he said it. The corner of Dumbledore's mouth lifted without mirth. How does it feel to say that? Annoying, Harry admitted. But unlike you, I really don't have another secret plan behind this. Remember, Harry held up a single finger like a warning. I could have done all this without you. I brought you in to save your Harry and make this as easy as I could on your world. Don't make me regret that now. Dumbledore was silent for a moment before speaking. At least, let us agree that you will not move on Voldemort without informing me. Fine, Harry agreed reluctantly. We can play that your way since you're the one who has to clean it up afterwards. But it won't be long now, so if I were you I'd start preparing. Dumbledore only nodded silently. Across the county in Greater Hangleton, Voldemort was also preparing. First the locket, now the boy, he mused to himself. Very well, if the pawns are moving then I shall as well. Wormtail, he barked. Yes my lord, the rat man sniveled as he entered the room. Get me Greyback, we are accelerating our plans. Back in the mirror world, time had a way of rushing forward when nothing was really happening. By December, the war rooms at Grimmauld Place looked the same as they had in October. Maps covered in red pins, parchment layered like sediment, too many mugs half drunk and gone cold. Everyone was still moving, but no one was getting anywhere. Cedric and the others had spent weeks chasing theories, blood magic, dimensional mirrors, runic resonance, but nothing opened the gate. Dumbledore, Godric, and Scrimgeour sent scouting teams across Europe, chasing every rumor of a disturbance. A ghost storm in Romania, a dark surge in the Hebrides, a crater in Norway that hummed like a broken bell. Each lead went nowhere. Every failure made the silence heavier. Even Daphne Greengrass had run out of new things to read. She had ransacked the library, the restricted section, and 3 black family grimoires, and still hadn't found a single verified reference to a mirror world. If it existed anywhere on parchment, it was beyond her reach, and that annoyed her to no end. But as Christmas drew near and the rest of Hogwarts started to sparkle with fake snow and charmed mistletoe, Daphne packed up her bag, slipped a small silver brooch into her pocket, and decided it was time for another conversation with the minister. Dumbledore's office smelled faintly of pine resin and lemo polish. Snow drifted against the high windows, catching fire in the candlelight. Scrimgeour stood by the desk, stiff in his dark green robes. Dumbledore sat across from him, hands steepled. Between them, Godric Gryffindor leaned against the mantel, studying the portraits with mild interest. He looked out of place and entirely comfortable about it. Then Daphne's portkey dropped her into the room with a soft crack. Miss Greengrass, Dumbledore said mildly. You made excellent time. She straightened her cloak. I was told the ministry likes punctuality. Scrimgeour's mouth twitched. I like not being called away from an operations meeting because a student demanded an audience with the Minister of Magic. You came anyway, Daphne said, unruffled. Which means it was either that meeting or me. I'd have chosen me too. Godric's chuckle broke the tension. She's got teeth. I like her already. Daphne turned, frowning. And you are an old friend, he said, smiling faintly. Of the headmasters. Scrimgeour's patience finally cracked. Miss Greengrass has been passing the ministry useful information for some months now. Death Eater movements, suspected sympathizers, even a few names we didn't have. His gaze slid to her. You've been helpful. Is that what this is? A performance review. This, Scrimgore said, voice sharp, is me deciding you've learned enough to get yourself killed. You started asking about Azkaban. About mirror worlds. I thought it best to bring you in before you publish something you can't unwrite. Daphne blinked once. Oh, so you admit it's real. The silence that followed was louder than shouting. Dumbledore sighed. Miss Greengrass, before we continue, I'm afraid there's one condition. The information discussed in this room cannot leave it, not by letter, word, spell, or implication. Or implication, she repeated. That's broad. It's necessary, Dumbledore said. Scrimgore drew his wand. We'll seal it formally. An unbreakable vow. Daphne stared at him. You're joking. Godric's smile faded. He's not. She looked from one to the other, then exhaled slowly. Fine. I'll make your vow. But you'd better make it worth my while. When it was done, the three men told her everything. About the gate. About the mirror world. About Salazar Slytherin and his plan to reach the source of magic itself. Daphne listened without interruption, eyes flicking from Dumbledore's solemn face to Godric's easy calm, then back to Scrimgore, who looked like a man deeply regretting his career choices. When they finished, she said, so the world is basically being eaten from underneath by a 1,000-year-old lunatic, and you're just hoping he'll trip on the stairs before he gets here. Godric smiled despite himself. More or less. Wonderful, she said. That explains the lack of sleep I've been getting. Scrimgore folded his arms. If you have anything useful to add, now would be the time. Daphne's tone sharpened. A few nights ago, I picked up something strange in the ether net. The what? Scrimgore asked. Something my family's crystal relays use to detect dark activity, she said, waving a hand. There's an energy vortex forming over Azkaban. Nothing human, nothing traceable, but it's growing. I think your sensors are looking for the wrong thing. Wrong how? Dumbledore asked quietly. They're calibrated to pick up magical signatures, living magic. You need to tune them to Dementor resonance instead. They have a distinct frequency. She hesitated. Whatever's happening there, it's feeding on them. Scrimgore frowned, already making notes. We'll have to recalibrate the sweepers. Do it now, Daphne said. Before your problem turns into a hurricane. Godric's expression had gone very still. If what you say is true, he said softly, then Salazar's not just hiding there. He's drawing power. Which means, Dumbledore said, we were deceived before. Scrimgore nodded grimly. Then we go ourselves this time. I'll bring a full team and pull the original Aurors in for questioning. Godric pushed away from the mantle. Azkaban was built on his stone. If he's awake, he'll know we're coming. Then let him know, Dumbledore said, eyes flashing. It's time we stopped searching shadows and started facing them. Daphne looked between them. You people are insane. Correct, Godric said cheerfully, reaching for his cloak. But we're going anyway. Across the veil, the candles in the room of requirement burned low, their wax long since charmed to drift upward and disappear into small, flickering stars. 3 glowing circles pulsed on the floor, one inside the next. The smallest shimmered faintly around the bed where Harry Potter lay, pale and breathing hard but steady. Mirror Harry, still, Jack, to everyone but Dumbledore, watched the last of the runes settle. The glow dimmed to a soft heartbeat of silver. That's it, he said finally, stepping back. It's stable. I can find it now. I can see it. Dumbledore, standing just outside the outer ring, exhaled through his nose. And when you find it, I can burn it out, Jack said. Completely. The old man studied him. You are certain? I don't do uncertain, Jack replied, then softened a little. And he will survive it. The boy on the floor sat up, running a sleeve across his face. His glasses were fogged, his expression half confused, half relieved. So that's it. You found the bit of Voldemort inside me. Jack nodded. And I'm going to evict him, burn it out. At Harry's gulp he put a hand on the boy's shoulder. You can do this, he said firmly. Your focus has improved dramatically since our first session. He glanced at the headmaster. We should do it here, but when? Dumbledore thought for a moment. Boxing Day. The castle will be empty then. Harry Potter's mouth twisted into a grin that was too calm for his age. Sounds festive. Jack barked a laugh at that. Dumbledore's eyes warmed with pride and worry in equal measure. You have done remarkably well, Harry. You as well, Jack. Harry swelled with pride at the praise. Jack just gave him a side eye. When they left, the younger Harry wandered off toward the Great Hall, humming under his breath, unaware that the two men left behind were both thinking about his future, and in very different contexts. After a moment they both walked back to Dumbledore's office. The shelves glimmered faintly with sleeping instruments. Fawkes blinked from his perch, one golden eye open. Harry removed his glamour. Harry leaned against the edge of the desk. You know, the kid's tougher than I gave him credit for. You sound surprised, Dumbledore said mildly. I was, Harry admitted. He's slow with a wand, doesn't think like a strategist at all. But the willpower, he shook his head. I guess we do have some things in common. He's got heart. That counts for more than I used to think. Dumbledore smiled faintly. He has always had that. Even when it would have been better for his safety if he didn't. Ha! Harry laughed. Then that's something else we have in common. Dumbledore poured tea from a conjured pot, steam curling through the quiet. You've changed too, you know, he said, handing Harry a cup. His eyebrows flicked up. As that's so. Indeed, Dumbledore said softly. When you arrived, you treated this world as if it, and we, were disposable. Now you walk like you belong here. Harry thought at that. I was angry when I got here, he said slowly. I'm still angry, especially at the other you, but being here. He stopped and looked at Dumbledore thoughtfully. I mean, if I hadn't come here, your Harry would have, what, another year before he got killed. Maybe two. I had hoped to avoid that, obviously, Dumbledore answered slowly. But what bearing does that have on your change in perspective? In my world you made me fend for myself, it was kill or be killed from day one. But because of that I saved people that are dead here. I never had to be dependent on you, or anybody, the way this Harry is. I got to be the one making decisions. And now you have chance to save a more innocent version of yourself from all of that, Dumbledore finished softly. Harry looked at him in surprise. I guess, yeah. His eyes narrowed slightly. Don't forget I'm saving you from all your horrible decisions too. I am well aware, Dumbledore said, holding up his hands in mock surrender. But since you do appear to be at least warming to the idea that there is more in this world worth protecting than you originally thought, might I suggest you join your other self for Christmas? Why would I do that? It may be your last chance, Dumbledore replied simply. I will admit, all my efforts to create bonds with you have failed rather spectacularly, but in spite of that you seem to have developed some regardless. He sighed heavily. You are the most powerful wizard that has likely ever existed, Harry, the headmaster said finally. Though I do not know the version of me you grew up with, it would appear he recognized this fact much too late. So let me try one last time. Go to the burrow. Sit with your other self. See both what could have been, and what you are protecting and allowing to continue. Dumbledore looked at Harry intently. I would send you back to whatever awaits you on the other side of Veil with at least one story to tell that does not rest on your power to destroy, but instead one of what you decided to protect. Harry scoffed, but his eyes betrayed him. Other you was good with words too, he grumbled. But fine, I could use a good meal before I go anyway, I guess. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Christmas arrived quickly, and true to his wood, Jack arrived at the burrow as the snow fell in slow curtains outside. Inside, the house was loud and full, firelight, charmed ornaments, and laughter so constant it felt alive. Jack sat at the long table between Tonks and Fred, trying to look inconspicuous and failing fantastically. Whenever he was around this many Weasleys something bad always happened. That's not this Harry, he had to remind himself. He tried to small talk with this world's Tonks. He was sure that his Tonks would want to know what she was like in this world. Although he was afraid she would be disappointed. This Tonks was still quirky and witty to be sure, but she seemed almost subdued here, deferential almost. She orbited Remus like she was afraid of outshining him, in a way that made Jack ache for the brash, bright version he knew. He told himself not to stare. He failed. Fred leaned in. So, Jack, what's your story? Dumbledore keeps saying you're some kind of secret weapon. Jack smirked. If I told you, I'd have to obliviate you. George grinned. Kinky. Mental, Ron said through a mouthful of potatoes. Hermione rolled her eyes. Honestly, it was chaotic and warm and so painfully normal that for a moment, Jack forgot there was anything outside the walls. This is quaint, he froze at the voice that had just entered. Bill. The entire Weasley family seemed to roar at once as the eldest brother strode in, Fleur on his arm. Jack's breath caught and he had to turn away to avoid staring. For months he had felt the void inside him growing, but he had pushed it down and focused on the task at hand. Every lesson, every Horcrux, brought him closer. That had to be enough. But seeing her here, and with someone else, brought everything he had been avoiding to the surface at once. He fought for control, but he was losing. Jack. The voice came from behind him. Jack, are you okay? Harry asked. He tried to avoid Harry's eyes, but the other boy could feel the air change and looked at Jack questioningly. Just memories, Jack was able to choke out finally. I'll be fine, just give me a minute. He composed himself and turned back to the young Harry. Thanks for checking, Harry. The boy just nodded skeptically. He introduced himself to Bill and Fleur as briefly as he could, almost rudely, but he got though it and they joined the rest of the family at the table. He didn't want to spend the rest of the meal watching Fleur. He also couldn't help himself. Was she happy here? Was she happier here? The thought was poison, he knew it. He drank it anyway. Slowly though he began to notice things. Yes, this was Fleur, but just as Tonks was different, so was she. It wasn't his Fleur. She had the same grace, the same wit, but she reminded Jack of the Fleur he knew at Hogwarts, before they started writing to each other. He sighed heavily. It only made him miss his Fleur all the more. Gradually though he was able to become present again, he even caught himself smiling when Harry, the other Harry, stood to toast Mrs. Weasley's cooking, cheeks pink from cider and Ginny's attention. It was good, he thought. This was good. Let them be happy. Tomorrow he would save this Harry, take their Voldemort, and finally return home. Back to his world, his family. Back to her. After dinner they were lounging around the house, preparing for dessert when the noise of the room dulled when Harry froze, hand clutching his forehead. Jack felt it a heartbeat later, a pulse, low and dark, sliding through the world like a knife under the skin. Harry. Ginny whispered. Something. Harry started, voice strangled. He's coming. The windows shattered. A wave of heat rolled through the burrow, blowing out candles and sending sparks through the air. The wards screamed, then collapsed in a sound like glass breaking underwater. Jack was already moving, wand in hand, the glamour around him melting away as power gathered like a storm. Outside, across the frozen field, shapes moved in the firelight, black robes, green light, the unmistakable outline of a tall, pale figure stepping through the smoke. Voldemort had found them. Jack turned to the others, eyes cold and clear. Get everyone out. Now. Then he stepped forward, out into the snow and the roar of flames. The sea around Azkaban was a mirror of ink. No wind, no waves, only that endless whisper, the sound of Dementors circling above the ruined fortress like carrion birds. Two figures appeared on the causeway in twin flashes of light. Godric Gryffindor was already conjuring a spirit version of his old sword before the thunder faded. Its golden edge drank the darkness. Beside him, Dumbledore raised his wand, eyes narrowing against the freezing mist. They are waiting for us, Dumbledore said quietly. They always did, like an audience, Godric replied, voice low and grim. Hold nothing back. The first Dementor dropped silently from the clouds. Then another. Then 1,000. They came as a storm, wings beating like drumfire, air burning with cold. Dumbledore's Patronus burst forth, a phoenix of living flame, shrieking defiance as it tore through the nearest ranks. Godric swept his spirit sword in a blazing arc, and each swing released a pulse of light that detonated in midair like thunderclaps. For every shadow burned away, two more appeared. They multiply, Dumbledore shouted over the roar. They breed, Godric snarled. He's been feeding them on the lost souls here. He slammed the blade point first into the stone. The ground erupted, golden fire spreading outward in concentric circles that turned dozens of Dementors to dust. Dumbledore transfigured fallen rock into a wall of mirrored ice, bending the light of the Patronus into a blazing shield that seared through another wave. But it wasn't enough. The sky itself seemed to boil. From the churning sea below, something vast stirred. A shape rose, not shadow, but something deeper, heavier, wrong. The water bent around it as if afraid. 3 serpent heads broke the surface, each larger than the prison tower itself. Their scales shimmered like oil, their eyes burned green with a light that hurt to look at. When they hissed, the wind died. A guardian, Godric exclaimed, tightening his grip. I did not think he had time to make one already. Be on your guard. The first head lunged. Dumbledore met it with a spiral of spellfire, blue lightning laced with white flame. It struck the serpent midair, twisting it back into the waves, but another head struck immediately after, teeth closing around the causeway. Reducto. Confringo. Fiendfire. Twin jets of cursed flame spiraled together and hit the creature square in the chest, exploding outward in a bloom of gold and black. For a moment, the serpent screamed, and then its flesh knit itself back together. Regenerating, Dumbledore hissed. Is it absorbing our attacks? Not absorbing, Godric said, slicing out one of the monster's eyes. Cut a cutter. But its runic center allows it to draw magic from around itself to repair. We cannot wear it down with small cuts. He reached down, palm to the ground, and whispered a word too old for translation. The rock's sea turned to glass. From that glass, lions rose, hundreds, then thousands, translucent and burning, their roars merging into a single note of fury. They charged the serpent, tearing at its scales, anchoring it in place. Dumbledore followed, transfiguring broken chains into living serpents of silver, which coiled around one of the beast's necks. He dragged the entire head sideways and pinned it with a shouted curse that bent the air itself. But the serpent only grew angrier. It spat a cone of shadow fire that hit Dumbledore's shield and shattered it like thin glass. The shockwave hurled him backward. Godric caught him midair with a gesture, slammed his own spirit blade into the ground, and called lightning from the sky. Bolts struck again and again, a dozen, 100, until the sea boiled. The serpent rose again, all 3 heads screaming in fury, and struck downward. Godric looked up. We end it now. He closed his eyes and began to chant, not loudly, but with that deep, resonant power that made the air tremble. The world went white. Dumbledore felt it before he saw it. The crust of the earth itself bending, the ocean drawing back. The clouds parted in a single, perfect line. Then the light came. A golden arrow the size of a tower fell from the heavens and impaled the serpent clean through the base of its neck. The creature convulsed, split apart, and disintegrated into ash and steam. The explosion lit the sea for miles. Silence followed. Only the sound of the waves returned, small and pitiful. Godric fell to one knee, chest heaving. Dumbledore caught his arm. Easy. The older wizard's eyes burned faintly gold. He's close, he whispered. I can feel him watching. The mist rippled, and then a figure stepped through. Salazar Slytherin looked as though he had stepped out of a portrait. Tall, lean, his robes a deep emerald that seemed to drink light. His eyes were ancient and utterly alive. I thought it might be you, he said, voice smooth and cold. No one else could have cast that spell and survived. Survived. Godric spat. Barely. Salazar's lips curved. Still so predictable. Always throwing yourself between power and the powerless. Tell me, Godric, do you really believe these reflections deserve saving? Dumbledore's wand was already raised. These are not reflections, Salazar. They are people, Godric said, breathily heavily. Are they? Salazar asked softly, turning to him. This world was built by our dreams and nightmares. They're echoes. Puppets that think they live. And yet here you are, bleeding for them. Godric straightened, sword glowing faintly. If they live, they matter. That's enough. Slytherin's smile was almost kind. You never change. The ground trembled again. The air thickened, shadows gathering behind Salazar like wings. Dumbledore caught the surge of magic a heartbeat before it struck. Move. A blast of green fire tore the cliff apart. The entire causeway cracked and began to sink. Dumbledore grabbed Godric's arm, and the two vanished in a flash of gold as the rock beneath them exploded into the sea. By dawn, Azkaban was gone. In its place hung a dome of black fire that reached the clouds, humming with runes that writhed like serpents in a nest. Spells disintegrated before touching the barrier. Every spell, every hex, every bomb failed. Scrimgeour stood in the war room, jaw tight, as Dumbledore and Godric reported what had happened. It's not a prison anymore, Godric said flatly. It's a wound. He's drawing power, feeding on this world. Dumbledore nodded grimly. And when he's had his fill. Godric looked out the window toward the distant horizon. Then this world will vanish. And he'll go home to claim the next. Silence filled the room. Scrimgeour slammed his hand on the table. Then we gather every witch and wizard who can still stand. If this is the end of the world, we meet it fighting. Dumbledore met Godric's eyes. Together. Then. The old knight smiled faintly. As always. The burrow was under attack. The night sky above it was red and alive, firelight twisting through the falling snow like blood in water. Screams, spells, and the high, thin laughter of Death Eaters carried through the flames. Inside, the Weasleys scrambled for cover, Remus dragging Tonks behind the kitchen table, Arthur shielding Molly with his body as the roof splintered. Somewhere upstairs, Ginny was shouting Harry's name. Everyone was panicking. Well, almost everyone. Well, Jack said, smiling. Guess I won't need to hunt him down after all. Merry Christmas to me. Before anyone could answer, he reached into his pocket and flicked a handful of small rune stones through the shattered doorway. They spread out and landed in a perfect circle around the burrow, glowing crimson. As Jack stepped out the door, the air flared blue and the burrow was suddenly surrounded by a shimmering blue barrier. What did he? Arthur started. He could not longer hear anything from outside. He saw Jack mouth something to him and then turn toward the Death Eater. What did he say? Ginny asked. Hermione's eyes were wide. I think he said, be right back. 6 figures waited in the field. Voldemort at their center, pale and thin as bone, with Bellatrix crouched at his side, eyes glittering. Fenrir Greyback prowled near the tree line, teeth bared, and 3 more Death Eaters spread out in a fan formation. Who dares? Bellatrix began. Save it, Jack said. I'm on a schedule. Bellatrix snarled and raised her wand, but the snarl became a gurgle as her severed head fell from her body. Greyback lunged, but Jack just raised a finger and the werewolf hit the ground midair, frozen in a block of crystal. The 3 other Death Eaters fired together. Red, green, blue. Jack caught all 3 curses with a twist of his wrist, spun them into a spiral, and hurled them back. When the light faded, there was nothing left but smoke and snow. Only Voldemort remained. He watched the field of corpses with an expression that was part disbelief, part fury. Who are you? Jack smiled faintly. You should know. You made me. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Impossible. He raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. The green light roared toward him. Jack didn't even move. The air in front of him opened, swallowed the curse. Voldemort's eyes went wide. The hole closed a second before Jack walked through where it had been. He smirked. Voldemort screamed and unleashed everything. Flame, ice, lightning, every curse he'd ever mastered. The field became a storm of light. Jack just continued walking toward him, redirecting bolts, tearing spells apart midair, laughing as he advanced. This is really all you have? He said incredulously. I expected more. There was real fear on Voldemort's face now. He turned to run. The Dark Lord froze mid-step, limbs locking as invisible chains wrapped him. Always running, Jack said softly. But not this time. He traced a sigil in the air. The ground opened beneath Voldemort's feet, revealing a circle of glowing runes. With a whisper, Jack drew the light inward until it condensed, pulling Voldemort's body smaller and smaller until only a faint scream remained. Then, with a quiet click, it was gone, replaced by a single gemstone the color of blood and smoke. Jack reached down and picked it up. He conjured a ring on his right hand and slipped the gem prison onto it. With a start, he realized his hand was shaking. He was looking at his way home. When he returned to the burrow, Dumbledore was outside, hammering futilely at the barrier with spellfire. Well, Jack said casually, brushing soot from his sleeve. That was a nice Christmas gift, He came to me. Dumbledore's eyes darted from Jack to the barrier. I assume they cannot hear. Jack nodded. Then it is over. Jack nodded again, this time with a smile. It is. Well, almost. There's still the matter of your hairy butt, he shrugged. With the main body eliminated, it should certainly be less painful. And then I'll be out of your hair for good. The headmaster looked relieved at that. He looked back at the barrier. Can you? Oh, yes, Jack said apologetically. He waved his wand and the runes dissolved like mist. He and Dumbledore entered together to the shocked stares of everyone inside. Fred blinked. That was, what, 5 minutes? 6, Jack said. He brought friends. Arthur stepped forward, face pale. Who brought? Voldemort, Jack said simply. Along with Bellatrix, some werewolf, and 3 others whose names I didn't bother to ask. Don't worry, they won't be troubling anyone again. The silence that followed was absolute. Are you saying? Molly began, voice trembling, you killed them? Technically, Jack said, they killed themselves. Kept stepping in front of my spells. He looked around the room, eyes flicking across shocked faces. Anyway, your house is fine. A bit singed, but fine. Ginny stood from behind the overturned table, wand still raised. How can you act like that's normal? I fear you are still in shock, dear boy, from such a traumatic battle, Dumbledore said deliberately, sitting Jack down at the table. Yeah. Jack hesitated, then continued more strongly. It was a lot, I just got really lucky. He was trying to sound like this world's Harry and failing miserably. Anyway, it should be over now. He turned to Harry. Can you still feel him? Harry's hand went to his scar. His brow furrowed. It's faint. Really faint. Like he's far away. I can barely feel him at all. Jack nodded thoughtfully. Then that's good news. Maybe he finally got the hint. Fred let out a shaky laugh. You're telling me you know who just ran away? Wouldn't you? George said. After seeing that, Tonks slumped back into a chair. You could have warned us before you locked the entire house down. Jack gave a small, unapologetic grin. You'd have tried to help. I don't do well with backup. Show off, both of the twins grumbled together. Molly bustled forward then, trembling but determined. Well, whatever you did out there, thank you. You saved my family. Jack's expression softened just slightly. It was my honor, he said, and he meant it. He pulled out a chair and sat down, as if nothing had happened. Now, someone mentioned dessert. For a long moment, no one moved. Then Arthur chuckled weakly and began setting fallen plates back on the table with a flick of his wand. Molly followed, muttering about cold potatoes and ruined puddings. Slowly, everyone else sat too, uncertain but grateful, their adrenaline ebbing into exhausted relief. By the time dessert was served, the house was almost peaceful again. Laughter crept back in fits and starts, Fred making some joke about that time Voldemort tried to ruin Christmas, Ginny rolling her eyes, Remus quietly pouring Dumbledore a brandy. Jack stayed mostly silent, letting the noise wash over him. Watching them, he felt something he hadn't in a long time, stillness. It hit him suddenly that these people might actually be able to just exist, without fear. Without a next task or mountain to climb. He almost envied it. Almost. After dessert, Dumbledore rose from his seat and cleared his throat. If the excitement is truly over, he said, his voice carefully neutral, perhaps we might speak in private, Mr. Thomas. Jack smiled politely. Tomorrow. I'm a little tired from all the, trauma. He looked at Harry. Still on for tomorrow? Yeah. Harry just nodded, dumbfounded. Jack looked around and gave a half-hearted wave. Well then, I guess this is goodbye. And before Dumbledore could insist, he vanished, leaving behind only a faint shimmer of golden runes in the air where he'd stood. The Weasleys all turned to Dumbledore. Who is that man? Molly whispered. Dumbledore looked at the empty space where Jack had been. He could only smile ruefully. Someone who just happened to be passing through at the right time, I suppose, the headmaster said finally. The next day, snow blanketed Hogwarts. The castle was silent, its corridors echoing with faint carols from the great hall below. In the room of requirement, 3 spell circles glowed again. Harry lay in the center, face pale, breathing hard. Dumbledore watched from the outer ring, his wand trembling just slightly. Jack stood over him, eyes fixed, concentration absolute. Ready? He asked. As I'll ever be, the younger Harry said. Good, now just like we practiced. The room went dark. Only the circles remained, pulsing faster and faster until they merged into one. Harry screamed, a sound that tore the air, as a jet of black smoke poured from his scar, writhing like a living thing. It tried to turn and re-enter, but just as they had practice, Harry deflected it. Jack reached out, the circle's magic flaring, and caught it. Deftly he reached out for his own power and gently forced it through. Harry grunted in pain as the black specks flash and vanished, becomes wisps of nothing on the wind. Jack withdrew and the light vanished. Harry collapsed against the floor, panting. It's gone, Jack said quietly. You're free. Dumbledore sagged into a chair, eyes wide with awe and fear. You did it. Jack ignored him, kneeling beside the younger Harry. How do you feel? Like I can breathe again, Harry said. But the connection, it's gone. He's just gone. What did you do to it? Jack smiled faintly. I destroyed it. He's gone for good this time. Thank you, Harry said with tears in eyes. You did as much as me, Jack lied. You're stronger than you think. And now you've got your while in front of you. He looked at the boy intently. Don't waste it. Harry just nodded. When he left, Jack dropped his glamour for the last time. Well, I think that just about does it, he said. He looked at Dumbledore questioningly for a second, like he was deciding something. This worked better than I thought it would, Harry finally admitted, holding out his hand. The headmaster took it, and for the first time in a while the twinkle returned. Good luck to you, Dumbledore. Take care of this place. He turned to leave. Harry, before you go, I must know. What did you do with Tom? Harry thought about that for a moment before turning back to face the headmaster. I'll make you a deal. I'll tell you what I did with him after you tell me what the deal is with this wand, Harry said, holding up the wand he had taken from the Dumbledore in his world. I took it from other you when you tried to curse me right before I came here. It feels different. It pulses, pushy, like it wants me to use it. Especially since I came here. It would, Dumbledore said knowingly. You hold the first of the Deathly Hallows in your hand, the Elder Wand. Said to be created by Death himself, it is the most powerful wand ever created. It must be one in battle to be used, it would appear you have done so. Harry's eyes widened and then he laughed. Wait, so this whole time you've had a better wand than everybody? And nobody knows. Dumbledore nodded slowly. It has a long and violent history. My hope was to be buried with it and end the madness it has caused for so long, but no. Harry shrugged. Well, maybe you still can on this side, he said simply. This Harry certainly isn't taking it from you. Harry paused for a moment. And I'm not going to either, so I think you're okay. He looked down at the wand. Deathly Hallows, huh? I'll have to look that up when I get back. Dumbledore exhaled slightly. And Tom. Harry paused before smiling slightly and holding up the hand he had just shaken with. He wiggled his fingers. Gemstone Prison, my own design. He'll be coming with me until I don't need him anymore. And that will be? Dumbledore asked hopefully. Ha, you really don't give up, do you? Harry replied. You're lucky I'm in a good mood. He took a breath. I need someone from the Slytherin bloodline in order to open the gate. My Voldemort pulled me through it right as I killed him, so that side is sealed, no more heirs of Slytherin. He held his hand up again. This Voldemort is the only key left. Once I get home and destroy it, the gate is closed forever. Dumbledore sat for a moment in stunned silence, but Harry was already fading through the wards. Oh, one more thing, his voice came just as he disappeared. If anyone tries to follow me, I'll kill them. Dumbledore shivered visibly at that. Following that Harry Potter anywhere was the absolute last thing he ever wanted to do again. Deep beneath London, the Department of Mysteries was silent. The archway waited in its dark chamber, the veil fluttering faintly in a wind that came from nowhere. Harry appeared before it, cloak billowing, his last words to Dumbledore still ringing in the air. He reached out slowly with the ring, hand shaking, and touched it to the veil. Home, he whispered. The veil flared red, then white, and Harry Potter disappeared. Again. The war room beneath the Ministry of Magic had once been a meeting chamber, a place for treaties and trade negotiations. Now it was something else entirely, a command center for a dying world. The table in the center projected a map of the northern hemisphere in hovering light. A black sphere pulsed from the ruins of Azkaban, its surface rippling like liquid obsidian as it devoured coastlines and islands. The glow reached the edges of Norway now, bleeding into the North Sea. Muggle ships had vanished. Satellite images cut to static. Entire fishing towns had gone silent overnight. Around the table stood what was left of the Resistance: Dumbledore, Godric Gryffindor, Scrimgeour, Tonks, Kingsley, and a dozen of the Ministry's top Aurors. The air thrummed with spells layered thick to keep panic out and secrecy in. "It's accelerating again," said Kingsley, his deep voice even but grim. "At this rate, London has less than a week." "Evacuate the coasts," Scrimgeour said, leaning over the map. "Start the memory protocols for the Muggles. Make them think it's an environmental disaster, a storm surge or volcanic ash." Godric's voice was quieter but carried more authority than anyone else's. "You can't fight this with illusions. If he's drawing from the source, your wards will only buy hours, not days." Tonks rubbed her temple. "Then what do we do, my lord?" The title sounded strange on her tongue, but Godric didn't flinch. "We prepare for battle," he said simply. "And we pray we're not too late." The words hung heavy until a sharp chime broke the silence. A witch at the far end of the table looked up from her console. "Minister, we're getting readings from the Department of Mysteries. The veil, it's active." The room froze. "Active," Dumbledore repeated, his tone razor thin. "Confirmed energy surge," she said, her voice shaking. "Sustained pattern, matching last year's gate event." Tonks was already drawing her wand. "You don't think?" Scrimgeour's eyes met Godric's. "I think we're about to find out." "Send word to the Order," Dumbledore said, straightening. "All of them. Now." Tonks flicked her wand. A silver hawk burst into life and soared through the ceiling. Fleur. Cedric. Gate room. Now. The chamber that housed the gate was colder than anyone remembered. The stone arch loomed over the dais, its veil hanging still but glowing with a faint, steady blue light. The hum of magic filled the air like a heartbeat. An Auror stood near the base, pale and trembling. Scrimgeour strode forward. "Report." The man's voice came out thin and uncertain. "He was here. Just for a moment." "Who was here?" Tonks demanded. "Harry Potter," the Auror said. "I swear it. He looked at me. Then he was gone. Through the wards, sir. They didn't even slow him down." Tonks smiled wryly. "They wouldn't." She looked at Dumbledore, who had something akin to hope in his eyes for the first time in days. "Then he's found his way home after all," the headmaster said. Earlier, Harry hit stone hard enough to taste copper, rolled, and sprawled on the cold dais as if the veil had spit him out like a seed it didn't want. Power closed on him like a hand at the throat, not strangling so much as insisting. He reached out through the void and felt a tightening, like whatever his magic flow through was narrowing. His magic, the bigger, stranger river he'd learned to ride, bucked. Not, he panted between his teeth, today. The arch's runes bled white, then a thin, doubtful blue that deepened as Harry fought. The pressure eased, then all at once the resistance shattered. His power snapped back into place, all of it. He lay there another heartbeat with his cheek against the stone, feeling the old rhythm of the mirror world beat back into his bones. The hum of the Ministry caught in the arches, the smell of dust, oil, old chalk. He caught the eyes of two Aurors who were looking at him in shock. One opened his mouth to speak but Harry was gone before the words left his mouth. He reappeared at the Plan B house, and felt the cool presence of his own magic, the wards he had set himself over years. It hit him all at once and he fell to his knees overcome with emotion. He had made it home. He searched the house for any other presence but found none. With a sudden burst of memory he pulled the messengers from his bag and felt them come alive in his hand, reconnecting to their counterparts like a bird waking for water. Suddenly he felt new arrivals incoming, including one he was desperate to see. The door banged open just as he spun to face it. Fleur didn't slow. She crossed the room in a streak of winter wind and heat and slammed into him so hard his heel clipped the table leg. Her hands were on his face, then around his neck, then fisted in the back of his shirt like she was afraid the world would claim him if she left a single inch of space between them. You came back, she said against his mouth, against his cheek, against his throat, as if the sentence needed to find all his pulse points to be completed. You came back, you came back. I love you, he told her, his face buried in her neck, eyes wet with tears. It was quiet and absolute. I know, she said, and her laugh broke in the middle like glass when you step on it softly. But I love you more. She keyed him again. The room was full now, but Harry didn't care. Eventually it was Tonks who cleared her throat and then ruined the moment by saying, if you two are going to snog forever, at least do it behind a privacy charm. That got a laugh from everyone, and the floodgates opened. Everyone was hugging him at the same time. Questions flooded the room like a second weather. What happened? How? Are you hurt? Did he? Can you? Where? Harry laughed, and for once it was pure and joyful. The laugh of someone without the weight of the world on his shoulders. Okay, he said, still laughing. Let's all sit down so I can tell at once. Suddenly his eyes registered that he was seeing not one, but two distinct Sirius Blacks in the room. Polyjuice, he said, confused. Both shook their heads. Yeah, about that, Tonks broke in, her mood now serious. There are some things you should know, and that's not even remotely the bad part. Her face screwed up in thought for a moment. War room, everyone. The rest will want to know what happened to Harry, and this way hopefully you only have to tell it once. Plus, she grimaced. We are definitely going to need you for the fight ahead. Fight, Harry said, still confused. He could feel the mood in the room grow somber, almost depressed. What fight? What happened while I was gone? We can show you better than we can tell you, Tonks replied, making for the door. But let's just say when you went through the gate, someone else came out. They left for the ministry together. Fleur didn't let go of Harry's hand, not even to fetch her cloak. The war room was as they had left it. Maps, tension, and the steady hum of magic that meant the world was ending, but no one had stopped working. Harry had expected celebration. Instead he found grim faces and a map that pulsed like a wound. As they entered, Harry stopped short. Standing at the far side of the table in dented gold and red armor was a man he'd seen only in portraits and myth. You're Godric Gryffindor, Harry said softly, disbelief mixing with something like reverence. The knight inclined his head. And you are the one they say can help us, he said carefully. Scrimgeour cleared his throat. Introductions later. Potter, sit. We've got explaining to do. And 6 days before London disappears. Harry blinked. 6 days before what? Kingsley's wand moved over the projection. The black sphere that had been Azkaban now reached halfway into the North Sea. The sphere is expanding. Every hour. Faster. We think Salazar Slytherin is behind it. Harry froze. He's here too. Godric nodded grimly. He built this world as a mirror, Mr. Potter. Not as refuge, but as leverage. A place where the laws of magic are thinner, where he could reach through and tear at the fabric that binds reality. Dumbledore's eyes flicked toward the glowing map. And now he is succeeding. The sphere you see is devouring our world, though to what end we cannot say. Everything Salazar does has the same end, Godric said grimly. He was about to continue, but Harry spoke instead. To become a god here and try to take that back to his world, he said quietly. Godric and Dumbledore both looked at him questioningly. He smiled mirthlessly. I've heard some version of that from 2 different Sorting Hats by now. 2. Godric mused. Then you went to the real world. But how? How did you return? His eyes narrowed. If you are another of Salazar's heirs. Not even close, Harry cut him off. But yes, I've been to your world, although I wouldn't call it any more or less real than here. If anything, the magic there is clumsier, and the wizards weaker. He paused for a moment as if deciding how much to say. Look, son, it's the literal end of the world, Scrimgeour said tiredly. I think we're well past secrets, wouldn't you say? Easy for you to say. The last time we were supposed to be working together, you both tried to kill me, Harry said dryly, returning the minister's gaze for a moment before turning to Dumbledore. Which makes at least twice for you. Dumbledore looked like he was about to reply, but Scrimgeour kept the floor. You're right, I did. We needed Voldemort gone, and I couldn't be sure the Horcrux in you wouldn't stop that from happening. But now he's gone and you're still here, so you want to let the world burn over a grudge, or do you want to get to work? Could at least say you're sorry, Cedric grumbled to no one in particular. Dumbledore was speaking to Godric in hushed tones. A soul vessel, Godric exclaimed suddenly. Dumbledore nodded. Yet he survived, he turned to Harry. And you somehow returned. The ancient wizard looked at Harry with a quizzical expression. Please, Harry, Dumbledore said softly. What happened to you on the other side? Harry hesitated, but soft voice broke in. Did you see Harry, my Harry? Mr. Black said hopefully, his eyes full of hope. Is he alive? Harry exhaled heavily. For the record, I was going to tell you everything already, he said, looking at Mr. Black. It's these two who always seem to muck things up. Scrimgeour and Dumbledore both moved to protest, but Harry lifted a finger and both were suddenly bound to conjured chairs and gagged. If Godric's eyes were wide before, they were saucers now. Sit down and shut up, Harry said, annoyed. This is gonna take a while. He launched into his story, being as concise as he could. Waking up in a different reality, the other Sorting Hat, working with the other Harry and Dumbledore, gathering Horcruxes, everything. When he got to the part about activating the gate to come back, Scrimgeour broke in. So you're telling me, the minister said, that you not only defeated their version of the Dark Lord, but you trapped him in a ring, highly illegal by the way, and now you can use that as kind of key to open the gate anytime you want. Harry paused for a moment. Yes, he said finally. Tonks blew a low whistle. And I thought you did impossible stuff in our world, she said lightly. Minister, this changes things, Kingsley said, a tone of excitement in his voice. With this we could recruit our other selves for this battle, double our numbers overnight. Or we could evacuate, Mr. Black said. Find a way to close the door and trap him here. That won't work, Godric broke in midly. It's his door. Mr. Potter can use it, sure, but Salazar designed it. He designed all of this, he spread his hands out in a circle. You don't know that, Mr. Black responded. What I know is that we have less than a week before everything we know gets swallowed by world-eating dark magic, Scrimgeour growled. Potter, did you bring anything back with you that we can use to fight this? Yes, Harry said simply. Me, Harry, Fleur said softly. He wasn't sure if it was a warning to stop or encouragement to keep going. All this talk of breaking barriers, touching the source, the things that Salazar built this world for. I can do them already. He shrugged slightly. I don't why, but I can. And since being in the other world, the connection has only gotten stronger. He paused, waiting for someone to object, but to his surprise all he saw in the others' faces was acceptance. If you put me in front of that dome, I'm sure I can break it, he continued. The only question is, what's on the inside? I will deal with Salazar, Godric said firmly. If you can get me in, I know his tricks. He paused. He will have created more guardians by now for certain though. His guardians are difficult to stop without an immensely powerful weapon. Oh, that reminds me, Harry said absently, summoning the sword of Gryffindor to his hand. I believe this belongs to you. Godric stared at the blade for a long moment before taking it. The metal caught the lamplight, and the ruby in its hilt pulsed faintly, as though recognizing him. He tested the balance once, then smiled, not proud, but nostalgic. I'm not sure this one belongs to me, he said finally. Then consider it on loan again, Harry said. Around the table, the hum of conversation began to rise again. Slow, uncertain, like people learning to breathe after holding it too long. Scrimgeour crossed his arms. So, 2 wizards against Slytherin himself. And the rest of us, what, pray? We prepare, Godric said. He'll have made guardians, twisted things, maybe echoes of himself. We hold what ground we can and stop them from reaching the cities. No one really knows what's inside that dome, Dumbledore added. Its light consumes all enchantment that touches it. Once Harry and Godric enter, we'll have no contact. Whatever happens in there. I'm pretty sure I can bring the dome down, Harry said again. But whether he can raise it again or not, and what he decides to do once he sees the two of us, that's the question. Tonks frowned. That's your big plan. Just walk into the apocalypse and hope he's in a chatty mood. More or less, Harry said. You have a better one. A silence stretched. Then Scrimgeour sighed, dragging a hand down his face. Well, we've built worse plans on thinner hope. We'll get ready. Dumbledore inclined his head toward Harry and Godric. Then it's settled. You two will go for Slytherin. The rest of us will hold whatever comes out. At least you're not trying to go alone again, Fleur said softly. Ro nodded. The decision sat in the air like a spell that couldn't be taken back. One by one, the others began to file out. Aurors first, then Kingsley and Scrimgeour, their voices already low with logistics. Dumbledore lingered just long enough to meet Harry's eyes, and nodded once. When the heavy door closed, only Harry's circle remained. Tonks perched on the edge of the table, her boots swinging. So, she said, what was it like seeing another you walk around? Had to be weird. Harry leaned back, arms folded loosely. Weird doesn't cover it. He was normal, happy, even quieter than me. He still had that same mess of hair and no sense of self-preservation, but he smiled more. Cedric raised an eyebrow. And he was friends with the Weasleys. Practically lived with them, Harry said. Hermione too. It was strange watching him sit there like he belonged, like all the danger in the world couldn't reach their dinner table. What's stranger is that even with Voldemort chasing him, he stayed normal. Tonks tilted her head. And me. Please tell me I was still fabulous. Harry grinned. You were with Remus. Still witty, but quieter. Less chaos, more calm. You laughed less, but when you did, it mattered. He gave her a lopsided smile. I prefer this version. Tonks mock bowed. Excellent taste. Ro leaned in, curious. What about Hogwarts? The professors, the same. More or less, Harry said. McGonagall's still running the place on sheer willpower and caffeine. Flitwick looks exactly the same. But Dumbledore and Snape, he paused, thinking. They were softer somehow. Less heartless maybe. Strange thought. Makes we think that Snape being a complete A.S. actually is my fault somehow. That drew a ripple of laughter. Even the portrait on the far wall seemed to twitch with amusement. Tonks raised her eyebrows. So that world. Did it feel different? More real? Harry shook his head. No. It looked and smelled the same. The only real difference was the magic. It's lighter here, easier to use, but there's less of it. There it feels denser, heavier, like it has weight when you touch it. But when I reach through the void now, I can feel both. Neither one's more real than the other. Mr. Black had been quiet until then. Do they miss me? He asked. Your Harry does, a lot, Harry replied. He blames himself for falling into the trap in the Department of Mysteries that got you killed. He paused. You know, if you want to go back there. Mr. Black looked at him with an unreadable expression. I've thought about it. But if what they're saying about Slytherin is true, then both worlds are in danger anyway. He sighed heavily. How about this? Sirius broke in, grinning. After we defeat Slytherin and throw big OL party to celebrate, then Harry can send you back with one hell of a story. Mr. Black grinned back. Now that sounds like a true Marauder plan. The conversation continued like that for a while, alternating between Harry telling stories about the other side and making plans for the future of this side. They spoke with confidence that none of them felt, but all of them hoped for. Eventually Harry got around to telling them about his dinner at the Burrow. I'm sitting there stuffing my face, thinking about how to attack Voldemort's manor, and next thing you know he shows up at the door. Bet that ruined Desert, Tonks snorted. Actually it didn't, Harry replied, amused. I locked the Burrow down with a barrier, took him and Bellatrix out, and that was that. Came back with a shiny new piece of jewelry. He twirled the ring on his finger. You killed the Bellatrix in my world? Mr. Black asked in awe. I did, Har confirmed. She won't trouble anyone again in either world. Mr. Black exhaled slowly, some of the years falling from his face. Good. Tonks whistled softly. You really know how to ruin a dinner party, Potter. Harry grinned faintly. Occupational hazard. And hey, we still had pie. That broke the tension. Laughter spilled through the room. Brief, fragile, but real. Sirius shook his head. You ever think about staying there? In that world? Not for a second, Harry replied instantly, looking at Fleur. I just didn't want to leave it in ruins if I could help it. Lucky for us, Cedric said. Fleur reached, brushing her fingers over Harry's sleeve. You came back because you belong here. He looked at her hand, then at her face, and smiled. Yeah, I did. Tonks stretched, arms over her head. All right, that's enough introspection for one night. Go do your night before world-ending battle brooding. Harry smirked. I don't do that. Sure you don't, she said, winking. Come on, people, let's let our savior brood in peace. That got another round of laughter, and they began drifting out. Cedric first, then Roe, then Kingsley. Tonks paused in the doorway, flashed Harry a two-fingered salute, and was gone. Only Fleur stayed. The Plan B house was quiet when they returned, the wards whispering soft greetings as they passed. The fire was low, the lamplight gold and tired. Fleur set her wand down and turned to him. So, you saw another me. Harry looked down at his hands. She was there. With Bill Weasley. They weren't married, but close. She was working at Gringotts, not very you. Fleur's mouth quirked. Stalked her did you? Harry's mouth quirked in reply. Jealous. Lucky for you. No, Fleur replied, running her fingers through his hair. Harry looked in the eyes. It was hard, seeing your face and knowing it wasn't you, he said seriously. It was probably the hardest thing to deal with. Not knowing. But I knew, she said quietly. I knew you would come back. But I am glad she exists, and is different. It means we are unique. She ed him softly before pulling back. Her eyes gleamed in the low light. Remember when I told you that you did not have to be their savior? She murmured. Harry nodded. I may not have been entirely correct. He chuckled softly. Kinda figured that. Lucky for you I don't mind. She ed him then, strong and certain. The sound of the wards faded, leaving only them and the faint rhythm of their joined breaths. Outside, the world trembled toward dawn. Inside, they stood in its pause, two people at the heart of a storm, still finding a way to be whole. The world held its breath for 3 days. From the air, the dome looked like a storm that had forgotten to move on. A black shell stretching almost 500 miles across, swallowing oceans and coastlines and evacuated cities. Around its edges, camps and flight columns glimmered in the haze, thousands of witches and wizards gathered from every country that still had breath to send them. Scrimgeour's command post stood at the western perimeter, where the white cliffs of Dover fell into mist. The air there was cold and electric, the kind that made every spell hum louder than it should. Harry spent most of those days in the air. He would rise before dawn, broom tucked tight, and fly within a few hundred feet of the dome's surface, close enough to feel the static crawl over his skin. Every time, Fleur's voice in his head, don't touch it. Every time, he did anyway. It didn't burn. It pulsed. Like something alive. By the second day, he understood what he was feeling. It wasn't dark magic. It wasn't even alien. It was familiar. The same current that ran through the void when he reached beyond. The same pressure and pull he'd used to move between worlds. When he landed that night, Dumbledore was waiting near the campfires. You've been studying it, the old man said quietly. Harry nodded. It's the same energy that I've been using. Which means we don't need to break it. I can just kind of unfold it. A pause. Unfold it. Harry traced a small rune in the dirt with his boot. It's not a wall. It's a fold in space. A twist of reality that's looping back on itself. If I pull at the seam, it'll come apart. Like a bubble, Dumbledore finished. Exactly. The older wizard looked out at the dome's dark curve. Then we must be ready for what bursts out when you do. Scrimgeour handled the readiness. By the third night, the lines of brooms stretched for miles. Oars, foreign battalions, remnants of schools, even bands of Muggle-born fighters who had taught themselves wandwork in the ruins. Wards gleamed over the ocean like constellations reflected upside down. Inside the command post, the air smelled of ink, parchment, and exhaustion. The perimeter's set, Kingsley reported. 5 divisions in a full circle. We can cover most of the coast as long as the lines hold. That's a polite way of saying we can't cover it all, Tonks muttered. Scrimgeour ignored her. Our job is to hold the perimeter and keep the fight outside the cities. Once Potter breaks the dome, we'll see what's waiting inside. Harry, leaning against the map table, looked at him. You still don't trust me, do you? Scrimgeour gave a humorless smile. I trust what you can do. That's close enough. We fight for the fate of 2 worlds, Godric said sternly. Let that be enough. Scrimgeour had the good grace to look chastised. Fleur stepped into the tent then, her hair pinned back, her expression calm but sharp. She crossed to Harry without a word, brushed her hand against his, and didn't let go. When? She asked. Tomorrow, he said. At dawn. For a long moment, no one spoke. The wind outside rattled the canvas like breath against glass. Finally Dumbledore said softly, then let's greet the morning together. Dawn came pale and metallic. The air was too still for wind, too bright for morning. Thousands of brooms hung motionless at the edge of the dome, dark silhouettes suspended above the gray sea. The curve of the barrier shimmered faintly, black glass breathing in and out, the size of continents. Every witch and wizard in sight hovered in silence, waiting for a signal that might end everything. Harry sat astride his broom, Godric hovering a few feet to his right. Behind them, Dumbledore's formation stretched wide, oars in tight diamond patterns, Scrimgeour's squadrons beyond that. The hum of spell wards vibrated through the air like 1,000 beating hearts. Fleur's voice came through the link charm at his wrist. Everyone is ready. He glanced at Godric. Once it's open, we head straight for Azkaban. The older wizard nodded, jaw set. Straight and fast. No second chances. Harry took one last look around. The faces he'd fought beside, the world he'd promised to protect. Then he raised his hand toward the dome. The air bent. At first there was only a faint distortion, a shimmer like heat over sand. Then the surface rippled. One slow pulse that became 2, then 100. The barrier quivered, dark light racing across its skin. Harry reached deeper, feeling for the thread inside it, that familiar tension he'd touched before. It yielded easily, almost welcoming him. Here we go, he murmured. He pulled. The world folded in on itself with a sound like 1,000 sighs. The dome collapsed, imploding inward, then burst outward in absolute silence. The light vanished. The air screamed. For a heartbeat, there was nothing but colorless wind and falling ash. Then came the cracks. They weren't explosions or fissures. They were gaps, sudden absences where the sea and sky simply stopped existing. Huge fractures spider-webbed across the landscape, reaching in every direction. They bled light, pure and white, and all of them traced back to one source. Azkaban. Merlin, Kingsley whispered through the link. It's gone. Half the ocean just gone. Scrimgeour's voice cut in. Form up. Hold position until we know. He never finished. From the nearest fracture something moved, a mass of shifting red-black sludge that crawled up the air itself. It didn't have shape so much as the memory of it. Arms that dissolved, faces that never were. Tonks's voice cracked through the link. What in hell is that? Harry's skin crawled. A feeling of wrongness came over him. They don't exist. He said, confused. Everything about these new creatures was off. The first one reached the light of a ward and the ward went out. Erased. Gone like it had never been drawn. Another absorbed a volley of spells, swallowing the magic whole. Harry's mind clicked. They're unmade. Unreal. They never existed. He drew the void up through his wand and shaped it the opposite way, not absence, but definition. A triangle of shifting color flared between his hands, refracting light like a prism. He hurled it forward. The barrier hit the nearest creature, and where the prism touched it, the thing solidified. Its color snapped into focus, its outline firmed, and in that instant a dozen oars struck it down. Harry exhaled. That's it. I need to make them real before we can kill them, otherwise they're just absence, like they never were. Never wers, Godric said grimly. Another monstrosity Salazar will answer for. He conjured 4 more triangles, each shimmering like oil on glass, and bound them toward stones with a flick of his hand. The magic burned bright, steady, alive. He turned and tossed them to the leaders around him. One to Fleur, one to Dumbledore, one to Scrimgeour. Anchor them where the light fails. They'll hold the line. Dumbledore caught his stone, studying it. Ingenious. Improvised, Harry said. But I won't be here to make more. Don't lose them. The sky roared. From the depths of the fracture something enormous rose, a three-headed serpent, scales black red and dripping shadow. Its scream shredded the clouds. Beside it, wings like silver flame unfurled, a dragon, bright and terrible, its eyes white as molten glass. Guardians, Godric breathed. Bigger than any I've seen. Spells erupted everywhere. Green, blue, white, lightning across the sky. The first volley struck the dragon's chest and broke like water against stone. Harry looked at Godric. Ready. Godric nodded grimly. To the end. They leaned forward and dove. The air split open around them. Behind, Dumbledore's formations turned to cover, lines of fire streaking across the broken horizon. The last battle had begun. Dumbledore's squadron cut through the upper air, brooms streaking between streams of lightning. The dragon guardian swept overhead, wings displacing whole clouds, its body shimmering with molten silver. Spells lashed against it uselessly, vanishing into its skin like stones into water. Scrimgeour shouted over the roar, "You're not making a dent." I noticed. Dumbledore's beard whipped in the wind as he raised his wand. A spiral of golden fire erupted from its tip, colliding with the dragon's chest, only to scatter in 1,000 sparks. The creature turned toward them, mouth opening in a roar that turned the air to glass. The squad was thrown back, their formation shattered. Scrimgeour swore and steadied himself. You take the sky, I'll handle the ground. He dove straight toward the writhing sea of Neverwhers below. The things had multiplied, climbing over each other, devouring everything in reach. Scrimgeour swept his wand, sending a wall of blue flame across their front. It held for 3 seconds, then flickered out as if swallowed whole. Then a gleam of color cut through, a prismatic arc from the stone Harry had given him. The flame steadied, split into dozens of smaller fires, and the monsters within the light began to burn. Scrimgeour grinned despite himself. All right then, Potter, he muttered. Maybe you do know what you're doing. High above, Dumbledore pulled his broom into a tight spiral, drawing the dragon's attention. Its silver eyes tracked him like moons. The dragon lunged. Dumbledore twisted in midair, releasing a blast of concentrated light from his wand. The beam struck the dragon's head, staggering it just long enough for Scrimgeour's squads to reform and strike again. The Minister of Magic let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Their lines were being bending, but holding. For now. Far below, near the shattered coastline, Fleur, Cedric, and Tonks fought to contain the flood spilling toward the sea. The Neverwhers came in waves, liquid shadows moving like muscle under skin. Each one that touched a spell snuffed it out, each one that touched stone erased it. Fleur planted the prism ward Harry had given her, and the field bloomed into a triangle of shifting light. Stay within it, she shouted. If you step out, you vanish. Cedric was at her side, wand in one hand, sword in the other. You mean that literally? Good to know. Ro conjured spears of silver light and flung them into the mass, each one shattering a creature into dust. Tonks kept the line moving, cursing and joking in equal measure. Sirius, both of them, Sirius and Mr. Black, fought back to back, twin streaks of black and red against the gray horizon. For a moment it almost felt like they might win. Then Cedric froze mid-strike, staring toward the far shore. Wait. Look. Through the smoke, faint flashes of light, wandfire. Dozens of them. A defensive line on the sand. Fleur followed his gaze, her heart skipping. Who is? The DA, Cedric breathed. Hermione, Ginny, the Weasleys, bloody hell, they're holding the shore. Tonks's eyes widened. Of course they are. Idiots. Idiots we love, Cedric said, already moving. Fleur hesitated for half a second, then nodded. Go. We'll cover you. The group split. Cedric, Tonks, and the two Siriuses diving toward the beach while Fleur and Ro stayed to maintain the barrier. From above, the battle looked like streaks of fireflies darting through fog. Cedric landed hard, rolling through sand. The DA line was barely holding, half the Weasleys firing in rotation while Hermione directed wards that flickered under the pressure. Nice timing, she gasped as Cedric skidded beside her. Couldn't let you steal all the glory, he shot back. You lot ever think of running? Only on Thursdays. Together they cast, their spells weaving seamlessly, holding the front while Fleur's prism light arced across the horizon like a dawn refusing to die. At the center of it all, Harry and Godric flew through ruin. Below them, the cracks in reality had widened into canyons, endless pits where oceans vanished and stars bled through. The pull of the void was constant, like gravity gone mad. Azkaban loomed ahead, or what was left of it. The fortress hung half collapsed, torn between twisted rock and shadow. Columns of fire rose around it, warping the air. Godric's voice was steady. You feel it? Yes, Harry said. He's waiting. They dove lower. The island's outline flickered between states, solid one moment, translucent the next. The air itself hummed, a sound deep enough to shake bone. Stay close, Harry said. Once we cross whatever that is, we're inside his world. Then let's knock. They broke through the haze and landed on the shattered stones of Azkaban. For a long moment there was only the sound of the sea, boiling in the chasms below. Then a voice. Calm, ancient, and far too close. Welcome home. Salazar Slytherin stepped from the smoke. The courtyard of Azkaban was half gone. Jagged rock edges, molten cracks, and a wind that smelled of iron and smoke. Salazar Slytherin stood at the center of it all, barefoot, calm, his wand at his side. The man didn't look ancient. He looked untouched, as if the centuries had decided not to bother with him. Gryffindor, he said. You brought a friend, a mirror child no less. I wondered how long it would take you. Godric lifted the sword. It ends here, Salazar. Salazar's mouth curved. That's what you said last time, yet here we are. He raised his wand. The ground buckled. Magma burst through a seam in the rock, spraying molten stone into the air. The heat hit like a furnace door opening. The pressure alone could have crushed a lorry. Harry didn't even blink, throwing a series of spherical shields that captured everything around them, pulled it together, and erased it from existence. Godric charged first. He swung his sword in a wide arc, and the blade flaring blue mid-swing and branching out like lightning. Salazar met it with a pulse of black light that detonated between them, throwing both men back. The void light shot its web toward Godric, but Harry erased it easily before it could land. Harry didn't wait. He sent a jet of blue-white energy straight at Salazar's chest, simultaneously scattering ward stones in concentric circles around them. The older wizard deflected it with a flick of his hand, then twisted, snapping a spell that sent a dozen shards of metal from the ruined walls flying toward Harry like bullets. Harry countered with a sweep of his arm. The shards froze midair and reversed, slamming into the ground behind Salazar. The noise was deafening. Wind tore at them in bursts as the magic fought for space. It felt like the world was coming apart. Harry flicked a finger and activated the ward stones, sending barrier after barrier crashing inward. Salazar countered with his own recursive series of null shields, then erased a void rift Harry had sent behind the runic prison. His eyes met Harry's. You have more skill than I expected, he admitted as summoned a Neverwhaz and sent it at Godric. Harry's eyes narrowed, inverting the monster so Godric could kill it. I didn't come here to impress you. Then why? You two have touched the source, infinity is at your fingertips. Why rush to die for a worthless existence? Godric came up, an army of spirit lions behind him. It is not for you to decide what is worthy of existence, Salazar. He said grimly. You never did understand. There was real sadness in Salazar's voice. You think that to accept what you cannot change is wisdom. You do not know what it is to have the power to change anything. He sent a series of void rifts toward the two of them. Harry once again sealed them easily and threw single, narrow blast back, raw force that cracked the courtyard clean in half. Salazar's eyes widened slightly, but he didn't move, deflecting the blast just enough with one of his own instead. Neverwhaz rose to fight golden lions as buildings collapsed around them. Stones crashed to the ground or were blasted to ash by spells if they got too close. The ground beneath the prison groaned. Godric tried again for a strike at the enemy's flank, sending the last of his lions in a frontal attack as a diversion, but Salazar saw through it and his counterstrike threatened to slice Godric in half. Harry blocked it just in time, but the resulting explosion blew Godric out of the courtyard and through a stone wall. Harry moved to put himself between the two as eyed him intently. Why do you fight for Godric, mirror child? It was I that created you, not he. That might mean more if you weren't trying to kill everyone I know, Harry muttered, sending his own series of void rifts. Small at first, then spiraling after. Salazar countered, but it took him longer to close the last one than it should have. Such potential, he murmured. But not enough. Salazar lifted his wand hand and the clouds above twisted into a vortex, a spiral of black light pulling the air and sound toward its center. The pull was instant. The ocean heaved upward, giant waves pulled into the sky as if by gravity. Harry felt it dragging at his bones. There was a hole in space coming at him big enough to swallow London. He had wanted to save the Elder Wand for an attack blow but could no longer delay. He grasped the handle tightly and swung the wand vertically, a narrow beam of molten purple light too bright to look at shot from its tip. The black hole split neatly in half. It didn't explode. It simply collapsed, folding into itself in a seam of white fire that hissed and was gone. The air snapped back hard enough to throw spray into the sky. For the first time Salazar looked confused. That concentration, he said softly. You are full of surprises, mirror child. The ancient wizard leaned back and hurled another volley, jagged black shards that hit like artillery shells. Each impact blasted rock into vapor. Harry countered with lines of blue light that curved midair and cut through the barrage. The explosions blurred into one constant roar. The island suddenly erupted beneath them. With a start, Harry realized that his counter with the Elder Wand had not only cut the spell in half, it had sliced the island and the earth itself in two. Explosions roared around him as magma replaced rock and Azkaban slowly sank into the North Sea. You cannot win, Salazar said, floating high in the air now. Even if you could, you would destroy this world in the process. Harry ignored him and tried something new. An energy vortex that masked a massive network of null shields, each set to bounce off each other to create one massive blast. He set a ring of 4 between him and Salazar to block line of sight while he grabbed the unconscious Godric and returned him to his broom. Clever, Slytherin shouted, opening void rifts to swallow Harry's traps. But not clever anew. His eyes widened as he suddenly swung his hand downward and sent a cascading wall of energy directly beneath him. They slammed their spells together, black and white energy colliding, fusing, and detonating in a column that reached the clouds. Every time the shockwave hit, the ocean jumped like it was alive. A line of fire shot across the horizon, leaving cracks in the air itself. Keep talking, Harry said. Beside him Godric stood, shaking his head. Salazar looked at him, wild-eyed but smiling. Very well. He threw a golden spear into the last remnant of stone still beneath them. The stone split, glowing veins racing outward in every direction. For a second, the entire world seemed to hold its breath, then the fissures erupted. Light and darkness poured upward, twisting together into a single massive fissure in reality. The shockwave from Azkaban reached for the horizon. Far away, Dumbledore and Scrimgeour felt it hit like a hammer. The silver dragon wheeled above them, wings throwing off sheets of fire that melted the clouds. The 3-headed serpent smashed through the lower ranks, scattering broom formations like sparks. Scrimgeour barked orders. Keep its heads apart. Don't let it. A tail whip cut him off, smashing 6 riders from the sky. The air reeked of ozone and ash. Dumbledore dove, fire bursting from his wand in a concentrated beam that scorched one of the dragon's wings. It screamed, the sound flattening the air. Together, he shouted. Now. Scrimgeour drew up beside him, wand already glowing crimson. The 2 men moved as one line of gold, one of red, crossing their spells into a lattice of pure heat. The dragon turned toward them just as the light hit its chest. The explosion split the sky. The shockwave rolled through the formation, knocking riders from their brooms. When the smoke cleared, the dragon's chest was blown open, molten and still. It fell, carving a glowing line into the sea. Scrimgeour hovered in place, panting. We did it. Dumbledore's broom jerked sideways. Blood darkened the front of his robes. Below them, the serpent guardian had coiled, its remaining head rising silently behind to strike. Suddenly Kingsley shot between them, wand blazing at the mouth of the beast, deflecting the blast. Go! He shouted. From his left, another head rose and opened its mouth to strike. Scrimgeour darted left as the serpent struck, but Dumbledore did not. He charged. He swung his wand wide and a bright circle formed around him and Auror, catching the bast and focusing it in a spiral. It only took Kingsley a moment to process what was happening. He looked at Dumbledore, now flying next to him. You old fool, he said with a smile. I believe, Dumbledore said softly, his brow furrowed in intense concentration. That this is goodbye, my old friend. He swung his wand around one more time before snapping it directly at the creature. The blast of dark fire spun, expanded, and then exploded. When it faded, nothing remained of the creature or the two wizards. Scrimgeour closed his eyes. Damn you both, he whispered, and turned his broom toward the serpent, ready to spend the rest of his magic buying time. Miles away, Fleur's team had regrouped along the shattered coastline. The prism ward flickered, colors pulsing erratically. Cedric shaded his eyes. Where's the second guardian? Rose scanned the horizon. Gone. Wait. No. She pointed east. A silver shape moved against the dawn, impossibly fast, heading straight for the coast. Toward the cities. It's leaving the battlefield, Tonks said, horrified. It's going for civilians. Cedric's jaw tightened. Then we stop it. They rose together. Fleur in the lead, her hair streaming behind her like a trail of light. The dragon guardian climbed higher, banking over the bay. Its roar carried for miles. They hit it head on. Cedric's first curse blew scales from its neck. Tonks followed with a chain of silver lightning that crackled across its wings. The creature barely slowed. Its return blast was like a thunderclap, half the team thrown from their brooms. Fleur caught Tonks mid-fall and spun her back upright. Keep it busy. Cedric fired another volley, sweat streaking his face. Define busy. The dragon's eyes glowed white. It opened its mouth, gathering a ball of silver-red energy so bright it turned the clouds orange. Cedric braced himself, wand up. There was no time to move. Cedric, Tonks screamed, speeding toward him. She raised her wand, but it was too late. Azkaban was gone. Where the island had once stood was an erupting volcano, hot magma and boiling water flowing around giant black chasms of nothingness. Harry had no idea how long they had been fighting, felt like hours. Everywhere now he could feel the world around him fading, crumbling into nothingness. Sometimes if flew too close to one of the fissures he could hear whispers of what he didn't know, but it reminded him of what he had felt in the gate room. You hear them, do you not, mirror child? Salazar's voice came to him with another series of living spells. The voices in the space between. They could be yours, 1,000 other worlds at your fingertips. The space between. Harry deflected the living spells using a feathered black hole of his own. The sea beneath them hissed as another chasm opened, flash boiling a huge section of ocean and filling the air with steam. He was holding his own in the fight against Salazar, but his world was paying the price. We must strike soon, Godric said, flying up beside Harry. There was a hole where his left arm should be and blood streaked his face. I will not last much longer, nor will this place. I know, Harry said grimly. He sent another round of vortexes out in a spiral to buy time. I have an idea, but I need your help. And the sword. He explained the rest as Salazar expanded two oscillating blood runes to catch Harry's attack. A worthy plan, Godric said when Harry had finished explaining. He looked at the boy beside him intently. There is no victory without sacrifice, young Harry. He said finally. But I will delay mine for as long as is possible to see this through. He his hand out and Harry took it. It was an honor to fight beside you. With that he flew off. Why risk yourself to protect this simple copy? Salazar was angry now. We could make another if you wish. I don't want 1,000 other worlds, Harry growled. I want you out of this one. The reflection wants to rule the mirror instead of stepping out, Salazar crowed. He raised his wand. What will you do then, when the glass shatters? A wild hole ringed with void light began to form above him as the blood runes glowed. With a nod to Godric, Harry sent out another series of void rifts, but this time he didn't hold anything back. The cracks started small, then slightly bigger, then exponentially bigger and bigger until Harry felt the magic would burn through him and turn him dust. Salazar blocked the first easily, the second also. He felt Godric's attack coming from above and caught it easily, pinning him between the two blood runes. A last desperate charge, Salazar said, shaking his head. You really never do never ch. Suddenly his eyes widened as Godric reached out his hand and the blood runes exploded, taking Godric's hand with it and sending Salazar careening backwards, twisting directly into the path of Harry's massive void rift. In the air above, the white hole started to shudder. Harry flew straight up, caught it on the tip of the Elder Wand, inverted it, and then dove straight toward Salazar, and toward the rift. As he dove, a shimmer started to form around him, light and dark folding into each other until parts of his body were translucent. With a scream, Salazar arrested his fall, tried to fly away from the rift and toward the diving Harry. He poured every ounce of magic at his command into a final spell. A giant sphere of green energy began to form. But it was too late. Flying at an impossible speed, Harry drove the growing tip of the Elder Wand through the forming sphere and released a blinding bolt of molten light ringed with spiraling wisps of dark energy. The blow caught Salazar in the chest, ripping a hole straight through his heart. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound could escape. The rift below erupted, dragging them in with the fury of a collapsing world. Every broom in the sky froze as the shockwave rolled through the clouds, scattering them for miles. The Neverwhere paused and then dissolved, sinking back into the timeless nothingness they had been called from. On the horizon, Cedric still stood on his broom, the dragon's blast seconds from hitting. The sphere of energy at its mouth shimmered, and vanished, flickering out like a candle in wind. The creature gave one last soundless roar before its body broke apart into dust. Tonks stared, breathless. What happened? Fleur answered with one agonizing world. Harry. No one answered. Across the battlefield, the light over Azkaban dimmed, the air still vibrating from what had been pulled away. Where the island had been, there was now only a void, a perfect black sphere shrinking smaller and smaller until it winked out. The ocean below boiled, then went still. The dome was gone. The horizon stretched empty and gray. And for the first time in days, the world was silent. Sound vanished first. Then weight. Then direction. The void that had swallowed them fell away into colorless mist, a horizon with no up or down, no distance, just motion without travel. The space between notes, the words came back to him from a different life. The field of energy he had wrapped around himself shuddered, but held. For how long he didn't know, but for now he was alive. Salazar somehow was as well, although he could feel his counterpart's presence slipping away, like ashes slowly being scattered in the wind. The first part of his plan had worked, his world was safe. Now came the tricky part. He reached out for the sword of Gryffindor. His protection field buckled and for a moment Harry felt himself being ripped apart. Voices exploded in his head, not whispers anymore, but screams. Harry steadied himself against the pull, but glimpses of other places, other realities started to invade his mind. Faces, lives, versions of himself, all slipping by. His mind blinked. He was in a garden speaking with a dull green snake that could tell the future. He was flying through the air on a 1969 Triumph Bonneville with Hermione on the back. He was writing letters to other version of himself, training in a magical trunk with a time turner on the desk next to him. He was swing dancing with Hermione in the Great Hall while the band played Switchblade 327. Single quote. He was an old man, speaking with a portrait of his wife, Luna Lovegood, on a spaceship. You're in a jungle. Wait, no, he was in a jungle with Bill Weasley. He was bonded to Gabrielle Delacour and about to kill Malfoy for attacking his mate. He was a time traveler, teaching his friends to get stronger by casting spells into the lake. He was standing in front of a demon holding a black rose. He jammed a white rose in the demon's chest instead. Words echoed in his mind. It will never be over for you, Harry Potter. The visions kept coming. He loved Ginny. He loved Hermione. Hermione was a vampire. He moved to America and his professor was a vampire. He was in Azkaban. He was Lord of Azkaban. He was fighting a time war against Atlantis. The worlds keep circling, beautiful and terrifying. But one thing was always the same, each world bound together in a beautiful web. And at the center was him. Harry Potter. He felt the silver threads running from him to 1,000, no, 1,000,000 other worlds at the same time. Blink. The cracks in his armor were widening as the voices shredded his mind. There was only one world that mattered, and he only had one chance to find it. He screamed as part of the barrier collapsed, but his hand finally closed on the sword of Gryffindor. With a monumental effort he pushed the voices and the silver threads back and poured all his focus into the sword, searching desperately. It seemed like an eternity. He could feel himself thinning, fading into nothing, then he felt it. The thread was impossibly thin, but it was there, running from the sword back to its owner. He grabbed onto it and pulled. Distance did not exist here, and yet he could feel the end of the thread, where it connected to something. He reached for that end and pushed. The void imploded with a soundless flash, and for a heartbeat there was nothing. Then air. Real air. Cold and screaming past his ears. Harry's eyes flew open to blinding light. He was falling. Sky above, fire below. Where Azkaban had been was now a caldera of molten rock, a red wound boiling in the sea. Columns of steam punched upward, twisting into storm clouds. His stomach lurched as he picked up speed. He reached out for his firebolt, but it was nowhere to be found. As he was deciding how best to stop his momentum, he felt a familiar presence approaching and smiled. She always felt like a summer storm. Arms locked around him from behind. The sudden pull of a broom jerked his spine, air tearing at his robes. He caught the scent of frost and wind charm oil and something that, impossibly, cut through the smoke. Harry. Her voice broke on his name. He turned his head. Fleur's hair whipped across his face, her eyes wet and furious and alive. She was shaking, though whether from strain or relief he couldn't tell. Nice catch, he managed, breathless. Idiot, she said, half laughing, half crying. You left me again. I just stepped out for a second, Harry replied. He squeezed her hand. I'm back now. She squeezed him harder. The sea still boiled below, venting white plumes into a bruised sky. Nothing living should have survived. And yet, Harry, Fleur whispered, pointing. Godric Gryffindor lay on a half-conjured wooden raft, one arm burned down to the shoulder, the other missing a hand. Harry was beside him in an instant, dropping to his knees. Godric, he said, his voice raw. Don't try to move. The old knight managed a breath that was half a laugh. Too late for that, lad. I've held on as long as I could. This is the end. His eyes were dull but steady. Did you finish it? Harry nodded. He's gone. All of him. Godric's face relaxed. Then it is done. Our worlds are safe. Fleur crouched beside them, tears cutting clean paths through the soot on her cheeks. Hold still, she said softly. We can heal. Do not cry for me, child, he said gently. It was ever my fate to die in battle with Salazar. Now I can finally rest with a clear heart. He grimaced. I would return the ring, Harry Potter, but alas, I'm afraid that, like my hand, it is no more. Fleur blinked. The ring. Voldemort's prison, Harry answered. It was a gamble, but Salazar was using 2 monstrous blood runes to defend himself, and I thought if Voldemort's blood could activate the runes on the gate, it should work for those too. It was a worthy plan, Godric grunted. Cunning and brave both. Slytherin and Gryffindor, Harry smiled softly. Just like your old hat said once. Godric smiled at that, then coughed violently. It is a good death, he grunted. Then more firmly. I face it gladly. He looked at Harry. Take care of this world, Harry Potter, he said, voice fading. It is worth protecting. The light left his eyes. Harry bowed his head. For a long time, neither of them spoke. The wind off the sea was the only sound, carrying ash out toward the horizon. When he finally stood, he wrapped Godric's body in a spell to preserve it and shrunk it down so he could carry it with him. We'll lay him to rest at Hogwarts, where he belongs, Harry said finally before turning to Fleur. Come on, he said quietly. Let's find the others. They rose slowly on Fleur's broom, gently dodging vents of steam and magma. They leveled out just above the roiling sea, guiding the broom toward the pale horizon where the first light of morning cut through the smoke. Behind them, the last traces of Azkaban disappeared, molten cliffs sliding beneath the waves until the island was nothing but a black scar on the water. They found the survivors a few miles north, gathered on the cliffs above what had once been the North Sea. The Dragon Guardian was gone, scattered to dust. Scrimgeour's remaining forces hovered in silent ranks. Tonks, Ro, Cedric, and Mr. Black stood together near the edge, their faces drawn and gray. When Fleur and Harry landed, the others turned as one. For a second, disbelief flickered across every face, then the tension broke. Cedric reached him first, nearly knocking him off his feet in a hug. Tonks followed, muttering something about idiots with hero complexes. Even Scrimgeour managed a stiff nod. Dumbledore? Harry asked. Ro's smile faltered. Gone. So is Kingsley. But they took the last Guardian with them. Harry looked toward the horizon where the dome had been. The sky was raw and clear now, streaked with thin lines of sunrise. I'm not sure how to feel about that, he said finally. Those two. You can be angry at them and appreciate what did today, my love, Fleur said gently. They saved lives today. Let others remember them for that. We can remember them placated. Harry felt the answer melt from his body at her words. You're right, they did a good thing today. He glanced at the others. Bruised, bloodied, alive. You all did. We all did, Cedric corrected. The real question is, what's next? Scrimgeour is gonna want a debrief, Tonks said apologetically. Don't suppose you know how to fix these massive fissure things, she gestured to the ruined landscape in front of them. There's more than a couple of them. Harry started to reach out with his magic to feel the cracks. She didn't mean right now. Ro yelled laughing. My God, something's never change. They all had a good laugh at that. The conversation continued on to more pleasant topics as they waited for Scrimgeour to find them. Soon there would be debriefs to have and many, many questions to answer. There would questions about Salazar, about the void fissures, about what this meant for the gate and the world on the other side. There would be funerals to plan, legends to honor, and loved ones to say farewell to. But in that moment there was none of that. There was simply Harry, the people he loved, and the fragile, beautiful silence of a world beginning anew. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.